Hi, Jeremy.
Anyway, all right. Anyway, God damn it. I hate that, like, Brandon says anyway so much that anytime I say anyway, you guys start saying, oh, it's just like Joe Biden. I say anyway a lot. Okay? I say anyway a lot. Anyway. 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 Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Anyway. 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 Anyways. Anyway. 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 Everybody, love you all. It's an honor to be able to serve you 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour for so many years. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic prelude, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from clear, not so sunny, but very cold California, Los Angeles. It's 57 degrees and kind of sunny here in California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday, January 2nd, 2024. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. It's 11:05. I'm actually early. I started early. We got a lot to talk about. You already know, baby. 2025. All right, did I say 2024? That's t-shirt weather. What the F are you talking about? All right, day 2, and I've already messed up the year. I've already playing Marvel Rivals last night. I already broke my promise of not cursing. I guess it doesn't technically count because I haven't done my New Year's goals and predictions and whatnot yet. So, are you the real one, or is this still the intro? No, this is still the intro. But folks. I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, and a lot has not happened in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Okay, you're right. Rivals is friendship simulator, especially among Turkish hotties. What is this?
It's gonna be weird if he doesn't pull up.
So cooked. You're so chalk. You're so cooked.
It's gonna be weird if he doesn't pull up, because I said he would pull up. Wait, are you only playing because he's here, just to make sure?
What? No, I'm playing. The fuck is wrong with you? No, I'm not. I'm not
wait,
you.
No,
okay, I'm not you.
Okay, wait, that's crazy.
I'm not you.
Wait, your eyes never light up for me like that, though.
No, my eyes used to light up for you, and then you substituted me for Mion. Okay,
here he goes.
You betrayed me. Your Turkish brother.
There you go.
So, more clothes jobs for the homeless this weekend? Probably not. Maybe. Well, I thought you were a creator for Kamala. I was recently a part of a small group of independent media creators and influencers invited to meet the president and other administration officials of the White House. I did not expect to be invited back to the White House for quite some time. Yeah, I was a creator for Kamala, but I didn't get invited to this. I don't know why. But regardless, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, is personal news time. And honestly, I played Marvel Rivals and then ended the broadcast last night. Did another measly 6-hour. Did another meager 6-hour episode, like 7-hour episode. You already know. I wanted to hang out with my family, which I did. We hung out a little bit. I made my mom, who doesn't understand wrestling, I made her watch the what's the Super Patch Wolf or whatever video on why wrestling is awesome. And she predictably fell asleep, not because the video is bad. The video is great. I watched it before. I watched it on this broadcast, and I made my mom watch it, and I watched it myself. But yeah, Super Eye Patch Wolf. Is that the name of the channel? Anyway, I tried to get her to understand the artistic value to professional wrestling and why people really enjoy it. I call it, redneck soap operas, or even it's like a play. It's a very impressive play. And I tried to get her to appreciate it, but she fell asleep because anytime I put anything on, she falls asleep. It's pretty crazy because it could be something that she wants to watch, but she still falls asleep. It doesn't matter. It's just, it does not matter. She is just, I need to remember that our movie time is just basically us fighting for 25 to 30 minutes about what to watch. And the what to watch actually is false. It's what she will fall asleep to in the first 15 minutes. But yeah, she left. My brother left. And after that, I started watching Squid Game Season 2. Now, I'll tell you this much. Initially, I had made a prediction that Squid Game Season 2 was going to be not as good as Season 1. Now, of course, that is not such a difficult prediction to make, right? That's not that difficult of a prediction to make. And I don't think it's as good as Season 1, but it's still pretty good. I genuinely thought it was not going to be good at all. But I was like, you know what? I'm in a hole anyway. I'm in a show hole right now. And therefore, it's good. It's good to, broach into these treacherous waters. I tried to watch Blue Lock again, and I just cannot watch it. I cannot get into it. It's somewhat frustrating, but Blue Lock Season 2 is a picture simulator. Okay, last one from yesterday. Your craziest unmute ever. Maybe he's just wearing like track pants or whatever that are like tight, so they're pulling up.
I mean, fuck Hasan, I guess. Like, his ego doesn't matter.
I was unmuted.
Damn.
I just unmuted.
I fucking hate that guy.
That's a crazy time to unmute. What happened?
Wait, Elam, are you plat?
I'm plat now, bro.
Elam, you are not a plat level player. You are boosting.
Ella might not be a plat level player, and I believe he already got D-ranked anyway to gold 1 again. However, Elam is now moving out of the iron category, iron elo, in the game of IRL basketball. So I would say Elam is now like a bronze 3 for basketball. Okay, and I think that must. I want to give him his props. He played big. He played like a big man. What is this? Get ready for the first. Welcome. Oh, get ready to welcome Marvel's Post family and Marvel Rivals trailer on January 6th. Yeah, I mean, there's a Fantastic Four movie coming out, right? I assume that's the reason why they got this. I guess I'm gonna play Thing. I suspect. But I'm in a hole anyway. Oh my God. I hate it when you guys clip something that I just said. New tank for me. Gotta play the Thing. Small Head Brothers for life. Yeah. Gotta tell her happy birthday. Oh, Morgan, happy birthday. Morgan is 28. Morgan is a skinny girly now. Important message alert.
So as I deal with
dude, I know, I saw it's right here. You guys are so funny. I forget how incredibly isolated this community is because like Like Christian Divine posts a TikTok. TikTok has 1,608 likes, and like 25 people since I started have linked it. I suspect by the end of this broadcast, 1,608 people that like this TikTok will most likely link it in this chat as well, which is so crazy. Like, how are we such an insulated community? It's like a tiny, minuscule insulated corner with a hive mind. Like, there's so much happening on the world. Oh, happy birthday, Morgan, double birthday. Who's is it Anafe's birthday as well? To be fair, he said it in the TikTok to do that. Well, still, Gizmo Max and Frogan. Gizmo Max, happy birthday as well. Bro, this is the effect of socialism. Yeah, totally. This is what socialism is. Socialism is when TikTok. Anyway, last 2 episodes of Blue Lock season 2, worst suffering to pick sim. That's what I've heard, but it's just like hard for me to watch. Can you do travel streams? I will be doing travel streams. Yes. I will be doing travel streams. I'm going to Japan, remember? So, what was I saying? Yeah, personal news-wise, season 2, I watched it, fell asleep. Woke up early, played some ball with Greek and Elam. Elam's making a lot of progress. We'll do the goals and predictions today for 2025. I wasn't able to do goals and predictions yesterday. One, because I dove into Marvel Rivals as always after a certain point in the day. But also, we obviously were covering the entire first half of the day. I was covering the attacks that happened in NOLA, and also the Cybertruck explosion. So we'll obviously be covering that further today as well. But you're a better Marvel Rivals gamer than Squeaks now. That's not surprising. I'm a pro. Go Middle East, hit the Mecca, bro. Embrace roots, hit the Hodge. Yeah, I think I'll pass on that for now. Chat hates fun. Yeah, it was shocking. While Marvel Rivals was a lot of fun, and I think I did a decent job. Look at this though. Noko 55, Not Doki Bird 47, Nice Wig 32, 25 bomb from me. Not the worst. Noko got 22 solo kills and 44 last kills. I got 2 solo kills and 7 last kills. Shooting in New York? Wait, really? Noko is crazy. Hasi, you really are not a bad DPS. You're a great tank, but it doesn't harm to jump for DPS now and then. No, I don't agree. Let's be honest though. Do you also feel like you're being boosted, or can you hold your own solo queue? I mean, I've done duo queues. I've done like a couple solo queues, I think, but I don't really like doing solo queues. Why would I do solo queues if I have the opportunity to play a full stack? It doesn't have to be. Yeah, I'm definitely being boosted, but I think I can play at a gold level. Like I'm capable of playing at a gold level. I wouldn't say that I'm that bad of a tank. I mean, I do go crazy every now and then. I saw someone claiming 6Q is cheating. Yeah, but they're also cheating. Because we're playing against other 6 stacks. Your Venom is gold, not your Hulk though. It needs work. It's new for me. Yeah, chat clearly hates you and doesn't want to watch you game because they have a personal vendetta against you. Has nothing to do with the fact that a lot of people find watching other people play games boring. I can't. I know this is a video game platform. Also, If you stuck around for it, you would like it. This community is built on the foundation of people who initially were like, I hate gaming. I hate gaming. But then they were like, you know what? I stuck around for gaming and it's actually kind of fun. But yeah, imagine being on Twitch and just saying, oh, what the video games? Disgusting. Who would watch someone play video games? What is this? Yo, I swear to God, this community is so good at making like sexy fan edits. They are so bad at making like alpha male edits. Like this community has a real problem trying to make alpha edits.
Oh, shit.
That's my number.
Oh, damn.
Whoa! Yes!
Oh my God!
The winner is HasanAbi.
Hasan is so fun.
Hasan is the best sex I've had in my life.
There you go.
Your shape is really good. Definition of your arms. Love fuckboy, you're there.
Hasan is too sexy, guys. I can't even listen to what he's saying.
It's like that.
I mean, it got a little gay by the end of it, but okay. That was literally ancient, bro. Lol. I know. This edit kind of went hard. Now I will be writing a dissertation as to the problematic nature of the HasanAbi community making alpha dog edits. Alpha dog edits are the type of edits dedicated to the PUA community. When you do cultural appropriation from the PUA community, you're actually taking away CapCut edits from the hands of an up-and-coming PUA community upstart. Please, in this essay, in this 2-minute and 50-second TikTok call out, I am going to write a tiny dissertation. Clip missed the whole point you were making about wanting alpha edits about your message and not just looks. I know. I mean, it was still kind of cool though. What is this? Speaking of edits, Bradley Martin TikTok is a good model for how to post this on content for those outside the community. What is this?
Majority, if not the entirety of the homeless population is created because of the housing market. There are plenty of people who have jobs, but because the housing market becomes insane, they just can't pay for housing. So they still retain their jobs, but they live out of their cars. And it's not about like fucking deporting 20 million migrants or whatever. Like that's not going to fix the housing market. It's going to make it worse, actually. Who the do you think builds the houses? You know, it's like 25% of the construction industry is undocumented migrants. Good luck. You know, imagine wiping out a quarter of the workforce. You're not building houses no more after that. And of course, the voiceless, poor, working class people are the ones who get over in the system because they don't have the same defense mechanisms that a rich person has. Rich people can get together and be like, you're not doing that. They can buy politicians. They can host politicians in expensive dinners and shower them with gifts and become friends with politicians. They go to the same schools with the people that are in positions of power. Their children work under them. There needs to be a underlying like base level of material equality. What Americans believe we have right now, which we don't have, is the equality of opportunity. And equality of opportunity means that like it does not matter what your background is, but you're getting the best education and you're not constantly desperate for your next meal. That's equality of opportunity. We can do that, but if we do that, then profits are going to shrink for major corporations and we can't have that.
There it is. It's greed, that's all it is. House should be free though, not affordable. It's a necessity, not a luxury like a Mercedes or something. Empty, overpriced houses everywhere just so the landlords can raise the price. Hasan is 100% correct. His answer is so clear and thought out. Hope he runs for president, he could surely win. It's not the housing market. They have a lot of very deep issues. The housing market that Hasan contributes to, given he lives in a $30 million mansion, giving incentive to make unaffordable houses. 30 million. Okay, people are Hasan is dead wrong about corporate profits. Corporations have to pay inflated wages in job hubs to keep their employees housed. They'd make more money without a housing shortage because they could pay less. What? I thought, yeah, my house is now $30 million. Inflation in the Los Angeles housing market has gone completely out of control. Just got home from my first colonoscopy, well rested and ready for some fire ass takes. Yeah. It's funny because the only reason why my house is so expensive, especially considering the size of it, my house in most other housing markets would be half the price. It would be maximum, depending on what year you're purchasing the house, it would be like, it could go all the way down to like $200,000, right? My house right now in Texas, even in Austin, would be maximum $500,000 to $700,000, maybe $1 million, which is not a cheap house by any means, but people make it seem as though it is considered. Like, the house that I currently live in is, I think, smaller than my grandparents' house in New Jersey. And when they bought it, when he bought it in like I think like the early 90s, their old house in New Jersey, when he bought it in the early 90s, it was nothing. It was like 150,000 or something, which is still a lot for back then, but it's just like a $3 million house in LA is like a $200K house in the Midwest. Yeah, people say like, oh, your grandparents are rich. I mean, I've talked about this before. They used to be. But once again, it's funny that you mentioning you have a house is enough flex on 90% of us here. It's so funny that this conversation all of a sudden, like, people that are currently living in their parents' Connecticut mansion, okay, that is significantly nicer and more expensive than the house that I'm talking about in New Jersey, are in the chat typing, wow, rich grandparents. Like, it's so funny to say this because you have no understanding of what the house that I currently live in looks like and the house that you're currently typing that from. Like, you're not living people will be living in Ohio in like a compound, basically typing like, wow, rich socialism, but it's not on screen. So, you know. In North Carolina, a 3-story, roughly 3.5K square feet house is around 350K to 500K if you're not in the big cities like Raleigh or Charlotte. If you go there, you will see the numbers. Mine is 1.2K, bought at 126K 5 years ago, but at the time it was appreciated to around 200K. You literally had that one guest that said your house ain't shit. No, I've had multiple guests that make fun of me. Your title is incorrect. It was way more wild. Cybertruck was active duty, currently stationed in Germany, who was on leave. Oh. I didn't know that. That's crazy. I thought he was a veteran. Would you consider allowing some humble British refugee to live in your abode? I will require fiber optical broadband and halal pizzas daily. No. Yeah, FD said that. I read on TikTok you are only gaming to get ads. People hate you that much, dude. What? I'm only gaming to get ads? That's insane. Okay, it's fine. Look, you can't obsess over ridiculous haters and what they're concocting, okay? It's at a certain point you have to understand that it strictly stems from personal hatred. I don't run ads. I don't run ads while I'm gaming. I don't run ads when I'm not gaming. I just don't run ads at all. I spread misinformation and I pay Unc to do it. He weaponized my stupidity. So people always say, wow, must be nice. Are always people who have upper class parents and are lower upper middle class themselves, but are so entitled they're bitter they aren't as rich as their parents. Haters are true lovers. Yeah. Oh my God. There's no way that the Cybertruck bombing guy was also like a Ryan Roos style dude. There's no way. A guy on my Discord, Hasan House Opinion, has gone so insane that his issue now is that you didn't buy a house in a walkable community. Wait, what? That's the funniest like armchair urbanism. That's the funniest armchair urbanism take. To be like what do you? He did though? No, I didn't. It's not. Nowhere in LA is walkable. There's nothing you can do. Hasan has not become a city planner. Hasan has not become a city planner capable of undermining the influence of capital, whether it be titans of industry, from the oil and gas giants all the way to the car manufacturers, the automobile industry, that have ensured that American major cities are car reliant. How come he has not done that? It's fine. Look, I don't know. Maybe I'm a little too used to this level of mania. Yeah, I saw this tweet already. We talked about this yesterday. Putting Hasan Piker, a normal Twitch streamer who might disagree with you on some things, and not Diddy is actually the most ridiculous thing I've seen. Somewhere out there, a tree is tirelessly producing oxygen for you. I think you owe it an apology and to use it correctly. And the person didn't even know who JD Vance was. Okay? Like, no more male impregnation. I don't even know what that is. Like, I don't know what they're saying. Most people online are either 12 or deeply mentally ill. Okay? It's just not. I think people are going to get wild this year with the hate against you. Probably. But it's fine. Okay? That's every year. The house thing really is hilarious. Even one of my good friends who's otherwise intelligent on the left hates you because you have a home. Socialists can't own homes, like his brain rot. Yeah. What? You was slacking on Bradley talk? Didn't talk about Tate getting out? What? Tate getting out? Who? What do you mean? You have to be sick to wish people's death? I don't know. Dude, I predict 2025, we're going to... Look, we haven't done the predictions yet, but I predict that in 2025, conspiracies are going to get even more supercharged than 2024. And there was a lot of craziness going on in 2024 in terms of conspiracies. I mean, we literally ended the year in 2024 with people tackling the concept of fog. Okay? People are now saying fog is a conspiracy. So, like, I'm telling you, it's going to get worse. It's going to get so much worse. But yeah, let's NOLA attack updates, Cybertruck explosion, weird info. Your viewpoints on Bradley's show makes you seem more like your Uncle Shaky. When will you become right-winged? When will I become right-winged? My viewpoints on Bradley make me look like I'm right-wing. What? I don't. My advocacy for social housing, ending homelessness, abolishing wealth and income inequality, like the massive gap between those who have and those who have not, socialized medicine, and a more just migration process that also simultaneously does not harm the domestic labor population, came across as right-wing to you because you're probably right-wing and you think everything right-wing is good and you just happen to agree with the things that I was saying. But because in your mind, if you agree with something, that must mean it's right-wing, you're having a hard time comprehending. I had a dream you went right wing, but then all the grifters went left and kept shitting on you. Would you 1v1 me on your debate talking points? I have so many topics to speak with you, and I can go on and on about your Bradley Martin appearance. If yes, tashakkurla. If not, okay. I'm central leftist, by the way. No, dude. No, it's because anytime someone hears bro talk, they think right wing. Yeah. Okay. NOLA attack update, Cybertruck explosion, weird info coming out. Conspiracies will go crazy in 2025. Predictions / goals. Get in now. Twitch.tv / HasanAbi. Okay. Yeah, we'll do we're 2 days in. We're 2 days into the year and there's already madness about. What, are you scared of debating him? Yes, I'm terrified. I'm terrified of debating him. Thank you for identifying and also calling me out. Thank you for identifying and also calling me out. Yes, I'm shaking in my boots. I'm terrified of the central leftist and the power that he holds in his mind. I'm thanking chatters for holding me accountable in this year, in this upcoming year, okay? All right, do we have a blast off meme? Shaking in your Gurga man? Yeah. There's some crazy stuff happening with this Tesla vet guy. Las Vegas police on Cybertruck. We also discovered, oh my God. There's a gunshot wound in his head prior to the detonation of the vehicle. That's crazy. He might have just, I don't know, timed it so he like lit a fuse and then killed himself. But also, maybe he got packed up as a patsy and just placed in that car. No, not lived. No, timed it. I don't think you shoot yourself in the head and then explode your car. It's difficult. Dead Man Switch? No. yeah, there is a lot of weird stuff happening with both of these explosions, or not explosions, both of the attacks, bombings. Well, one is a bombing, one is a. Okay, we'll get into it. Do we have a blast off meme or not? Because if not, I'm just gonna blast off on my own. Okay, I'm blasting off with the Cybertruck logo again because it's iconic, kind of. It's too late, Oliver. She's shaky on my Gurga till I don't even know. Two days and 4 tragedies in the new year. I mean, that's not. This might interest you. Nick says there's a new and better mic for IRL streams. No peaking, longer battery life called DJI Mini Mic.
Mics.
Okay, wait.
Oh, he's going to B&H? Yo, B&H is the move.
Lore, how do we decide these are better?
How are they better?
Yeah.
Arthur, explain.
So the microphones that we're currently using, when we scream very loud, all of a sudden, they sometimes peak.
Yeah.
Or when we're laughing very loud, or if it's too loud in general. These microphones, they don't peak. They have something built in where it's like if you're way too loud, it's adjusting it so it doesn't destroy your ears. Also,
he said every stream will have them in 6 months. That's not surprising to me. Nick is always at the cutting edge. How may I live a socialist lifestyle when the whole system is designed to make money and exploit people to survive? You just try to do the most.
so the battery life
Do
is
the
a bit
best.
longer. Not that it's relevant for Nick.
Sounds like rumors. No, I mean, there's constant improvements on and technological updates happening in this field. Okay. All y'all a bunch of gaslit terrorist simps. Crooks donated to far left Act Blue. Taleb, I am a leftist. What? Actually, Bin Laden had some good ideas. Dude, this is such a boomer meme. Look at how much of a boomer meme this is. They made me cross-eyed. Like, that is, if you're spending time making someone cross-eyed, okay, you're at least 48 years old. Like, no one under the age of 40 is like making someone cross-eyed in memes, okay? It's like one of those like like you grew up watching black and white cartoons, okay? Yeah, this newspaper comics humor right there. Tom and Jerry ass, dude. Oh my god. This is, dude, yo, get the bed, Grandpa. What are you doing? Making memes. That's awesome. More like Tom and Geriatric. Yeah. Okay. It's one of those like you bonk in the head and then whoop. the wound grows out of the top of your dome and it pushes your top hat. Bonk. Seeing birds. Bro remembers minstrel shows. Bro was there when it was invented. Okay, bro was there when minstrel shows were invented. Bro was there when racism was invented. Anyway, oh my god. Okay. Okay, get them mics for Japan. Guys, calm down. We just use the shotgun for the most part anyway, okay? Please. Like you're freaking out over the microphones on a stream, on a travel stream that hasn't even started yet. Anyway, yeah, one dead after the cyber Tesla truck explodes in Trump Tower in Las Vegas. And there is a lot of weird stuff happening there. And we're going to take a look at it. But before I do that, here's Christian Divine. I know he's going to come to Los Angeles. I will talk to him. I don't know if I'm going to be here while he's here.
New York City right now, and it's not even that cold for New York City, to be quite honest. I'm remembering that I'm going to be in LA in a week, for a week, which will be super cool. So tell me some good things that I should do while I'm in LA. Also, tag Hasan. That motherfucker was like, yo, when you come to LA, let's hang out.
Yeah, no, I will. Yeah, I'll hang out with him. All right, I will. China has announced sanctions against 28 U.S. companies. 2025 is the year of China. Okay. I know rich old white people bring the mid-Atlantic accent back. It feels accurate. Why is the mic being blocked? Such a thing now on newer iPhones that was never an issue before. What? Yeah. Full list of U.S. sanctioned entities. General Dynamics, L3 Harris Technologies, Boeing Defense, Space and Security, Intelligent Epitaxy Technology, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon Missiles, Northrop Grumman, Base Systems, Honeywell, Textron, Harris, Leidos, Booz Allen. I mean, these are all defense contractors. Virtually all of them. Some of them I don't know. Harris Corporation's on there twice. This is Miskiff's portfolio. Wait, what? Tesla stock is crashing? What, since the explosion? I don't understand. What? Why would it? Wait, I don't get it. The one time it's not his fault? Like, what? No, it's got to be like sanctions, but like, why is it actually happening? Why is it actually happening at the same time as they reported a decrease in sales for the first time? Oh, Tesla Cybertruck sales are disastrous. Yeah, that makes sense. I was talking about this as well. Cybertrucks are... No, Tesla stock is dropping today because the deliveries report was slightly lower than expected. Yeah, I think obviously Tesla deliveries report was always going... Tesla's reign was always going to end, okay? Especially because major car manufacturers all of a sudden turned around and were like, okay, we're going to start doing EVs as well. And what do you think is going to happen? Tesla's market dominance was due to, obviously, its charging technology and its ready availability, but also mostly because they had cornered the market that no one else wanted to tackle. Now, there are a couple different problems with Tesla. There are a couple problems with Tesla and EVs in general, okay? Number one is that because China is so dominant in the EV market, and it's virtually impossible to compete with Chinese manufacturing in the EV market if you let them in on accident. They will overtake your domestic manufacturing. They will overtake Western manufacturers. Their cars are much cheaper, and their electric vehicle fleets are literally cheaper. They're basically just as competitive, if not better, on some quality of life stuff as well. So that has created this weird situation where even though there are other domestic manufacturers, like big companies that are also moving into the EV direction, because of the dominance of China in the EV side of things, There is virtually no EV infrastructure still, and people have like there's not a lot of interest from Americans on it. There's simply not a lot of interest from the American consumer broadly in electric vehicles. And that's part of the reason why, like, even Ford F-150 Lightning, which was used by the NOLA attacker, which my brother loves that car. My brother thinks the F-150 Lightning is incredible. Like, he's been inside one and he thinks it's the dopest car ever. There's not a lot of consumer interest on it. And I understand why there's not a lot of consumer interest on it, because, dude, EV prices are literally unaffordable for not rich people. No, what are you talking about? There are definitely solid, reliable, and cheaper alternative EVs. Like, look at the what is it? Hyundai and Kia have. What are you talking about? You're only looking at big ticket EVs. Like, you're looking at, yeah, there's incredible Hyundai EVs out there that are fairly affordable, and Kias, I think, as well, right? There are a bunch of affordable EVs out there. It's just, yeah, the Ioniq is what I was thinking of. There's also tax rebates and stuff like that. The problem is, you're coming from a different financial perspective. Please respect that. There's also being broke as fuck. Cheaper if you're rich. I'm driving in a garbage can that needs to be plugged in. Okay. Dude, when I talk about the unaffordability of healthcare, I'm not talking about it from my own personal experience. Okay? Every piece of commentary that I engage in, I talk about across the board. If I exclusively gave you my own personal experiences with what I can afford and can't afford, then yeah, we would be having an entirely, there would be no reason for me to ever do commentary. I would tell you, America is the best nation on earth. Life is amazing here. Okay? Because the United States of America is the greatest country on the planet if you're rich. Okay? It is Disneyland. If you're wealthy, there's no issues. It's great. Anyway, I'm talking about the broader consumer marketplace. Okay. Also, the thing is, secondhand EVs are insanely affordable. I'll give you an example. The Taycan I leased. Okay. At the point when I leased it, it wasn't even like the base model. It's like a higher level trim. I think it was a 4S. I leased the Taycan 4S. It was around $120,000 to $140,000, okay? Depending on, whatever specs you had on it. That's an expensive car, a very expensive car, okay? Part of the reason why it's an expensive car is because it's a higher model, it's a higher trim, and also it's a top of the line, like it's a EV as well. So then there's also the additional price on top of that. Now, that's a 2022. It was a Taycan 4S 2022. The value of that car now is around $40,000 to $50,000. Now that's still incredibly costly. That's still very expensive. But think about how much it was devalued. Okay? Think about how much the devaluation happened on a Porsche too. And Porsches are one of the few cars, depending on which kind of Porsche you get, where they keep their value relatively well. That is just the way EVs are. That's the EV market, because it's so reliant on new technology coming in, and it cycles out all of the older ones. So EVs depreciate dramatically. So I'm sorry, but your privilege is showing. What? No, dude. unless you're talking about my privilege being the fact that I can engage with the English language in a way that makes sense. It just simply doesn't make sense to you because you don't have the mental faculties to understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying a $50,000 electric vehicle is affordable. I'm saying electric vehicles, even at the highest level, depreciate dramatically in a matter of 2 years, even when it's a car manufacturer that usually is pretty, that usually maintains its price point fairly well in the secondhand market. Okay? It's not that I'm rich and out of touch. It's you're too stupid to understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay? I can't do this every day. Dumbass shadows make me want to leave and never come back, Jesus Christ. I know. It's just so... I think it's just people just want to be heard. That's it. Okay. It's bait, bro. Please stop reading the haters' comments. Yeah. So... anything like 30K becomes unaffordable for the regular person. I know that. I'm not talking about that. My point is, if Taycans are depreciating that much, then obviously secondhand electric vehicles that are significantly more affordable are also depreciating to a, maybe not to the same degree, but still to a fairly high degree. Having said that, however, okay, how the fuck is it worth it if it depreciates so bad and you have to install a charger or spend $45 every morning charging the car? It just isn't affordable to anyone who makes a normal salary? Yes, this is the biggest problem with electric vehicles. The biggest problem with electric vehicles is that the infrastructure is not there for it. Chargers are not readily available. If you live in an apartment complex that doesn't have a charger, what are you supposed to do? And also on top of that, I would say that the 250 mile battery limit is fairly consistent across the board, and that understandably limits a lot of people's like capacity. It's not a problem for me because I don't go super long distances. Okay, it's not an issue for me because I don't drive super long distances, and also I can charge overnight, and I can charge at my house. But the conversation and the back and forth that we're having right now is the reason why people just don't have a lot of interest in electric vehicles yet. Because, one, battery and charging technology is not there yet where you could just like walk up to a battery station and charge it at the same speed as like an internal combustion engine, right? And secondly, they're not readily available anyway. It's super difficult to just like have accessible charging stations all around. So that's it. Isn't it mission to find spare parts too in case you need repairs? I don't know about that. That's my one gripe with you having a Taycan. You bought a long range fast charging EV and you don't even use it to go anywhere worthwhile. To be fair, you're going to get a lot of resale value if you just buy it out. No. For a more affordable example, on average, a Tesla Model 3 depreciates by 20 to 30% in the first year, retaining around 65 to 80% of its original value. You can't get one if you don't have access to a charger at home, but if you need more than 200 miles, rent a car. I don't know, man. Yeah, a 2020 Nissan Leaf in LA is $12K. So, if it's not worth it to buy an electric car, if the value depreciates that much, 100 plus K car depreciating by over 50% when you'll have much more left on a loan than the value in the car in 2 years. Wait, what? Yeah, bro, once again, like you said, if you're rich, just buy your own house charger, rich paradise. Oh my God. Yes, it is. I can't even have a conversation about like why the electric vehicle marketplace is simply not there in the United States of America without people turning around and just be like, you're rich. How about you see yourself out of this conversation? You could say that about anything. Why are you talking about police brutality against black people? You're white. It doesn't impact you. Why are you talking about trans people being marginalized? You're cis. It doesn't impact you. Why are you talking about the unaffordability of housing? You have a house. You're rich. It doesn't impact you. Why are you talking about, like, this is everything I talk about. Okay. Why are you talking about misogyny? You're a man. It doesn't impact you. What do you mean? I should just stop talking about it then. I should just tell you that everything is fucking awesome. It's so weird. Everybody needs to calm down. Okay. But I think some of the reasons why Tesla was inevitably going to Tesla was no longer going to be able to pop off was because other major manufacturers got into the EV game, and I will admit that they are significantly better with their build quality. They have better bells and whistles, better manufacturing capabilities, and also better, like, faster repairs in general. Part of that is low-key because of a good thing that Tesla did that turned out to be kind of a bad thing down the line. The good thing that Tesla did was cut out the auto dealership structure. Auto dealerships are some of the most corrupt. It's one of the most corrupt industries in this nation. Okay, they are horrible, but having car dealerships means that there is a faster process of repairing cars. If Tesla had actually also had a pretty expedient repair process, if they had built an infrastructure for, like, faster repairs, I'm sure that they would have an easier time. But because they were so dominant, I think that's not true. It almost has nothing to do with the dealership model. I don't know. I feel like I feel like that does have something to do with the dealership. That's really isn't true anymore. The internet's done a lot to keep dealers honest. You are wrong. You are wrong, but I guess it's because you also are a car salesman. So, of course, you are saying that. I think auto dealers is one in if I had one industry that I could just, like, wipe out like that, it would be the auto dealership. Like, obviously it would be healthcare first, but it would probably be auto dealership. Yeah, it would be private healthcare. Oh my God, cruise liners. That's another good one. There's so many. Oh, Airbnb. God damn it. There are so many awful, parasitic, truly bad industries out there. The thing that is really annoying about the auto dealership structure is that, like, at the point of purchase, it is one of the few sectors where you are purchasing a commodity where you just know you're getting shafted and there's nothing around it. Okay? Like, the very fact that there is a, 10% additional cost above the sticker price, the MSRP, no matter what, is wild. Like, what other industry in the United States of America, and I say this as a Turkish man, okay? Turkish people haggle, especially in the bazaar. There is a haggle culture in Turkey. We do not have a haggle culture in the United States of America. However, the only sector in the United States of America where you are purchasing a large commodity, where you have to sit there and get shellacked, is purchasing a car. Okay? When you're purchasing a car, you just sit there and you know that the person that is sitting in front of you is cooking you in very meaningful ways. That person is cooking you no matter what. You need a car, you're cooked. I am too dumb for you streams, HasanAbi. What do you mean? I work for GM. They keep increasing the price while cost is almost the same, and they do stock buybacks and fire us because they need to save money. Yeah. Dealerships do crazy stuff. I worked in dealerships for 10 years. The manufacturers give a lot of rebates now for hitting sales quantities instead of high profit deals now. The salesman before was correct to an extent. Can't believe you haven't brought up car subs. What do you mean? Oh my God. Guys, it brings me no pleasure, but 2025 is over. And it's not even, it just started, but it's already over. Some might think I'm talking about the Tesla Cybertruck explosion outside of Trump Tower. Others might be thinking I'm talking about the New Orleans attack that took place. But there's something that was devastating that also took place, apparently. It seems that the direct-to-streaming Snow White project produced by the Daily Wire is canceled. Brett Cooper, playing the princess, has left the Daily Wire. I no longer allowed to go to Walmarts in the California, Los Angeles area, but that's okay. I fought this battle and I thought we be with an early contender for crash out of the year. Yeah, pour one out for Weeby. I fell to my knees at Walmart. Hasan, is that Ben Shapiro? No, that's Fem Shapiro. Which is Ben Shapiro, but after estrogen, after HRT. Living her best life. Anyway. Okay. All right. Let's get to the news. Let's get to some also serious and confusing news. Even though it is confusing that the Daily Wire is no longer producing the Daily Wire straight to DVD, straight to streaming Snow White.
New details about the possible wider scope and circle of this investigation. There's the attack here in New Orleans. There's also the Cybertruck that exploded just outside the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas. And Andres Gutierrez is in Las Vegas for us with that part of the story. Andres, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. Sources tell CBS News that the Cybertruck was rented to a Matthew Livelsberg, an active duty member of the U.S. Army who is currently on leave. CBS did speak to two of his relatives who said that they had no idea that he was involved in this incident, but knew that he had recently rented a Cybertruck. We're told that his wife hadn't heard from him in several days. This was the scene from inside the lobby of the Trump International Hotel just after 8:30 Wednesday morning. A 2024 Tesla Cybertruck engulfed in flames in the valet area just outside the main doors.
We saw sparks. It was pretty fast.
This surveillance video caught the moment that Cybertruck exploded.
I just heard a boom.
Oh my God.
Investigators say the truck had just parked at the hotel.
It was sitting in the porte cochere for about 15 seconds before it exploded.
It was like a firework. It was popping sound, bang sound, and a lot of sparks fly.
As police moved to evacuate the 64-story hotel, firefighters worked quickly to put out the fire.
Once the fire went out through the suppression efforts of the fire department, you'll see some of the evidence in the back of the vehicle. So those are gasoline canisters, they are camp fuel canisters, and large firework mortars.
Police also said that because this explosion happened in a Cybertruck, the damage was very limited. Tesla CEO Elon Musk explained why in a statement on social media, writing, quote, "The evil knuckleheads picked the wrong vehicle for a terrorist attack."
Like, what's the right vehicle for a terrorist attack? Like, it doesn't. It's a strange way to talk about things, you know? Also, Elon Musk had to change his account immediately. Remember? He changed his name to like Kekius Maximus or whatever. Unfortunately for him, this happened, so he couldn't keep his account as Kekius Maximus. And he had to change it back to Elon Musk immediately to do PR. What happened? Right, the privacy folks who own Teslas must be thrilled to learn that Elon records footage of them at every charge up. Apparently, he also has the digital keys to all the vehicles in case any corpses need to be removed. The sheriff said Tesla CEO Elon Musk helped the investigation by having the truck unlocked after it auto-locked in the blast and giving investigators... Yeah, I think it's pretty funny for... like, obviously, it's not necessarily like a bad thing that... Like, there is some sort of, like, fail-safe. But it is funny that it auto-locked during the blast. Elon was like, it's the worst car to kill yourself in. Or it's the worst car to do a suicide attack in. It is the best car to kill yourself in, though. It'll kill you even if you don't want to die, actually. It will auto-lock you. Teslas auto-lock when they're on fire. Perfect vehicle for a terror attack here. Okay, chill. Auto lock in case of fire to protect the fire from getting out. Yeah. Yeah, because if you're on fire inside of a car and you unlock the door and you get out, then you can spread the fire technically. It's a smart move from Elon Musk. The smart move from Elon Musk also is that it's better if the person just dies in this fire rather than survives and then ends up suing the manufacturer, you know?
Attack. Cybertruck actually contained the explosion and directed the blast upward. Not even the glass doors of the lobby were broken. And so now authorities are looking into several parallels between this incident and the attack in New Orleans. Besides,
yeah, his name change thing was very funny. A story in 4 parts. Kekius Maximus. Imagine you're a journalist. You're writing about Elon on X, and it goes, Elon Musk, aka Kekius Maximus on X, crying, laughing emoji. Elon Musk quote retweets it and says, "This will be priceless." And then this happens. And Elon Musk immediately changes his profile picture and name. Turns out it's not priceless. Turns out maybe it's necessary. What happened? I thought it was going to be priceless when Kekius Maximus was talking about, you know, how Cybertruck is the worst car to do a terrorism in. Is he laughing at his own joke again? I mean, you got to do that sometimes when no one else is laughing. You got to train your audience to laugh. Oh, this was also funny as well. Marcus Brownlee sells his Tesla Cybertruck. Elon unfollows him. This was before the explosion, by the way. Yeah. Okay. We got another base Bill Burr take. Okay, we'll look at that in a little bit. You are not allowed to sell your Tesla. You're never allowed to sell it. You have to sit on it.
It's a timing on New Year's Day. Both involved trucks that were rented from the Turo app, and both did involve U.S.-born military service members who served in Afghanistan around the same time.
Officials in Vegas talking now about the Cybertruck attack there at the Trump Hotel. Let's listen in.
As many of you went to sleep last night, and I just want to give you an update on a lot of what it is that we found through the processing of the Cybertruck. This is a joint investigation involving the FBI, the ATF, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and these folks worked through the night and found a lot of stuff that is very useful for this investigation. As you look at this Cybertruck here, we had to transport this down to our fleet services so that we could really get through this thing. And I remind you that the subject inside wasn't able to be removed for a very long period of time because he was burnt beyond recognition. And so as we continue to move through this, I'm going to talk a little bit about his identity and what we believe, but I would like to highlight a couple of things that the teams found inside of the Cybertruck that are useful to the investigation. And that, first and foremost, is a military identification. We also found a passport. We found a Desert Eagle 50 caliber semi-automatic pistol. And if you'll notice on a lot of these guns that we're going to talk about here, they're almost just burnt beyond recognition as well. There's a SLR model B30 semi-automatic firearm, number of fireworks that were still in the vehicle that had to be removed. Notably, we found an iPhone.
Yeah, I mean, the man suspected of being behind the Tesla Cybertruck explosion in Las Vegas was a big supporter of Donald Trump and voted for him in November. Dude, I don't know what is going on in the United States of America. I'm willing to, I mean, this in and of itself reads very weird. It reads very strange. Okay? This story is weird. It's like, I don't know anymore. I don't know if it's like a psyop or what. I don't know if it's a psyop or if people are just unwell. Like it's a very, very weird story. Okay. Maybe an accident. Gonna be real funny if this guy was just a hog who had tons of fireworks to celebrate and just blew up by accident. But I got, dude, I'm not gonna lie, I got nothing. I just don't know. I don't know what the hell is going on. I don't know what is happening. I feel like people are unwell. So it's difficult to ascertain whether or not this is a byproduct of people that are unwell, or if it's, I don't know, the State Department activating a sleeper cell in the wrong time or something. I don't know. But I also feel like one of those like Trump supporters who always is like after every mass violence incident, like after every mass shooting, they're like, oh, it's a psyop. To do what? I don't know. You know what I mean? If you were to come at me and ask me, okay, what's the psyop? I have no answer for you. Do you know what I mean? Like, what is happening? What is going on? Like, the ISIS one makes kind of sense from a PSYOP angle, right? It's like instilling fear about ISIS, but ISIS also doesn't make sense. Like, it would be better if you were going to do if I'm the government and I want to manufacture consent and instill fear in the heart of Americans, I would probably not hit an ISIS angle. I would hit a Hamas angle. I would be like, oh, this guy was a supporter of Hamas, or this guy was a supporter of like Iran or something. You know what I mean? Or he's a Chinese supporter. He's a supporter of the CCP or something. Like, it doesn't make sense. When you say ISIS, people go, ISIS 2025 doesn't make any sense. His wife was an anti-Trump person in 2016. Dude, wait, are you talking about NOLA guy or Las Vegas? If this guy has a wife and also is a divorced dad, I'm going to lose my mind, because then both of the people are the Vegas guy. So both of the people are possibly former wife guys turned divorced guys, not divorced. NOLA guy was legitimately just an insane psychopath. This one seems most likely like a dumb accident. FBI are in Colorado Springs investigating a lead into the Cybertruck explosion. Dude, I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand what is going on. I'll be honest with you. I'm going to be very, very honest with you. This stuff is just like, I don't know. I'm at a loss. For words here. Like, even Matthew Thomas Crooks being a registered Republican and then shooting at Donald Trump because he was like, I'll kill any president that comes into my neighborhood. I don't even care. Like, looking at his background, looking at his profile, looking at his like political ideology and trying to figure out what was going on. It just kind of reads as a guy who was a loser and wanted glory for himself and thought, if I shoot at any president that comes into Pennsylvania, into my quiet suburb, I'll get it. Instead of doing a mass shooting, I'm just going to do this instead. So that part, albeit crazy for any other country, makes a lot of sense for America, because gun violence is a constant part of our lives. But then you have NATO guy Ryan Ruth, who is also a former Trump voter, who bricked his brain and also was spending a lot of time, it seems, around Fort Bragg. Okay? Partially because he had 1,000 combat-ready Afghan troops that were NATO trained, ready to go, ready to operate in Ukraine. That was his thing. Ukraine was his big thing. He was a Ukraine guy. Okay? That's weird. That's a weird situation. Okay? Now you have 2 other vets that have also spent time at Fort Bragg. 2 other vets in 2 separate parts of the country. Don't dead name Fort Liberty. Okay, stop. 2 other, 1 active duty service member, 1 veteran, both spent time at Fort Bragg, both went to Afghanistan. Don't know if the other vet is, don't know if the NOLA guy was also, don't know if the NOLA guy was also a Trump voter, but like, they both use Turo to rent cars. They're both electric vehicles. Like, I don't know what's happening. It's weird. Bizarre, but NOLA guy is the one who filed for divorce, not his wife. I read through the divorce records yesterday. Wife accused him of abuse and cheating. That's all the tea. Why doesn't it make sense? Why is it hard for you to believe these guys did it in their own? It's not the first time someone or a group of people were radicalized and did an attack and pledged allegiance to ISIS. You sound like a MAGA hog. What is an acceptable reason for you? I mean, I don't think you need to be like a MAGA hog to look at a situation like this and go, it's a little odd that the first day of the new year led to two veterans popping off in very different ways in different parts of the country. You know? I think it's weird if you assume they're connected via their divorces. No, I don't think they're connected via their divorces. The guy is not even divorced. This guy is not even divorced. I'm saying that, like, there is a point of radicalization for both of these people, most likely. If this guy also, if this wasn't an accident, because we still don't know exactly what happened here. We don't know what the motive is. We just know the person's background. And it's weird. The background is weird, especially because he's still an active duty guy. The other guy, the NOLA guy, was also a normal dude, which is crazy. Like, he was a very normal dude. He had a life. He had a wife. He had children, I think. Like, he had a career. And people say, I mean, the media has been covering his background saying, like, well, he was $30,000 in debt, which is a lot of money to be in debt. But also, the average American student coming right out of college has more debt than that. You know what I mean? So that also doesn't make a lot of sense either. Like, what American doesn't have a tremendous bounty? What American does not have a tremendous amount of debt that they have to pay off? It's just, it's weird. It's a weird situation.
And a smartwatch, and then several credit cards were also in the name of our subject. Our subject is 37-year-old Matthew Livelsberger. He's of Colorado Springs, Colorado, born July 22nd of 1987. Now, as you'll see here on a picture of his driver's license, let's see, the question really still remains for me, and I know that there's a lot of you folks in the media that are identifying this person as the person in our vehicle. As I mentioned to you already, his body is burnt beyond recognition, and I do still not have confirmation.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that his name is Life is Burger. Okay, this is like, I'm done. I can't even, dude. Come on. Life is Burger. Life is Burger. Life is Gun. Gun and Burger. Gun Burger. Is this a joke? Are you joking? We're not a serious country, man. We are a deeply unserious nation.
100% that is the individual that was inside of our vehicle. And so as I'm calling it now...
I'm sorry, that's a J.K. Rowling style naming, okay? Oh yeah, here we have an American character. His name is Matthew Lifesburger. His name is Matthew Hamburger. Like, what the hell? No. If I read this in a book, I'm like, come on, dude. This is disrespectful. Like, that's not... Really? Like, you think, oh, American guy. His name is Hank Cheeseburger. Okay. Shut up.
The subject or person of interest. I will not come back until I have the confirmation through DNA or medical records that this is indeed, in fact, the subject inside of the vehicle. Now, further complicating this identification of this individual, we also discovered through the coroner's office that the individual had sustained a gunshot wound to the head prior to the detonation of the vehicle. One of the handguns was found at his feet inside of the vehicle. Obviously, in how we're trying to identify him, and I'm feeling comfortable to give you this information, is a tremendous amount of substantial evidence to include he rented the Turo vehicle. There are 2 tattoos, one of which was on the stomach and one of which is on the arm, that we can see bits and pieces of it as in comparison to what...
That's so crazy that he's just like... That's so crazy that he is just so shredded and so burnt that they're just like, they can't even figure out who the dude is yet completely.
It is that we now know he had on his body that has given us a lot of confidence that this is, in fact, the same person, as well as the clearly obvious, which is the credit cards, the military identification, the passport. And then furthermore, as you'll see here in just a very short period of time, we tracked his movements from Colorado to Las Vegas, and in a number of the photographs that we were able to determine, he was the individual that was driving the vehicle. And also, I'd like to iterate this point to you. We still have only ever seen him in this vehicle, and we're not aware of any other subjects involved in this particular case. Now, I would like to acknowledge a couple of things because I know what's going on in the social media world, and there are a number of things in this case that are similar to the attack in New Orleans. We do know that our subject here served in the military. In fact, he is a current member of the military. Both of the subjects served at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. What we do.
Dude, this is gonna break people. I mean, it's breaking me, so I get it. It's even breaking my brain. It makes no damn sense, bro. I mean, like, it's just so close to one another at the same time. Like, it's just, I'm sure it's pure happenstance. It's pure. I mean, it's purely coincidental that there are so many like similarities. Like, these people have like crossed paths in the past as well.
Do know about that is it's a very large
I'm not saying it's connected to one another, for the record. I'm not saying that.
Military base, and we have no record that they served in the same unit or even at the same years at Fort Bragg, something that continues to remain under investigation. I also know that they both served in Afghanistan in 2009. We don't have any evidence that they were in the same province in Afghanistan, the same location, or the same unit. Again, something else that remains under investigation. And we also know, of course, that they both used the rental company Turo to rent their vehicles.
And they're both EVs. They both use EV trucks. That is, if this person actually, by the way, while we're having this conversation, there are a lot of weird parts about the story with Matthew Hamburger guy, okay? It still could be an accident. Like, they haven't really figured out what's going on. Now there's also evidence that he had a gunshot, like a self-inflicted, potentially gunshot wound. So, like, what does that mean? Like, we don't know if someone did, like, how does he accidentally shoot himself? Okay, there's two options here. One, electrical circuit failure inside of the Tesla. Okay, here, hold on 1 second. Let me put the conspiracy music on. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Matthew Leifesberger arrives at Trump Tower, excited to stay in his favorite president's hotel institution. He's arrived in Las Vegas in a Tesla Cybertruck. He's excited to eat burger at Gordon Ramsay's famous burger institution, also cleverly titled Burger. He's had plans. He's going to put $100 on black. However, he's also brought his weapons with him. because Las Vegas, when you go out to Las Vegas, there are a lot of gun ranges that you can go and shoot your gun at. Maybe he's going to hang out with some of his military buddies. He realizes that the fireworks that he brought forth after an electrical circuit failure inside of the Tesla Cybertruck start catching fire. He realizes in that moment that the Tesla Cybertruck has automatically locked him in. Instead of dying to self-immolation, he pulls out his Desert Eagle and kills himself. Or, here's another conspiracy. Matthew Leifesberger gets the Trump Tower, excited for the time off that he has with his buddies. Again, electrical circuit failure causes the fireworks that he brought with him that he was going to explode, and maybe even the Tannerite, and shoot in the Las Vegas desert. Start catching fire. Tesla doors are locked. He's desperately trying to get out of the car, but the car catches fire. In that eruption, the Desert Eagle goes off and actually domes him. There you go. Bro, he had gallons of gas in the back with the fireworks. No way it was an accident. Or, okay. Green Beret Matthew Leifesberger, famous for conducting dark money shadow operations and special operations all around the world, fucks over the wrong cartel boss. So the cartel boss kills him, dumps him in the car. They've also figured out how to do Tesla self-driving, Cybertruck self-driving. The Cybertruck self-drives with the dead Matthew Leifesberger in it, and then they detonate it remotely outside of Trump Tower. Okay. Now you're making stuff up? Yeah, I am. Everything that I'm saying is made up. But also, yeah, the fireworks and all the guns and stuff, like you might be thinking is weird to bring to Las Vegas, but there is a valid reason for why he might have brought that. Like he might have genuinely, not saying that this is the case, but he might have genuinely brought all of those fireworks and like gas canisters and everything else and like go out in the desert and shoot stuff. Sounds like you're covering this up. Wait, what? How am I covering it up when I'm even like leaning into conspiracy stuff? I think anytime you're transporting explosive material in a Cybertruck, you're making a dangerous gamble, okay? Also, Seth Harp is a veteran who writes extensively on the Rolling Stones, writing a book on this as well. The Fort Bragg murders. At least 44 Fort Bragg soldiers died stateside in 2020. Several of them were homicides. Families want answers, but the Army isn't giving any. Fort Bragg is a very weird place. Which makes things even a little bit more unique and interesting. Anyway, I got to pee.
As far as his military background, it's been confirmed by DOD that he was indeed in the United States Army. He was also a Green Beret operations sergeant who spent most of his time at Fort Carson, Colorado, and in Germany. He was on approved leave from Germany, where he was serving with the 10th Special Forces Group. He was also previously in the National Guard and the Army Reserve. I'd like to point out to you that through exceptional joint investigative effort, we've gotten to a place where we believe we can show you his route to Las Vegas from Colorado, and Carlos will put up the map there for you. And we know that he rented the Cybertruck in Denver on December 28th. We tracked his movements through the Tesla charging stations to Monument, Colorado on December 30th, On the 31st of December, the truck was charged in Trinidad, Colorado, Las Vegas, New Mexico, and Albuquerque and Gallup, New Mexico. On January 1st, the truck was charged in Holbrook, Flagstaff, and Kingman, Arizona. We last tracked the truck in Kingman at 05:33 yesterday morning. The truck was first spotted in Las Vegas at 7:29 a.m. yesterday. And Carlos will pull up a picture of the truck pulling onto Fashion Show Drive here. And that picture was observed at about 7:34 a.m. We know that he pulled into the Trump Valet, and I believe we have a video of that. You can see the Cybertruck highlighted there.
Wait,
so
what?
Through extensive surveillance video, we were able to track him leaving there, and we know that he went to several different places along Las Vegas Boulevard, and he spent some time in a parking lot of a business near Flamingo and Las Vegas Boulevard. We didn't have a video of the truck pulling back onto Las Vegas Boulevard from the sands. See that there? That's north on the boulevard.
He was a Trump
from
supporter,
Sands
which
at
is not
8:39,
surprising.
where he then immediately heads to the Trump Hotel, pulls into the valet area, and as of course you all know, the explosion occurs within 17 seconds of his arrival at the valet. There's some additional investigative updates that are going to be provided to you by a couple of the other speakers here, the first of which will be our special agent in charge of the FBI local office, Spencer Evans. Spencer?
Good morning. My name is Spencer Evans. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI's Las Vegas division. As the sheriff mentioned, we've been working through the night with our partners, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and other agencies, to gather all the facts and determine a motive to what was initially reported to the FBI as a bombing incident, to which our special agent bomb techs and others responded. Obviously, we're always concerned in these sorts of events to ascertain what the motive is. We understand that's everybody's at the forefront of everyone's thoughts. And so looking into exactly
Why is him being a Trump supporter not surprising? Dude, who isn't a Trump supporter, man? That's why it's not surprising. It's more surprising when someone does something and they're actually like a leftist or whatever, okay? I mean, think about it, dude. Ryan Ruth, former Trump voter. Matthew Thomas Crooks, registered Republican. Like, virtually every mass shooter has been... There was a... Dude, being a Trump supporter or being, like, overtly right-wing in the act of doing domestic terror is so commonplace. We got a radfem mass shooter. Like, that's crazy. Like, we got a female school shooter, man. That happened not that long ago. That happened like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. I don't know how long ago, but it's just like think about that. Not Rafem, Femcel. Even though people disagree with me on that and say, well, she had a boyfriend. She was a Nazi, not a radfem. She was a femcel, sorry. Wait, but also with NATO super soldier Ryan Ruth is like Trump's basically just filled to the brim with mania and right-wing radicalism. So obviously at a certain point, the following mania will point back to him.
Motivation remains our number one priority. This is why the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force has been brought into play. The Joint Terrorism Task Force, most important part of that acronym is joint. It is done in concert with our partners, which are comprised of more than a dozen investigative agencies here throughout the state of Nevada.
Was not canceled by feminists. I mean, dude, that's every day. Okay. She was illiterate, the manifesto. I mean, she was also 14, right?
Working hand in glove, side by side, tirelessly to determine, is there any ongoing threat to the public, to identify the subject, to determine any potential connection to other events going on in the world, most notably in New Orleans, and then obviously to determine if there's anything else that we need to be tracking down. At this time, as the sheriff's pointed out, we feel that the subject has been identified, although not conclusively, waiting for DNA evidence on that front. However, we do feel like we have the subject identified, and at this time there is no information about additional subjects that the FBI is tracking on. Our resources, as I mentioned, that have been deployed in support of this event include Special Agent Bomb Techs, our evidence response team, which is processing crime scenes, side by side with the forensics folks from Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, our investigators, our intelligence analysts, and then outside of the FBI Las Vegas field office, we have investigative leads that are being conducted by FBI field offices, both internationally and domestically as well. As always, when the FBI is involved with any sort of case like this, we ask for help for the public. Anyone with information related to this incident, we encourage you to please call 1-800-CALL-FBI, or you can submit a tip online at tips.fbi.gov. We've already received thousands of tips related to this incident. The challenge that we face moving forward is to separate those that are pertinent and relevant and those that can be verified from those that have not. For example, one of the tips that we received just today relates to
people saying stop snitching. No, dude, snitch on this one. I want to know. I want to know what happened. This is not like a Luigi case. I want to know what happened. There's a mystery, okay? I want to know. Do you not want to know? Notice how they're not offering rewards since McDonald's did not get paid? No, the reason why they're not offering rewards is because no CEO died in the process. No, if the valet driver had died, they still would not have offered rewards, okay? Yeah, rewards are for high-profile targets, okay? Like a CEO. Like an actual person of value, a person of worth. We, on the other hand, are worthless.
Information alluding to this subject's personal experiences related to his time and activity in the military. Again, that's unverified and uncorroborated, but one of many tips and leads that we will be following.
Yeah, also with Luigi Mangione, we immediately knew what was up. We immediately knew what was up. I like that this person said, yeah, you think you think I am, in the eyes of our institutions, you think I am as valuable and as important as a healthcare CEO, as the CEO of the most profitable healthcare company in America? Y'all are insane. I'm a Twitch streamer, dude. What the hell are you talking about? Take off your horse blinders, dude. I'm the CEO of doing it with your mom. That's the only thing I'm the CEO of. Yeah, but you're my favorite Twitch streamer. Aw, thank you.
FBI Deputy Assistant Director Christopher Rea. I'm from our Counterterrorism Division at headquarters. I'm also joined by Assistant Special Agent.
Okay, now we're back to the NOLA one. NOLA, New Orleans officials update deadly truck attack investigation.
Alethea Duncan from our New Orleans office, who you heard from yesterday. I'm here to discuss not only the latest investigative information we have here in New Orleans, but I'll also let you know about other investigative activities outside of the state. I first, and most importantly, want to send our deepest condolences to the victims of this horrific attack and their loved ones. 14 innocent victims were killed in this senseless attack, and at least 35 are injured. We cannot ease the grief people in this community and across the nation are feeling at this time. But rest assured, we stand with you and in support of you. All the resources, and I'm going to go into that a little bit later, all the resources of the FBI are being focused on tracking down every piece of evidence, every lead, every interview, every potential lead we've got. While I won't be able to answer all your questions today, my goal is to be as forthcoming as possible with you on what we've uncovered so far. First and foremost, let me be very clear about this point. This was an act of terrorism. It was premeditated and an evil act. This was obviously a critical incident, and with that, lots of information and tips.
Yeah, notice how, hey, by the way, notice how nobody is batting an eye at being like, yeah, of course it's an act of terrorism, and of course it's evil. Whereas with the Luigi Mangione case, they had to spend a whole bit of time being like, guys, what is going on? Yeah, because there's a difference between, you know, civilians, random civilians being ruthlessly and senselessly slaughtered by some psychopath. I'm not condoning Luigi Mangione allegedly, okay? The alleged actions of Luigi Mangione, we still don't know if he did it, okay? But, you know, seems like there's a difference there.
Come pouring in from law enforcement, first responders, and the public. We have been aggressive.
Thank you for stating the obvious. We never knew how civilians are important until you said it right now. Wait, what? Are you talking to the FBI guy?
Running down these tips and information. As you all know, that takes time, and we will continue to do so until every lead has been followed through on. This investigation is only a little more than 24 hours old. So I ask you to keep in mind that as I go through some of the specifics later. But at this point, currently, and this is another fact I want to be clear on, we do not assess at this point that anyone else involved in this attack except for Shamsa Din Jabbar, the subject you've already been briefed on. A little bit about what the FBI
Yeah, it turns out he acted alone.
is doing. So we are surging people and assets to the area from across the region and across the nation. Special agents in multiple field offices across the country have been deployed and are assisting with potential aspects of this investigation and following up on every lead. Additional teams of special agents, professional staff, and victim specialists continue to arrive to provide more investigative power and assistance to the victims and their families. We have also forward deployed a number of our critical incident response.
Also, I'm glad they brought the white guy on instead of the DEI hire black woman, as according to Benny Johnson and many right-wingers. This dude is literally flubbing his words in a spectacular fashion. Way more than the lady did yesterday. I wonder if there will be DEI hire analogies made or inferences made about this guy. I'm just saying.
Group assets, including members of our hostage rescue team, special agent bomb technicians, and crisis management coordinators. In addition, we have deployed more evidence response technicians to continue to process the various scenes that we have. So far, we have received just over 400 tips from the public, and that information is being followed up on both here in New Orleans and across the country. Some of the tips are here in New Orleans, and there are other tips in other states across the country that we are following up on. The FBI team and our law enforcement partners here are also reviewing hundreds of hours of surveillance and other video from both the French Quarter and other locations. As for a timeline, at this point, investigators believe Jabbar picked up the rented F-150 in Houston, Texas on December 30th. He then drove from Houston to New Orleans on the evening of the 31st, and he posted several videos to an online platform proclaiming his support for ISIS. There were 5 videos posted on Jabbar's Facebook account, which are time-stamped beginning at 1:29 a.m. and the last at 3:02 a.m.
Dude, the last second I'm ISIS now take from this dude is also crazy, especially because I want to see these videos so bad. CNN has access to the videos. They uncover the videos as well. And they said that he was like, oh, I first wanted to gather my entire family for a New Year's celebration and assassinate them. And then I just chose to be ISIS instead. It's like what? What does that, how does that happen? Like, what do you mean? You just chose your ISIS all of a sudden. Like, how does that work?
In the first video, Jabbar explains he originally planned to harm his family and friends, but was concerned the news headlines would not focus on the, quote, war between the believers and the disbelievers, end quote. Additionally, he stated he had joined ISIS before this summer. He also provided a will and testament. FBI.
I feel like we will never get the full story on this guy like so many others. They knew so much about him and knew it immediately. Yeah. It's a very, I mean, it's a super strange story. Like they didn't say he was on the radar or whatever, but I don't know. I just, it doesn't make sense.
And ATF. FBI, we have a couple different scenes at the location. We have released the scene at Bourbon Street. That scene has been released. We also have a scene off of Mandeville address where we're currently searching that scene right now.
Oh yeah, he also said that he learned about joining ISIS in a dream. In a series of videos, the suspect in a deadly New Year's attack in New Orleans discussed planning to kill his family and having dreams that helped inspire him to join ISIS. According to multiple officials briefed on the investigation, Shamsuddin Jabbar, the 42-year-old man who police suspect drove a pickup truck into a crowd of revelers on Bourbon Street, killing at least 15 people. I believe the number is 14, according to the bald man. The bald FBI man said the number is 14. And injuring dozens more, made the chilling recordings while driving from his home in Texas, Louisiana, authorities believe. Jabbar, a U.S. citizen and Army veteran who served in Afghanistan, made reference in the videos to his divorce and how he had at first planned to gather his family for a celebration with the intention of killing them, to officials who had been briefed on the recording said. But Jabbar said in the videos that he changed his plans and joined ISIS, and referenced several dreams that he had about why he should be joining the terrorist group, according to the officials. Oh, it's 15 because he died as well. Okay. Bald man said 14 innocent deaths. Okay. All right, that makes sense. So the death total is 15 because he died too. Jabbar died too. He was an information agent in the Army? No, I think he was, no, dude, he was IT. He did HR and IT work. listen, please. Shamsuddin. What? Shamsuddin. Okay. What? Did I say it wrong? Yeah, he went from HR and IT to becoming a property manager, I think. So, longtime Muslim, according to his bro, arrested for alcohol in 2020. No, he's I think he converted to Islam recently, is what people were saying. Not he wasn't Muslim. He wasn't Muslim initially. He had recently converted, is what people are saying.
FBI and ATF agents have secured that house, and that location is being searched for potential evidence. On New Year's morning, Jabbar opened fire after ramming through a blocked-off area of Bourbon Street, used his truck as a weapon to run over.
It's probably a one-sided relationship with ISIS. ISIS probably didn't process his membership. Okay, you're joking, but like, I mean, what is ISIS? What remains of ISIS at this point? Like low-key. But even with the Pulse shooter, the Pulse nightclub shooter, it was like a last ditch. He was also like, oh, I decided I'm ISIS now, right? But at least in that time frame, ISIS was still like a real organization. Didn't the Pulse nightclub shooter say he's ISIS too? Yeah, he pledged allegiance to ISIS. But that's like, again, that's 2016. That's when at least there was like, that is when there was at least like something to point to as far as like ISIS existence.
Over the victims. Teams of specially trained victim specialists, again, as I said, are on the ground.
Yeah, or the San Bernardino shooting as well. Like, what is ISIS now? What the hell?
Orleans, assisting survivors of the attack and loved ones of the deceased. We do not believe the public is in any danger around any of these locations. 3 phones linked to Jabbar have been recovered, and digital media exploitation is a priority to see what is on the devices and determine if there are any other potential leads. Additionally, we have recovered 2 laptops and are currently reviewing them for any potential leads. Those laptops were recovered at the Mandeville address.
Cheddar, is this guy your uncle or not? I don't understand. What the heck are you saying? Like, what is happening? Where's that chatter? I lost him. We have Muslim family, so I think he was on and off. Check log. Yes. Listen, please. Wait, what? Very normal. That's my unk, bro. Do you have any questions? Been declining all news people reaching out to me, but I talked to you. Wait, what? It's my uncle. I'm freaking out. He used to be super normal. My name is very Arabic and I'm not even Muslim, but I get the blowback. It is Hasan. It's my uncle. He's a divorced dad. No, there are Muslim family members. He got cut off by a bunch of family. Some fundamentalist Muslim family members. Wait, what? Okay. Yeah. I mean, do you want to be on the stream? But I do need to, this is unverifiable. Do not boost this person. Yeah, I mean, I would need to I would need you to send some info to at least the mods to verify that it's your uncle. How do you verify this? What do you mean? You can just like, if you can very easily verify it with like a photo or something. I can send you a pic of us privately. Yeah, can you send it to one of the mods? Or any of the mods around? That's crazy. This might not be the play. Hasi government will intervene if true. What are you talking about? Like we'll verify and then what are you saying? ISIS did the Russia attack, 130 plus dead, and then the Soleimani funeral explosions, 100 plus dead in the last year. Man, come on, it's still around. Brother, sister, or the emperor. You understand that, like, ISIS seemingly always is around when it comes to America's foreign adversaries. We're talking about, like, we're talking about any number. I mean, first of all, ISIS in and of itself is already a State Department invention to begin with. But having said that, at least during its peak, there were lone. Wait, what? This person said, "Great, you're now." Wait, hold on. This is really funny. This person literally said, "Great, now you're platforming terrorist nephews. Ethan's going to have a field day." Okay, dude, that's insane. I don't know who to send it to. Wait, are none of the mods around right now? I don't think any of the mods are around. Hold on. Oh, I'm here. Okay, can you send it to Anaphase? Is a joke most likely. Actually redirect this chatter to somewhere like drop site. They can verify it and get in print. It's right in their wheelhouse. Okay, reach out to Anaphase, bruh, babe. Or MHUD. Guys, this is not your opportunity to demand to be modded, okay? It's not going to happen. What are the chances it's real? Fairly high. But we'll verify first. The chatter's name is Bruh, BRUH, Babe 11. Okay. I think people forget that this is an entire arena, like a massive stadium full of people. So it's not that surprising that there's like at least 1 or 2 degrees of separation. I don't know why people... I don't know how people are confused when stuff like this happens. Okay. I guess like whisper to one another or something, or potentially reach out through Discord. I don't know. And then I'll have you on once they verify. Sorry, was having issues. Okay. Yes, one time I was watching the stream and I saw my boss. Yeah. It's because you don't have a stadium reverb on your mic? Fair. Okay. I got you. A block whispers from strangers by sending a whisper to Anaphase. You will allow them to whisper you for 48 hours. You can disable their access again in whisper settings. Message. How do you actually confirm this is not a bad faith phishing attempt to get you into some sort of manufacturer's scandal? I mean, it would have to be an unimaginably sophisticated campaign to be able to do such a thing. And also, why would it get me in trouble? We're literally verifying. Is the process of verifying that easy? Yes. Do you have Discord, bruh, babe? Anyway. You do not. Okay, that's fine. Wait, so you still can't use the Whispers product? I'm confused. All right, let's continue. While
Evidence technicians will also be going over the F-150 truck Jabbar was driving. As you know, we recovered an ISIS flag from the back of the vehicle. Jabbar declared his support for the terrorist group on social media, as I stated before, as he made his way to New Orleans. FBI bomb technicians also recovered 2 IEDs in coolers, one from the cross-section of Bourbon and...
Okay, yeah, email me. Verify your phone number and then whisper Anaphase or me. She says that it's not letting her like verify her phone number or something. It just like keeps asking to verify her phone number. If the chatter follows a mod's channel, then the mod can whisper them. Chatter has whispers disabled. She doesn't have Discord. So my suggestion is to follow Anaphase or Fizz on Twitch, and then you'll be able to, the mods will be able to whisper you.
Orleans Street, and the second at an intersection approximately 2 blocks away. There were multiple reports of other devices. Those reports turned out to be misinformation or not actual functioning devices. Those are the only 2 devices that we've been able to recover that were functional. Both devices were rendered safe on scene. We did obtain surveillance footage showing Jabbar placing the devices where they were found. Two other, as I said before, 2 other items of interest were determined not to be IEDs. A little bit about Jabbar.
Yeah, this is something that I did also call out yesterday before more information came out. that there was a likelihood that like the IEDs were potentially there was a likelihood that they could have been just like fireworks or something.
Jabbar himself was born in the United States and is a U.S. military veteran. We are looking in everything in his life. While we have
No, I don't even think it's a manufactured consent attempt. I don't even think like thinking that the shooter / driver worked with other people was necessarily a manufacturing consent attempt. I think in the heat of the moment, people actually end up getting things wrong. Part of the reason they just end up getting things wrong. It's normal. It's New Year's Eve. There are obviously like fireworks and things of that nature. There are explosive devices that are going to be around. All fireworks are, at the end of the day, explosive devices. It's you know, it's not. I don't think that they were trying to create this like cynical, sophisticated, you know, manufacturing consent campaign. What? Talking to a person potentially connected with her? Dude, what are you talking about? Do you think that like do you think when you're, okay, chatter, let's say your dad becomes like a psychopath and kills someone and you're like, how would that become a problem for you? Do you think that this is like genetically traced or something? Like a third uncle that you have doing a crime means that you're a criminal? Like, what are you talking about, dude? Is one of the most you're not in any way, shape, or form connected to this at all. You're just offering background information. You're offering background information in regards to the suspect.
Interviewed many people who know Jabbar. We still need to talk to others.
Yeah, like mainstream media interviewed every single one of Luigi Mangioni's like loved ones. And you're over here being like, well, I don't understand. Like,
others. Whether you know Jabbar personally, worked with him, served in the military, or saw him in New Orleans or Texas, we need to talk to you. You may not think you have relevant information, but what you know could tie in to one of our investigative leads. Specifically, we want to talk to anyone who was in the French Quarter on New Year's Eve or early on New Year's Day. That includes people spotted near one of the 2 IEDs on Bourbon Street. The IED was inside a cooler, and many people stopped and looked at the cooler and then continued on their way. Let's be clear, again, we do not believe at this point these people are involved in this incident in any way. We want to speak to them as witnesses and want to know what they saw and when.
by the way, that is also going to be a problem for them, especially after we saw the images of like random people getting arrested at their houses with the full might of the American military, basically. All of a sudden, it rings hollow when you say, oh, we won't do anything, we promise. Can you give us some information? When clearly they did treat a lot of people. They treated a lot of people like they were straight up involved.
I went down to the crime scene last night. It is very hard to put into words what it looked like and how difficult it was to see. Anyone with information can call us at 1-800-CALL-FBI or send digital tips to fbi.gov/Bourbon Street attack. Early this morning, evidence response teams finished their work at the crime scene. Bourbon Street has been turned over to the city of New Orleans. As you know, there's also an FBI investigation in Las Vegas. We are following up on all potential leads and not ruling everything out. However, At this point, there is no defense.
All right, I believe it. All right, bruh, babe. I'll have you on as on guest star. I'm gonna call you in on guest star right now. Show us? No, I'm not gonna show you. That's crazy. Do you want to be on? You don't want to be on camera, right? So we'll just hear you. I can't even see her in the chat because the chat is going crazy spamming. Hold on. Okay, I just sent you an invite, bruh, babe. I just sent you an invite to guest star. You need to accept it. And then you'll be able to talk. Hello? You're muted, by the way. Can you hear me? Hello? I feel like you're speaking, or at least you're hearing me, it seems, because every time I speak, your sound bubble pops up, which means I can't, you're on, but I can't hear you. Can you guys can't hear her either, right? Maybe their device doesn't have a mic. No, every device has a mic. What are you talking about? Okay. Check the input. Yeah, go chatter. Check your input. Like click on your settings and check your input output. Do you have them muted? No, I don't have them muted. The mic icon, not the speaker icon? What do you mean? My mic is off. But even when I speak, wait, what? Even when my mic is off, when I speak, it sounds like she's speaking. What? That's weird. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know what's going on. Oh, because probably my stream is open? Maybe? Is that the reason? Looks like she's using the line mic input and not her actual mic. Yeah, but even if it's picking up the stream sound, it wouldn't be so immediate. So there would be a delay. I think you have to maybe click on the microphone on the top here, like on the top left corner of your screen, and see if you give it permission. Like you're allowing Twitch to use. Or I'm gonna hang up and I'm gonna call you again. But tell me if you are using using a phone or a desktop. She's using her onboard sound as input on her microphone. Yeah, it might just be bugged. Let's see. Let's try again. I'm going to call again. I'm on my laptop. Okay, I'm calling again. I might have a privacy thing, potentially. Okay, I sent you another invite. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, you were muted and then you unmuted, but I still can't hear you. Oh, wait, I can hear you now. Hold on, I heard you for a second.
Mute something. Sorry, I hear everything.
Okay, you're low though, but I can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello. Now
There's a super long delay.
no, because you're probably hearing me from stream. You're not hearing me from. Here's the problem. You're hearing me from the stream. You're not hearing me from the actual. You're not hearing me from the actual, like, guest star feature. So you fixed your microphone, but I think you need to change your audio as well.
Then I'll listen to the call.
No. Here's what we're gonna do. You just need to. You need to also change your input on your. You need to change your input on your what do you call it? On your audio as well. And then mute the stream. Your output.
Okay.
Your input is working. We can hear you. You need to change your output. And then you'll be able to hear me in real time. Can you hear me? I'm going to keep talking to see if you can hear me eventually while you're changing your input and changing your output.
Yes, I can still hear you. I'm trying to find the settings on my laptop.
But you can't hear me in real time now. No. It's not
Actually,
necessarily.
I'm still listening to the stream. You have
Okay. And it's also not.
thing on the call. I don't know how to unmute you.
Okay. I'm thinking I guess you could download Discord as well. And then that would be much easier to do. If you could download in
I just unmuted.
Oh, wait, you did? Okay, perfect. Can you hear me
There
now?
you are. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. There it is. All right. So we have Bruh Babe here. What do you want me to call you? Not your, if you don't want to reveal your real name, that's fine.
Yeah, just username is fine.
Okay, we have Bruh Babe here. Bruh Babe is the niece of the NOLA attacker, and I wanted to hear a little bit more, whatever you want to reveal about the background of the person who you're related to.
Yes, so he is the brother of my dad, and my parents actually separated when I was really young, so I'm not super close to that side of the family, but we do share a name. When I would visit in the summers, super, super normal. Like, he was actually like the uncle that I would look forward to seeing.
Wait, hold on. Can you hear me?
For him and my dad and their other brother playing GTA, and he was the only one that would let me play with them. He was goofy, super sweet, and I never knew him to be anyone capable of doing something like this. Yes, GTA.
So the question I have is, we looked at the background of Jabbar extensively on the broadcast yesterday. I think you saw some of our coverage. The LinkedIn profile was revealed. It showed that like he extensively worked in the military. He served in Afghanistan. He toured in Afghanistan. He came back and he was doing IT work, I believe.
Yes.
For the military?
Yes.
Okay.
I knew him to be someone who knew a lot about like computers and kind of a nerd in that way.
Mm-hmm. And he also did some HR work as well.
Yes.
Okay, so there has got to be a point of divergence. So as far as his like background goes, he was, I believe, divorced once and then got remarried.
Yes.
Okay, so he was divorced once and he got remarried. Does he have kids?
Yes.
From the first wife or the second wife?
First.
Okay. And what is the so from the first wife he had kids. What is the extent of like what is his ethnic background? Because I'm a little confused. Is he like where is he from?
Yeah, that's part of what is kind of confusing about this because he obviously has a very ethnic name. Shamsuddin is what we would call him, and I very ethnic name as well. It's very yeah, and Jabbar, we share that. So does my dad and their other brother. However, I think one of them is actually one of my uncles is like a half brother. And their stepdad was the one who was Muslim. And he's the one who kind of named everyone. So I always kind of associated the family with Islam, but like no one practiced it.
Okay. Yeah, it seems
like everyone's super Christian in the family, but we have super Muslim names. But there are some Muslim family members. But like I've never seen anyone with a Quran. No one's ever gone to a mosque or whatever. So the religious aspect of it is a little weird for me too, being a frequent victim of Islamophobia. When I'm like, dude, I was raised Catholic. Like, it's just my name. I'm sure that's not helping.
So Shamsuddin was also he was not you're saying he was not raised Muslim.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, and not only to your knowledge, not only was he most likely not raised Muslim, but also there were some people. I believe that it was was he still with his second wife recently, or had
I do not believe so.
So he had also separated from his second wife. Okay, because his second wife, there were some people that reached out to the second wife, and the second wife's partner said something along the lines of like how he had actually exhibited weird behavior and that he had like recently converted to Islam.
Yeah, so that was probably around the time period where he started acting erratic, I guess. But I believe even at that time, it might have been at the very beginning, like when the family's mostly Christian and or agnostic, and then someone starts talking about the Quran, the other family members are kind of like, what the fuck? So I think that might have been the beginning impression of that. Like I don't think it was 0 to 100.
Okay.
I also know around this time, me and his daughter, because I don't talk to my dad either, just because he's a narcissist and annoying. But me and Shamsuddin's daughter had actually bonded about not talking to our dads at some point.
That's interesting. So he was also, but that his daughter from his first marriage. He didn't have children from his second marriage, right? Hello?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Sorry,
So,
it was buffering. Not that I know of.
okay, so you're talking to your cousin, Shamsuddin's daughter from his first marriage, and she's telling you that her father has started acting differently, acting strange, and this happened. Do you have an exact timeline, if you don't mind me
This was
asking?
probably honestly around 2020, I believe.
Oh, so he started talking. He started behaving differently in 2020. Was there like a pivotal moment in his life in this time frame? Is this after? Is this after the first? Like, was he married to a second wife at that point?
I believe it was after the second wife had separated.
Oh, okay.
I think your analysis of the narrative of him being a divorced dad and having all that stress and the money stress is the actual cause of the issues, and then you just needed some sort of like scapegoat, I guess, or some reason to be so drastic.
Yeah. So, I guess the question I have is like, what's interesting about it is that there are there's videos of Shamsuddin online from his real estate job, I believe as recent as like 2020 or 2021, or at least he has posts on Twitter as recently as 2021, where his social media footprint is not strange at all. It doesn't have any of the markers of like a person on the throes of radicalization. He just looks like a very competent, normal, if not somewhat kind individual, which is unique because when you compare it to like when you compare this to the Christmas market, the Christmas market attack, which was fairly similar to the NOLA attack, that person had an extensive social media footprint. Was a person who was in these right-wing circles. He had demonstrated militancy. He was saying a lot of radical things, but also saying a lot of insane things that weren't even like political in general. Oftentimes he said a lot of radical things in the political sphere, but you know, there was very clearly something wrong with him. Whereas Shamsuddin did not demonstrate any of that, at least on his social media. But you're saying that as early as 2020, there was a little bit of a separation, and there was an attitude change from him after the separation of his second marriage.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you again now.
Okay.
I had a connection error. I still have the
Yeah, it's cutting in and out, but it's okay. So you're saying that I'm going to repeat the question. You're saying that there was, in spite of the lack of like oddities or weirdness on his social media profiles, he started acting strange, at least with his family, around the time of his separation in his second marriage.
Yes, and I'd clarify of like bonding with me and his daughter over not talking to our dads was kind of more like similar issues, like normal issues, not he was acting so weird and so extreme that he was saying all this outlandish stuff and that's why she wasn't talking to him, but so just my dad's being a dick or he's being annoying, more like that.
Okay. All right, that makes sense.
So I think as far as like a point of radicalization, I think that was very recent.
Okay. So it seems like he became more maybe he became more isolated. Do you know when the last time your cousin talked to her dad?
I am not sure.
Okay. When was the last time you talked to him or saw him or heard of him at all?
Well, actually, I don't know if it's revealing too much about myself, but I'm also in real estate. So he kind of helped me with the licensing process and where to go and how to pay your dues and all that sort of stuff. So
When was that, if you don't mind me asking?
around 2020 as well.
Oh, okay. And he
And
didn't
nothing odd.
and he didn't seem odd at all when you last talked to him.
Not at all.
Okay. I mean, 5 years is a very long time for a lot
Yeah.
of things to change, especially because like there's the COVID lockdowns and whatnot and the isolation that came, the isolation that happened. A lot of people dramatically changed their lives during that time frame. So that's somewhat understandable. But overall, you're saying that he was, at least when you were growing up, his profile was of a kind man.
Very, very much so.
With no indications that he might have. I mean, you're not a healthcare specialist, obviously, so this is not a professional estimation, but no indications like he wasn't. Did he ever talk about like having PTSD or anything like that?
Never. I think the Afghanistan tour has been brought up a few times, but I don't believe he was like combat. And I think even after, yeah, because it was when he came back from that and some time had passed that he got into the real estate and property management stuff.
Did he ever talk about his experience at Fort Bragg at all, or no?
No,
Okay.
not to me at least.
I hope. I mean, how's your family doing? I know this is a weird question to ask, but you know, this is.
I'm doing okay. I obviously had to speak with the FBI earlier. But like I said, my parents separated when I was young, so I'm not super close with that side of the family, but I am close with my grandma, who's his mom, and his daughters. So it's more my personal pain right now is knowing that they're going through that and they might never, well, they can't even rest, right? Because it's 24/7 news. There's no like getting away from it and processing it on your own. Just knowing that they're going through that. And then I also have, as I'm on a live Twitch chat, like security concerns as far as possible like Islamophobic blowback, especially when I don't believe that that was the main component of this attack.
Yeah. Some of the reports on this. Some of the reports on this from CNN, which I'm sure you've probably seen, has shown that he had recorded himself and he had posted on his Facebook. I don't know if you saw those Facebook posts or not. I don't know if you have Facebook still, but it seems that he was posting videos of himself, especially on his way to New Orleans from Texas, where he talked about. I'm sorry to bring this up. And this is a little heavy, but rounding up his family and potentially killing them, but then chose to join the Islamic State, ISIS, and he had also printed out an ISIS flag, which he hung upside down. This is like, was there like I feel like if that was the if that was something that was on his mind, it seems like it would be something that he would have at least like not revealed to his family, his immediate family members, but at the very least, like they would have gotten an indication that he was clearly mentally unwell to that degree.
I think he was sort of
Wait, you're cutting out. Can you hear me? I think there's connection issues. Can you hear me now?
yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't hear anything from your answer, but you heard my question, right?
Yes, that you would expect some signs. As far as I know, he could have been self-isolating leading up to the event. Um, I would expect my relatives that I do talk to, like my grandma, who's his mom, to tell me of.
Tell you of what? Hello? I lost you again. Can you hear me
'Cause we
now?
weren't,
Oh yeah. So hold on. Sorry,
Yes.
you got cut out until you said talking to his mother, your grandmother.
Yes, I would have expected her to clue me in on that because I don't live with them. So he very well could have been showing signs, and I don't think he lived with her. So as he continuously self isolated, it could have gotten worse and worse. But if he was, showing signs of something so grave as that, that I would expect to be told about that.
Yeah. So there was some talks about his trips to Egypt and whatnot. Do you have any idea on that? I mean, or was it just for fun?
I do not have an idea of that. I am inclined to believe that they were just for fun. I think
Yeah.
one anchor said that I wouldn't be surprised if his trip to Canada had more influence on him than his trip to Egypt. Um,
Yeah.
and I'm likened to believe the same.
Yeah. So there was that, and then the other question was about financial troubles. At
Mhm.
what point did his financial troubles start, to the best of your knowledge?
Um, there, it could have been shortly after the first divorce, when like child support became an issue. That's kind
Mhm.
of a trend in the family, unfortunately.
Okay. And then there's like a potential for piling on, and then the second divorce as well.
And I know when he became a realtor, he was also a property manager, and he was actually reaching out to me to see if I wanted to work with him in some capacity because he knew I was getting my real estate license. Um, so he was looking into me doing like some sort of administrative stuff and training me to like write articles for like blog posts and stuff. Um, but at that time, which is around 2020, um, I get the impression that he was sort of diving into real estate as an agent, but also as a property manager, while also trying to like have side hustles, like trying a lot of different things at once, and failures from multiple of those could have piled on.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, thank you so much, bro, babe. Is there anything else that I haven't asked that you wanna bring forward?
No, just that he was, a super normal guy. He was
Yeah.
a super sweet, and like none of us expected this.
Yeah, it seems. I mean, even like I said, his social media profile, or like the information that we saw of him from now deleted, YouTube posts and things of that nature, did not show did not show the usual trajectory. But they might have been, they might have been a couple of years in the past. So at that point, it's just
I
like,
always had the impression of him being from my dad and his siblings. I always had the impression.
wait, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? I lost you again. Can you hear me? Oh, wait, you're back. Okay, I can hear you now. You said I don't what do we leave it at, chat?
I was saying my impression of him
Yeah.
was that he was always like the put together one, the one who kind of went for different professional endeavors, always dressed nice, always goofy, always super sweet. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
a little surreal.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much
A lot
for coming on.
Of course.
I hope things look better for you.
We're trying. But thank you.
All right. Bye.
All right. Bye.
That was Bruh Babe 11, the niece of the NOLA attacker. Shamsuddin Jabbar. And yes, before you ask, we did verify ahead of time. How was it verified that she was related to him? I'm curious and nosy. Sorry. Don't worry about it. What do you mean? She sent us photos of them together. Yeah, immediately as soon as we pull out, as soon as we get out of emote only mode, people immediately get annoying. Yeah, family photos. It's crazy to think he'd live down the street from me, 5 minutes away. Yeah. He was not a Trump supporter to my knowledge, by the way. Oh, that's a good. Thank you for that. I forgot to ask that. Yeah, we should just do permanent emote mode only. I tuned in a little late. What did she suspect was the reason he got radicalized, or was he just normal and crashed out suddenly? The suspicion is, again, none of us are professionals, but the suspicion is that it was the financial complications that came from the first divorce with like child payments and whatnot, and then the second separation from his second wife. The second separation from his second wife was like the seemingly trigger point that, like around 2020 when he had his second separation. That's when he started not behaving in like an erratic manner or anything. But basically, it seems like there was a point of isolation. What is this? Greenville Co., South Carolina. Situation unfolding in Greenland Co., South Carolina that closed I-85. Sources tell me it involves an 18-wheeler driver apparently pulled over and stated he has a bomb. Multiple agency incident. That is insane. This is near Whitehorse Road. Update. Exits are blocked and traffic is back for miles. Sources tell me state transport police pulled over the 18-wheeler. That's when he stated he had a bomb. Jesus Christ, dude. What is happening this year? What is going on this year? All right, we're gonna get back to the NOLA attack.
Tentative link between the attack here in New Orleans and the one in Las Vegas.
Just the
and again,
second
I'll
day,
preface,
dude.
as I close, I'll preface everything with what I started with in the beginning, which was this is very early in an investigation like this. Again, our thoughts and prayers are with the victims of this tragedy and everyone impacted across the country. They remain at the heart of our investigation. I also, although I've only been on the ground here a short time, I also want to express a sincere appreciation for our partners here, which include the U.S. Attorney's Office, HSI, ATF, the New Orleans PD, the Louisiana State Police, the Governor's Office, and countless others.
And on our breaking news out of New Orleans now, the FBI says it believes the Army veteran from Texas who intentionally rammed a truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street acted alone. They say 3 phones and 2 laptops linked to the driver have been found, and that FBI bomb technicians recovered 2 improvised explosive devices in the Bourbon Street area. And this is coming as we're getting some new surveillance video of the attack. It shows a harrowing moment here. Just before you see there are people barely getting out of the way of the truck. It's unbelievable, and so thankful that they were able to get out of the way as that truck sped through the French Quarter. CNN anchor Anderson Cooper is live on the scene in New Orleans. Anderson, what more details are you learning at this hour?
Yeah, well, we have CNN has exclusively obtained actually video of the terror attacker. This I want to show you. This is taken from a doorbell cam of on a street where the attacker, you see there off to the right with the vehicle that he used in the attack. That is him arriving at and entering an Airbnb that he had rented about 2 miles from the Bourbon Street location. Where he, according to law enforcement, conducted this terror attack. That is the vehicle that we know came. He was rented in Houston. He rented it on December 30th. The FBI said today at a press conference they had several hours ago. He then drove it New Year's Eve, and while driving made about 5 videos in which he spoke to camera, according to the FBI. They recounted a little bit about what he said. He said that he had, they were showing the timeline. He rented the truck, drove it to Houston between 1 and 2 a.m. He's seen now on videos planting explosive devices. 2 explosive devices, according to the FBI, were found about in the area of the French Quarter. That initially they had thought maybe other people had planted. They have confirmed today. They said at this point they believe no one else was involved in the attack here in Bourbon Street on the ground, actually planting those explosives.
If he actually had complicated IEDs, if he had like genuine like improvised explosive devices, I mean that kind of stuff you can kind of figure out on your own, but that also, I think, lends a little bit more credence to the ISIS point, because like you can figure that out on your own as well. But I feel like that is something that I suspect that is something that they give you in the fucking ISIS radicalization manual. You know what I mean? I don't think there is a potential link between the two attacks, even though it is weird as fuck. Okay, here is KPRC2 has obtained footage of Shamsuddin Jabbar's home following the deadly attack. Why are they zooming in on the Quran? His home in Northwest Harris County features a book collection which includes texts like the Quran and Bible and works on Islamic finance. We're still living in fucking a Homeland episode, chat. Yes, Islamic finance is a real thing because usury is a sin in Islam. I believe technically usury is a sin even in Christianity too, but I feel like nobody really cares about that. Also, there's zakat too. Yeah, the office style zoom here is doing a lot of work. Damn, my chicken is light today. They cooked me. Only 13 ounces, 13.5 ounces today. That's crazy. That's crazy. Normally it's supposed to be, yeah, that's a big L I'm taking on the protein intake for lunch. Yesterday was 17 ounces. Brand inflation has hit the chicken. Do you weigh your chicken? Yes, I do.
Of devices, they were both those devices were found and detonated safely. That is a picture of the actual vehicle, and you see it. It's the same vehicle that's in that security camera. This is after the attack. What you're not seeing there is that there's actually a person on the right-hand side, lower right-hand side of the screen, which we're not showing, a person who was injured, and you know, we are still now learning a lot more about those whose lives were lost, about the people who were wounded. 14 people now confirmed dead, as many as 35 sustained injuries. A number of them are still in the hospital. I want to play some of, let you hear from the FBI agent in charge of this operation, some of what they have found from the phones and laptops that they have obtained.
Hundreds of interviews that we've conducted so far, the social media review that we've done of his accounts, by my count now, the 5 devices we have, the 3 cell phones and the 2 laptops, been able to initially triage or go through that, and there is just nothing to indicate through call records, through anything on those devices, through interviews, through anything in our systems that he was aided in this attack by anybody. And again, I have to caveat, like the governor said, this is 24 hours into it, and that could change.
So that was the press conference the FBI gave about 2 hours ago or so. They are still eager for any information that anybody has out there about this person. They are trying to build a timeline of the radicalization of this person, the disintegration of this person. According to family members, he had started to be erratic. And according to the FBI, Brianna, he had pledged allegiance or joined to, if one can actually join in some physical way, ISIS, or at least pledged allegiance earlier before the summer.
And Anderson, what a different scene behind you now. I'm just struck by that. There are so many people. There's just the din of the French Quarter with the reopening.
Yeah, it's interesting. About an hour ago, an hour and a half ago, a first-line band came down the street with city officials playing music. We ran out and watched it. It was actually a very moving scene, this extraordinary band playing music. The officials in the city wanted first to open Bourbon Street to religious leaders. So they've also had a lot of preachers here doing prayer circles. We've seen saying prayers and also music, which obviously is such a key part of New Orleans. Then they closed the street down a little bit. It's all cleaned up. And now they've opened it to the public. And as you see, it's not obviously incredibly crowded, but there are dozens and dozens of people wandering, walking up and down, just wanting to come here. Businesses have opened, the bars have opened. There's some music playing in a couple bars down the street. The frozen drinks that are like purple and pink, they are in the slushy machines going around. So it is very important for city officials. I talked to the superintendent of police just a short time ago. We ran into her on the street to get this street back up and running, not from a business standpoint so much as just a statement about this city and the spirit of this city and the desire to have the city not be, on bended knee. This city has gone through so much with Katrina. I was here, it's crazy, Brianna, I was here almost 20 years ago when Bourbon Street first reopened after Hurricane Katrina. I remember it. City officials walked down the street, making it the official opening of it. And I remember the first bar that opened. So it's very strange to be back here 19 years later and see Bourbon Street once again reopening after a tragedy.
Yeah, wanting to come back from a tragedy. And we heard that from people at the Superdome as they're getting ready for the Sugar Bowl. They don't want to let terrorism win here. They're dedicated to showing up for the game as well. Anderson, thank you so much for sharing that with us. We do appreciate it. Live there in the French Quarter.
Give me a call. I'm glad to help anytime, and I'm looking forward to talking to you.
Once drumming up business as an estate agent, now suspected of driving terror through New Orleans with an Islamic State flag on his truck. Shot dead at the scene, 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar is the focus of a massive FBI investigation. A US citizen, born and raised in Texas, Jabbar served in the army from 2007, working in HR and IT and deploying to Afghanistan. He became a reservist in 2015 and that same year went to university, complaining in an interview about the challenges of life as a veteran. Discharged from reserve service in 2020, Jabbar presented himself as an estate agent and also worked for the global consultancy Deloitte. He showed an interest in weapons, selling them online and writing in a social media post from 2021, "It's a shoot the guns type of morning." Jabbar had at least 3 prior arrests, all misdemeanors, including theft. He'd also married twice, divorcing in 2012 and 2022, and is thought to have 3 children. Then, in the early hours of New Year's Day, he drove this white rental truck into crowds of pedestrians.
The vehicle is about to go into Bourbon Street.
A security expert points out how Jabbar steered the vehicle around a police car.
Clearly, he's probably done some reconnaissance beforehand.
He says planting an Islamic State flag on the truck was the attacker's way of pledging allegiance to the group.
Well, it's an important reminder for all of us that ISIS hasn't disappeared, it hasn't dissipated. It may not necessarily control swathes of territory in Iraq and Syria like it used to, but it still infects the minds of young, impressionable people around the world.
Turning a vehicle into a weapon is a tactic seen before in attack.
Bro was 42. What do you mean, young, impressionable mind? It's interesting because I'm not even hearing from otherwise like Islamophobic people all that much. They're like, yeah, this looks like a psyop or something. Like, even there are a couple Islamophobic people that have come in here and been like, this is how Muslims are. That's why we have to deport them all or whatever. Mostly European style right wingers. But like, that's how they speak about your community too? What?
Linked to Islamic State, such as in London in 2017, as well as in the French city of Nice a year earlier. Security officials across the world, including here in the UK, have long been warning about the persistent danger of Islamic terrorism. Just last October, Ken McCullum, the head of MI5, said the terrorist trend that concerns him most is the worsening threat from Al-Qaeda and in particular from Islamic State. Hunting for clues, the FBI says Jabbar posted 5 videos on social media before launching.
Bro, the country that they're reporting this from literally had pogroms after the Labor government took power. There was literally a pogrom that took place. Like, what do you mean? That wasn't that long ago.
His rampage, claiming to support Islamic State. Officers for now believe he acted alone, but they'll surely be sifting through his contacts and communications to find out why, and if there's any hidden evidence of direction or even support from the terrorist group. Deborah Haynes, Sky News.
I mean, if he made improvised explosive devices, like I said.
Joining us now is Chris Poisson. He went to school with the suspect from.
That actually somewhat fits that bill of like a ISIS lone wolf attacker. So who knows?
The New Orleans attack. Chris, thank you for being with us. Just tell us a little bit about your experience with Shams Sadine. You called him Sham in middle school and high school, is that right?
Right, yeah. Shams Sadine, his friends called him Sham.
Okay, so you went to middle school and high school with him. When he went off to the Army, you went off to the Air Force, and I know you kind of lost touch. But then you'd gotten back in touch a few years ago on social media. Tell us first what he was like in middle school and high school.
Back then, he was really reserved. He kept to himself. He didn't say too much. He was very smart, very good in school. He wasn't like a troublemaker or anything like that. He was just he was the model student really. We met in 8th grade, and then we just happened to move to the same town in 9th grade. Went to the same high school. So our friendship just continued on until high school, until he joined the Army, and like you said, I joined the Air Force.
So when you touched base with him a few years back on social media, I think it was 5 or so years ago, and got back in touch with him, what were those exchanges like, and had he changed?
Well, yeah, we had lost touch because whenever we graduated, social media wasn't a thing yet. So whenever Facebook came along, we reconnected, and then we kept in touch for several years, actually. Through Facebook, just messaging back and forth, just checking on one another. And then up until the last, few times I had spoke with him, he had become really, enthralled in his faith. And pretty much every conversation we had or post that he was making at that time, in some way, shape, or form, it all, resorted back to his Muslim faith.
Okay, so he talked a lot about Islam. Did you get the sense he was radicalized? Or I understand you are.
Okay, I don't know if that makes sense, because since we just interviewed an immediate family member and she said that, first of all, This man says his faith. The dude wasn't even Muslim. Okay? And there isn't even any media reporting that says that he was Muslim from the start. All the media reporting on the matter says he converted to Islam recently. But maybe he's talking about his recent posts. But also, even then, if he was connected to him, if he was talking to him like maybe as recently as like a couple months ago, then that's different. But if he was talking to him 4 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't think that he was he had converted to Islam at that point.
Are a Christian and you were talking with him about religion. Were you having, respectful exchanges?
It was very respectful, and it wasn't anything like he was upset or mad at anybody. Every post and every conversation I ever had with him, he was never mad at anything. He never talked about overthrowing the government or being mad at a particular race or religion or anything like that. He was always very respectful and very positive. His message that I got from him after every conversation was that he was very positive. And it's just that
when he said they recently reconnected, he meant 5 years ago. Five years is recent to men, chatters? No, it's not a men thing. If anything, it's an old person thing. Older. I think it's wild that we're also memory holding the fact that Donald Trump immediately said this was an illegal immigrant doing the crime.
what happened yesterday just came by complete surprise. I never would have seen this coming.
Yeah, you were shocked. And we've learned from our reporting that I think since about that time you would have re-engaged with him on social media. He has been suffering financial problems. He has obviously his family, his place in his family has certainly fallen apart. Did you talk to him about any of that?
No, we didn't get that deep into it. Whenever we had messaged each other back and forth, it was just more so checking on one another. Because like I said, we met in middle school back in 1996.
I don't get it. So they talked about religion, but they didn't talk about like his immediate family troubles? That doesn't make any sense.
Whenever we did talk, it was just, how are you doing? How are things, on your neck in your neck of the woods, and just, keeping it pretty superficial. We never got into anything really deep, with family issues or anything like that. So
what is going on? Hey, yo, my boy HasanAbi finger in the corner. What is happening? Why are people talking about this? This is like the fourth or fifth chatter that's brought this up. Did something go viral again?
I didn't know we had any of that stuff going on, until the news report started coming out after the fact, since yesterday.
So, you were shocked by this, and you also have an interesting perspective because you have a military background. You served in an anti-terrorism unit. He served during this period of time where obviously we see the threats that the U.S. was confronting after 9/11, and then seeing him then say that he is swearing allegiance to ISIS. What do you think of that?
Complete disbelief, utter shock. One of our classmates actually messaged me yesterday morning and asked me if I had seen the news, because that's when they had identified Sham in the attacks, and I told him, I don't believe that. That's probably just false reporting, a mistaken
Fake
identity.
news.
And the more I looked into it, more credible reports started coming in, and it was him. And he never gave any tips or clues to me personally, whenever I was speaking with him, that he was on the verge of doing something like this. It's just tragic, and I never saw this coming.
What questions do you have about how he made this change and went from the person that you knew to the person who committed this horrible act?
Well, the questions that I have really is just more so from the reports that, you guys have been putting out there since the attacks. I've learned, which while I was on hold, that he's acted alone. I didn't know that was a thing until just recently. And I learned that he had bomb-making materials or bombs inside of his vehicle. And the thing that I don't understand is if he went through if he went through all the trouble to have the bombs made, put them in his vehicle, load them up, and drive to New Orleans, why would he use his vehicle as a weapon and not even attempt to place the bombs or set them off or whatever? It's almost as if he didn't want to use them. I don't know. I'm not in his head, so I can't speak for him. A lot of it just doesn't make sense to me. It's hard to wrap my head around it.
Yeah, as we understand it at this point, it may have been that police confronted him before he carried out the totality of the attack that he had planned. But again, Chris, there's so much we don't know. You have questions, we have questions. The police are tracking those down. FBI is tracking those down. Chris, thanks for being with us. I can't imagine what it's like to be in your position, but we appreciate.
Charles, calm down. You have no idea what it's like to be in the mindset of someone who just witnessed a dude that they know personally that they grew up with doing a fucking heinous act like this. I don't know who this man is. Sorry to this man. I think Islam is just one of those things that you mention once and everyone perceives it as constant and extreme. Yeah.
The suspect's brother speaking out about the attack, telling the New York Times, quote, "As far as I know, he was a Muslim for most of his life."
Wait, what? Chatter, your dad said this?
What he did does not represent Islam. This is more some type of radicalization, not religion.
Rabbi Lightstone served as the senior advisor to Donald Trump's ambassador to Israel.
Could be the third brother. Not my dad, another uncle.
And he joins us now. Rabbi, thank you so much for getting up with us this morning. You know, as Todd just said, the suspect said it was more of radicalization than religion. What are your thoughts on all of this?
Yeah, no, I think that's 100% correct. This is not the religion of Islam. What this is a religion of radicalization. And what's come about is the ability to convince or to try to blame others for your circumstance. And that manifests itself in, unfortunately, this terrible terror attack. And more than anything else, my hearts and prayers out to all of the victims and all of the people of New Orleans today.
So what can we be doing differently to tamp down on this kind of radicalization? What should we be doing?
All right. It's interesting because, one, they brought a rabbi to talk about it, but also the rabbi kind of spit. Like he kind of cooked there. He was like, yeah, this has nothing to do with like religion. And people just like bringing it back to people blaming religion. So I got hit with a left-right combo there. At first I was like, what the fuck? But we'll see. Not what he was going for. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. We'll see.
Doing to make sure that this does not become the new normal going forward.
That's exactly the correct question. This protest that happened in Times Square, that happened within hours after this person with an ice.
God damn. Okay, bro. Oh my God, bro said, yeah, the fucking pro-Palestinian demonstrators, they're doing basically what this guy is doing.
ISIS flag committing a terror attack has gone on, frankly, for 16 months. After Israel was attacked on October 7th, on October 8th, on all of our campuses and all of our main cities, there were protests not against.
Dude, people who are pro-Israel are so funny. I'm sorry. There's no way to take this shit seriously, bro. You were brought on to talk about a fucking heinous attack. Okay? And instantly you bring it back to campus protests. You are a deeply unserious person. You know, this horrifying terror attack that killed 14 people, 14 innocent people on New Year's Eve. You know what it reminds me of? Non-binary college students on Columbia campus saying Israel is an apartheid state. Are you fucking insane? How are those two things even remotely in the same territory? What a fucking psychotic, like, hyperfixation, dude. It's like those memes about future text messages, you know, like text messages from future, like everything comes back to just like how college campus protesters and how scary they are. Like, that's an insane thing to say. You know who the real victims are? Me and my personal feelings about college campus protesters saying correct things, like objectively correct things. Yeah, one of the victims was Palestinian American Kareem Badawi. 18-year-old Palestinian youth killed in Bourbon Street in New Orleans, was a talented athlete, beloved Baton Rouge community member, and he had just finished his first semester of college.
Against terror, but in favor of terror. And the White House just sat there and said, well, they have a point. And what we need is leadership that says they don't have a point. There is no room for terror. There is no room for radicalization.
Right, but how do we stop this? I mean, we keep seeing it happen over and over and over. It is becoming the norm, whether people want to believe that or not. What do we have to do? What does the government have to do? And really, what does the incoming administration need to do to stop this?
I think two different things. Number one is it does start at home. I think we need to check on our brothers. We need to check on our sisters. We need to check on our children and to make sure that they're being raised with the correct moral and values that they can be. We need to check on our veterans and to make sure that they're being taken care of appropriately. But at the end of the day, we elect leaders in order to lead. And when leaders look both ways at terrorists and at victims and say, they both have a point over here, that's not leadership. So this is actually something pretty simple to fix because most Americans know the difference in between.
Yeah, Biden, it was crazy when Biden came out and was like, you know, the NOLA attacker had a point. That is the takeaway here. Obviously, he's talking about pro-Palestinian protesters and lying and claiming that the Biden administration or Kamala Harris was even remotely empathetic to their plight. They were not. What a fucking insane situation. Ironic to be on Fox News saying this because there was one time when there were real Nazis on one side. And there was a president that said both sides are very fine people. Oh, that's right. That was Charlottesville. And the president was Donald Trump.
Between good and evil. Every American that I know knows who the bad guy in this video is and know who the good guys are, the people who ran to stop him. That needs to be said clearly from all leaders, and it needs, frankly, to be said from parents to their kids as well.
Yeah, you make a good point. There is a massive morale issue right now in the world, in the United States. I do fully agree with that. Rabbi Lightstone, thank you so much.
I do apologize. We had a very busy schedule the last over from New Year's Day on, dealing with two crises, one in Louisiana and one in Las Vegas. And I've assembled the entire defense and intelligence apparatus of the country in the Situation Room, and we've been spending a lot of time there. But I'm going to take another 2 minutes to talk a little bit about that and then go on to what we're here for. I want to give an update on the investigations into yesterday's terrorist attacks in New Orleans and the truck explosion in Las Vegas. I've just come from the meeting, not just to spend, while we prepare these remarks, better part of an hour, from my Homeland Security team. The number of people killed in New Orleans has risen to 15, including the attacker. 35 people were injured. Today, the FBI briefed me that as of now, we have no information that anyone else is involved in the attack. They've established that the attacker was the same person who planted the explosives in those ice coolers in two nearby locations in the French Quarter just a few hours before he rammed into the crowd with his vehicle. They assessed he had a remote detonator in his vehicle to set off those two ice chests. So there's no question that, remember all the talk about other people were involved, placed in, they have him, they have established he's there, and even established that he had a detonator to explode those ice chests. As I said yesterday, the attacker posted several videos just several hours before the attack, indicating his strong support for ISIS. Federal law enforcement and the intelligence community are actively investigating any foreign or domestic contacts and connections that could possibly be relevant to the attack. And so we're also continuing to investigate whether or not there's any connection between the New Orleans attack and the explosion in Las Vegas. As of now, they've just been briefed. They have not found any evidence of such a connection thus far. I've directed them to keep looking. The individual who rented the truck that exploded in Las Vegas also served as active duty U.S. Army. And the FBI is working with the Department of Defense on investigating, including the service members' possible motives and all those he worked with, who served with him, what things he'd say and do. I directed my team to accelerate these investigations so we have answers to our unanswered questions. They're making every single resource available to get the job done. And we're going to share the facts as soon as I learn them so the American public doesn't have to wonder. In the meantime, like I said last night, New Orleans is a city of tremendous spirit. You can't keep it down. You really can't. And we're seeing that today. The Sugar Bowl is back on. Kickoff is going to take off very short.
Bro, babe, grandma confirms he became significantly more Muslim 3 years ago, post-second divorce. He was the type of person to tell her mom, you shouldn't speak negatively of people when they're not present to defend themselves. So significantly more Muslim, what does that mean, though? Does that mean that he was already Muslim? He had converted already? She doesn't believe ISIS stuff either, though.
Shortly, if I don't get this damn thing done, we're going to be in real trouble. And the FBI has handed control of Bourbon Street back to local officials. Security of the area has been reinforced, and they should be open for business later today, the Bourbon Street. People in New Orleans are sending an unmistakable message. They will not let this attack or the attackers' deluded ideology overcome us. None of us should fear that he'll overcome us. We're going to continue to relentlessly pursue ISIS and other terrorist organizations where they are, and they'll find no safe harbor here. I'll continue to provide updates in New Orleans and Las Vegas as the facts develop. Now to the business at hand.
Mr. Maurer, thank you for joining us this morning. We want to show this photo you posted with your wife right before this attack. Just explain what you experienced when you knew something was going wrong.
We've been enjoying the evening, very nice atmosphere. People were having a good time, and first heard these bangs and tires squealing, and looked and saw this truck start to accelerate at a high rate of speed. My wife and I were walking down the middle of the street and saw it. We were on Bourbon, about a block away from Canal, where the attack happened, and so saw it from the beginning, heard it, and were able to essentially jump out of the way off the roadway, and so the truck did miss us by just a few seconds and a few feet.
So he was coming right toward you.
We were in the middle of the street. The truck was coming right towards us, but luckily we did see it and hear it quickly enough to get ourselves out of the street. But unfortunately, right in front of us, several others did not.
Oh, that must have been so horrific to watch in those moments. You were walking right down the middle of the street. So what type of barricades were there, if any?
Yeah, the street was closed off. They had, in different parts, some just small wooden barricades, other places, as they said, police cars blocking off intersections. There didn't appear to be a lot of heavy metal barricades or anything like that. But it did seem pretty well clear. The roads were closed to people who were trying to just drive by, but in this case, no hard barricade or object to stop the truck from driving through.
Unfortunately, we've seen these kind of attacks before. Did you know right away it was intentional?
I could, based on the way the truck was driving, I understood that it was intentional very quickly. I just heard recently about the other attacks, similar car attacks. And so I was pretty clear, and then heard the shooting begin shortly thereafter. And so it was pretty clear in my mind what had happened here from the very beginning. And so I was, we were taking cover while the shooting was happening, but didn't want to just assume everything was all clear just because the shooting had stopped.
Well, we are glad you and your wife are both okay. Thank you for sharing your story with us this morning.
More now about the victims of the deadly New Orleans terror attack. Trevor Alt is live at a hospital in New Orleans where some of the injured are being treated right now. Good morning, Trevor.
Good morning, Gio. It's especially gut-wrenching for this attack to happen on New Year's Day when people are so hopeful for the future, their plans and their goals. And this morning, we are learning heartbreaking new details about the many people killed, what they had been planning for the new year, and the remarkable ways they had spent the years before.
This morning, family, friends, and loved ones left in shock after the horrific attack in the heart of the French Quarter.
Parents got a phone call early this morning, that no parent ever wants to receive. And some people did not come home safe.
Kareem Badawi and 21-year-old Hubert Guthrow among the 15 dead.
His beautiful face, his laugh, I love you, Mom. He was just a wonderful son.
Kathy and Louis Tendorio lost their 25-year-old son, Matthew.
Ask any of his friends.
He really was.
Generous, loving
I'm
person.
Still in shock, honestly. And as time goes by, I'll see something that reminds me of him and I'll break down.
That's
I know
so
that's
fucking
gonna
sad,
happen.
dude.
Probably for the rest of my life.
18-year-old Nakira Dodo from Gulfport, Mississippi, was set to start nursing school this month. She died while out with friends. Nicole Perez, a 27-year-old single mother to a 4-year-old little boy, was also killed while out for the new year.
She was a great mother. She was allowed to bring her son into the office when he didn't have school. And so she was helping him learn to read.
28-year-old former Princeton football player Tiger Beck was also killed. He was visiting Louisiana for a long weekend of fishing with some college friends and went to Bourbon Street to celebrate. Dozens more left injured, including 51-year-old Jeremy Sensky, thrown from his wheelchair during the attack. The chair seen crushed next to the suspect's truck. Sensky narrowly avoiding gunfire as he lay on the ground.
That is... Okay, that's incredible that the dude survived it. God damn, dude. That's wild. There's a Greenville Highway bomb, the Greenville Highway bomb threat live stream as well. Okay, that's not showing anything right now.
I was really confused. I was like, is that a motorcycle?
Annika and Paul were staying in the hotel above the attack.
That's a mechanical wheelchair. And then I saw the body laying in the gutter right next to it. He was given care, but he was also just left to himself because he was alive. And it was heart-wrenching to watch this man who couldn't help himself.
Sensky is now being treated at a local hospital.
And we have also learned that one of the many people in critical condition currently in the hospital is a student at the University of Georgia, one of so many students in town here for the Sugar Bowl, George.
Hot gumbo.
Bourbon Street back in business.
Hot jambalaya.
14 flowers remembered 14 victims. So did patrons in prayer. Supporters in town for a college football game did it their way.
Terrorism is not going to stop us from living.
Metal wedges are now on pavements that a terrorist used to steer around temporary barricades. 36 hours on, 36 hours too late. Newly released camera footage.
Damn, dude. My man said 36 hours on, 36 hours too late. It's crazy when they start getting poetic with this news coverage. You know what I mean? Calm down, man. I think Bro Babe had more info. So as far as I know, mom is Christian and he was raised by her. Dad was Muslim. Islam has always been kind of in the background, but not overtly. 3 years ago, I guess he got stricter and held himself to high standards, if that makes sense. Like going from a Christian who doesn't go to church to becoming a nun.
Shows a fresh angle on the incident as it unfolded, the chaos and the carnage. The FBI's latest assessment is that the attacker Shamsuddin Jabbar acted alone and that there was no connection between the New Orleans attack and an exploding Tesla Cybertruck in Las Vegas. They told how he posted videos to social media on his way to commit murder and spoke of his support for ISIS.
In the first video, Jabbar explains he originally planned to harm his family and friends, but was concerned the news headlines would not focus on the, quote, war between the believers and the disbelievers, end quote.
They'd worked overnight to clear Bourbon Street, where a terrorist murder ended when he crashed into a crane and was shot dead. Questions persist about the security measures that failed to prevent mass murder. Questions we put to the New Orleans police chief. Madam, do you acknowledge that you let the victims down by not having an appropriate security plan?
Oh, that's not the correct. That's not correct. We would disagree with that. We had a
plan that allowed an attacker to drive into a crowd.
And I take exception to that, and I do not agree with that.
It has to be a failure.
We do know that people have lost their lives. But if you're experienced with terrorism, you would not be asking that question.
Well, with respect, experience of terrorism surely requires appropriate security protection. We are learning more about the victims, people who'd come to party in the center of New Orleans and crossed a terrorist path.
The last thing that we ever said to each other, he told me he loved me, so.
This police chief got in trouble for running 2 people over? Wait, what? No fucking way. Okay, well, running people over, the only incident that comes up when you Google it is obviously going to be the recent one, but oh my God. New Orleans Police Department Chief Ann Kirkpatrick was on duty in police car when she hit pedestrians in French Quarter. New Orleans Police Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick was on duty when she hit 2 pedestrians in the French Quarter with a police cruiser Saturday evening. She was returning home after visiting an injured officer at the hospital when she hit a man and a woman at the intersection of Decatur and Iberville Streets just before 7 p.m. She took a breathalyzer test and a urinalysis per departmental accident protocol. The breathalyzer returned a blood alcohol of 0.000. Okay, honestly, Decatur, yeah. Honestly, this is the least surprising piece of information I found about New Orleans today. And that's like, bro, this is not that long ago. That's crazy. This is on August. This is literally, dude, that's fucking 4 months ago. Oh my God. Oh my God. It turns out she actually has direct firsthand knowledge on exactly what the guy did. That is crazy. She doesn't just have knowledge. She has experience.
Well, with respect, experience.
That's why she said, oh, I got experience with this.
With terrorism, you would not be asking that question.
Well, with respect, experience of terrorism surely requires appropriate security protection.
She used to be the Oakland, California police chief, but got fired. Complaint accuses Oakland police chief of making false statements about ICE operation. The chair of Oakland's Privacy Advisory Commission and 7 other people have filed a complaint alleging that Oakland police chief Ann Kirkpatrick made false statements about an immigration raid in August. The complaint, which Privacy Commission Chair Brian Hoffer and others filed with Oakland Citizens Police Review Board on Monday, alleges that Kirkpatrick made at least 3 false statements about an operation by Homeland Security investigation, which is part of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement in West Oakland. Hoyer said that at least 2 Oakland police officers assisted ICE during the raid by blocking off the street through traffic. From 2017 to 2020, she served as Oakland's police chief, where she was fired by an independent commission. She later received a $1.5 million settlement after winning a lawsuit against the city for wrongful termination for exposing corruption and abuse of power within the department. Before that, she was the Bureau of Professional Standards for the Chicago PD. Bro, this sounds like a joke. You look at any police chief in any part of the country, and you will find this kind of background. I feel like there is no profession that there is no other profession where they just like champion the losers so hard. There's no other profession where they just like elevate you for failure. Not in spite of, for failure. And apparently she gets paid like 300 grand a year. Oh my God. As the superintendent of the police in the city of New Orleans, that lady gets paid 340 grand a year. Yeah, the DNC. You can either work for the DNC or work for the police department. Those, if you're a failure overall, if you work for the DNC, as long as you lose gracefully, they will elevate you. If you work for the police department, you can be a failure overall. As long as, you know, you keep failing, they will elevate you.
The last thing that we ever said to each other, he told me he loved me, so.
Jack Besh lost his brother Martin, nicknamed Tiger, here on the left. He made a FaceTime call to an emergency room as doctors fought but failed to save his brother.
He couldn't respond to any of us, but he could hear us. I truly believe he could hear us. His eyes were closed and he was on a machine, but I know he could hear us. God kept his heartbeat beating for a reason. I believe it was so that me and my family could tell him goodbye. You couldn't even fit in the room. There were so many doctors in there. And they said they did everything they possibly could, and he fought so hard. God was calling him home.
It is the iconic street, the old part of New Orleans in the fabled French Quarter. Bourbon Street has the rich associations of this city's past. Its music, its culture, entertainment. Bourbon Street is the best of New Orleans. Here, sadly, they have seen its worst. James Matthews, Sky News, in Bourbon Street, New Orleans.
This is. Someone asked me who pays for the healthcare in situations like this. And I really don't know. Are Reddit atheists actually dunking on the guy for saying God kept him alive? Come on, chat. Calm down. Reddit atheists be like, science bless you.
Now, further complicating this.
Going back to the Las Vegas incident, because I feel like that deserves some extra attention. There is some weird shit happening there as well, as we talked about.
Identification of this individual. We also discovered through the coroner's office that the individual had sustained a gunshot wound to the head prior to the detonation of the vehicle. One of the handguns was found at his feet inside of the vehicle. Now, further complicating this identification of this individual, we also discovered through the coroner's office that the individual had sustained a gunshot wound.
Wait, the police chief talked about the New Year's attack in New Orleans and said this is a purifying fire?
Promise you, as the chief of police of this city has been tried by fire before. But fire purifies. Fire makes things stronger.
Are you a demon? What are you saying? What a fucking freak, dude. Bet that sounded better in her head. Is she? But like, if she was, I don't think she's like an evangelical nutso. I'm an Oakland resident. She was pretty well liked by the rank and file from what I remember. Wonder why.
We have a plan. We know what to do. We are going to get these people. There is a path forward. Very pleased that we will be back to having a wonderful game tomorrow night.
Hi, I work in an ER. There's a law in all 50 states that say we are not allowed to turn you away if you're having a medical emergency. You will be seen and sent a bill, and depending on your state, you can be covered by crime victim insurance. I work in New York City, and if you're a victim, the state will foot the bill. What is this? Louisiana state legislature limits the operators of motor vehicles for harm caused for certain persons who are injured while illegally blocking a road or highway. Wow. Effective date, August 1st, 2024. Louisiana is one of the many wonderful red states in the nation where they want to make it legal to kill protesters that block a road. That's great. And not shocking at all. Also, as far as the New York Times goes, although the New Orleans attacker, as far as we know, didn't have any, didn't say anything about Gaza. In their incredible coverage of determining, or in their incredible coverage of the officials trying to determine if the New Orleans suspect had ties to terrorist groups, they add this in the fucking, they add this in the byline. U.S. officials have warned that the conflict in Gaza and Lebanon could spill into the United States, most likely in the form of small radicalized groups acting on their own initiative or lone wolf terrorists. Thank you, New York Times. So this is the liberal version of what we saw that rabbi do on Fox News, for the record. This is how you manufacture consent. On the Republican side, you got people directly saying like, well, you know, the real violence that's happening is exactly like what this guy did. Exactly like what this guy did. College protesters against Israel, they're doing the same thing. They're doing a 14-person manslaughter shootout with the police every time they say Israel's an apartheid state. That's the Republican version of it. This, on the other hand, is the liberal version of it. It's a kinder, gentler, more, I would say, nefarious, more insidious version of that same exact cynical laundering of certain narratives. Really fucked up. I cannot believe how wonky this statement is, and I need to include it. And the need to include it and therefore implicate an entire Muslim community who happen to live in the neighborhood. Jabbar's recent address in the Houston area shared the same street with nearly a dozen properties owned by people with names common in Islamic cultures. What the hell? They're like, this guy's neighbors are also Muslim. We looked up the property records. According to Harris County, Texas land records, Jabbar's residence and other properties appeared to be behind a common wrought iron gate at the beginning of the street. Google Street View imagery shows Houston is home to a large Muslim population. I live on a block with predominantly Jewish neighbors. I'm Muslim. If I were ever to be in this situation, never. We'll be considering Jewish or something. This person wrote that so weirdly. Yeah, a small plane has crashed in Fullerton, resulting in a 4-alarm fire. It apparently crashed into a furniture factory in Fullerton, California. I mean, look, we're hyper focusing on like crazy stuff going on. I mean, this in and of itself is like an isolated incident, most likely. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and say that the day of reckoning is upon us. But Cybertruck blast suspect was a Rambo type who loved Trump. Family says, going back to the Cybertruck story. Elon Musk, of course, revealed that he helped the investigation by having the truck unlocked after it auto-locked in the blast and giving investigators videos of suspect charging stations along his route from Colorado to Las Vegas. Las Vegas Cyber, I don't know who this guy is, and I'm not inclined to share that information. So don't send me links from random people like that. But Las Vegas Police Department found a Defense Department Common Access card in the Cybertruck. We already covered how insane it is that the truck auto locked. Daily Beast also covered the story. Wait, what the hell? Wait, why can't I? What? No. Oh, there it is. I did it. I did it. No! Fuck. Okay, well, you know what? We're not going to cover Daily Beast. We're going to look at the Independent. Active duty Green Beret who was driving a Tesla Cybertruck that blew up outside the Trump International Hotel, Las Vegas on New Year's. What? Oh my God. Gross. Blew outside the Trump International Hotel, Las Vegas on New Year's Day. Was 100% a patriot, his bewildered uncle said Thursday. Matthew loves the burger. Was like, he was 37 years old, was like a Rambo type, for lack of a better word. Dean loves his burgers, said to the Independent. Dean, whose older brother loves burgers, a father. Roger, himself an Air Force veteran, served in Vietnam, said his nephew loved the Army. He used to have all patriotic stuff on Facebook. He was 100% loving the country. Okay, this guy was a certified hog, I think. He continued, he loved Trump, and he was always a very, very patriotic soldier, a patriotic American. One of the reasons he was in Special Forces for so many years. It wasn't just one tour of duty. Yeah, so he was racist. Wrote a book about the U.S. military spent years recruiting dangerous extremists because they couldn't attract enough soldiers and didn't want to institute a draft. This policy, which was behind many atrocities abroad, is now coming home. This guy served in Iraq as a military intelligence officer. No, this is a different person, chat. This is not loves his burgers, right? No. Matt Kennard is using a different example. One example of many. I got hold of a 2006 U.S. criminal investigation. Yeah, this is a different person. This is not him. He's just using this as an opportunity to say, like, you know, they hire and recruit a lot of dangerous white nationalists. I still do think that the guy who went boom boom outside of the Trump If his fucking family's like saying how patriotic he was on Facebook, I suspect that he says some stuff. Because there's only one way to show how patriotic you are on that website. You know what I mean? Dean Loves the Burger said he was aware of the explosion in Vegas, but had not yet been made aware that Matt Livelsberger. How do you say this last name? Livelsberger? Livelsberger, as he called him, had been named the culprit of the Independent, contacted him for comment. At first, Dean assumed the explosion had been caused by one of those big lithium batteries that short-circuited or something, he said. He was relieved of the blast, only caused 7 minor injuries and didn't kill anyone else. But he added, the amateurish construction of the explosive device, an array of propane tanks, fireworks, and camping fuel, left him with a slew of additional questions. Matt was a very skilled warrior, and he would be able to overcome, if it was him, if he did this, he would have been able to make a more sophisticated... Dude, his family members are like, nah, dog. He would have been, I'm disappointed in his improvisation skills. Like, he would have made a way sicker explosive, dude. That's a crazy thing. CNN is reporting on it, so let's take a look at what they're saying about loves the burger.
Automatic handguns that were legally purchased shortly before this explosion happened. So, Wolf, there are a lot of questions still about why he did this. And one investigator today said it is not lost on me that it is a Tesla vehicle, a Tesla made by Elon Musk's company, and that this happened in front of a Trump hotel, but they do not have enough evidence to say if there was any particular motive, political or otherwise. Wolf.
All right, we'll find out. I know this investigation is only just beginning. Natasha Chen, thank you very much. Natasha's in Las Vegas. I want to get some more on these breaking stories right now. Joining us, the U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Mr. Secretary, thanks so much for joining us. I know you have a lot going on. We really appreciate it. So this investigation and what happened in New Orleans is now what, in its second day. Where do things go from here? What do you still need to know?
Well, the FBI is leading the investigation, Wolf. As you know, of course, 14 innocent lives were lost in the event, and our hearts break for the families and loved ones. And we pray for those who suffered injuries for their swift recovery. There's still a great deal of investigation underway. The FBI has, of course, captured videos, as the reporter indicated. We have located phones and laptops. Residences are being searched. There's a great deal of investigation still underway. The conclusion has been reached. This is an event that was inspired by a foreign terrorist ideology. This individual ascribed to the heinous beliefs of ISIS. With respect to the Las Vegas incident, no motive has yet to be determined. Both investigations are at an early stage.
Yeah, that's what I keep hearing. It's very interesting. You're the Secretary of Homeland Security. CNN has obtained a joint bulletin from the Department of Homeland Security warning of lone offender attacks coming up, specifically mentioning the potential use of vehicle ramming. That bulletin came out and was sent around the country to cities and states warning of this potential danger. Did New Orleans screw up, basically, not pay attention to that warning?
I don't think that's fair to say, Wolf. That wouldn't be a fair conclusion to draw. That was not our first bulletin with respect to the threat of the lone offender. The perpetrator of the terrorist attack yesterday in New Orleans was an Army veteran, a U.S.-born citizen. We have spoken now for about 10 years about the phenomenon of an individual resident in the United States radicalized to violence by a foreign terrorist ideology or other ideologies. We're speaking of a veteran here. Local officials do the best they can in securing the well-being of their residents. We work very closely with our state and local partners.
The FBI says this New Orleans attacker was, quote, 100% inspired by ISIS. What can you say about how his connection to ISIS emerged?
Well, that is still a subject to investigation. That is one of the key elements of the investigation. The motive has been identified. Why precisely this individual radicalized an Army veteran, a United States citizen, why he radicalized to a foreign terrorist ideology is still the subject of review. Why there was encouragement by the FBI special agent to individuals who know Jabbar to communicate with the FBI whatever information they might have about that path to radicalization.
Very disturbing indeed. In Las Vegas, as you all know, Mr. Secretary, a decorated active duty Army Special Forces sergeant is believed to have caused that Cybertruck to explode just in front of the Trump Hotel there. Are you confident this person acted alone? And what can you say about his motive?
Again, Wolf, we're at a preliminary stage of the investigation. A motive has not been identified. There is no evidence of any other individuals working in concert with the individual in the Cybertruck, but we cannot rule that out. But there is no evidence of other conspirators.
As you know, you've suggested there's no evidence of linkage between Las Vegas and New Orleans, these two attacks. But there have been several very, very significant similarities that occurred during these two attacks, right?
Well, both individuals rented their respective vehicles from an app. Both individuals were U.S. citizens who have served in the military. But that doesn't necessarily draw a connection between the two events other than similarities of characteristics.
Are you 100% convinced that the individual in Las Vegas had no affiliation with a terrorist organization?
I don't think we know enough to draw any conclusion just yet. We're at a preliminary stage.
So all these similarities that you mentioned, and there are other similarities
there are others as well,
purely coincidental?
Wolf, we're going to refrain from drawing assessments and conclusions until we learn more evidence. We owe that. That's a responsibility of a careful and thorough investigation, and quite frankly, a responsibility we owe the public, not to be premature in our conclusions.
I don't know if you know this, but President-elect Trump is falsely linking the New Orleans attack to migrants following an erroneous Fox News report. How dangerous is this spread? Is it to spread this kind of disinformation around the country by the president-elect of the United States?
Wolf, it is not a time now to stoke fear. It is a time to calm fear. It is a time to draw conclusions based on evidence adduced in an investigation. This is not the time for politics. This is the time for national unity. This is not a time to inflame individuals. It is a time to grieve for lives lost, to pray for those who are suffering, and to come together as a country.
We're grateful to you for coming in and sharing some thoughts with us. Very important stories indeed. Appreciate it, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Wolf.
Alejandro Mayorkas, the Secretary of Homeland Security. And just ahead, we're going to have much more on the New Orleans attack, including what we're now learning about the 14 people who lost their lives.
I lay on my back, frozen.
Okay, getting back to the story. This is Brian Stelter. Within 24 hours of the Bourbon Street terror attack, reporters pieced together a relatively complete picture of the suspect. But a key early bit of misreporting confused the public and possibly the president-elect. It's a cautionary tale for everyone in the news industry as the new year begins. Trump ironically used the New Orleans attack to say that he was right and that fake news media was wrong about the threat posed by illegal immigration. If he had waited a couple hours to react, he would have learned that the suspect was a U.S. citizen and an Army veteran. Some Republicans continued to beat the border drum well after Fox News retracted its initial report. This morning, I'm still seeing people on social media share the misinfo. Yeah, I mean, look, they got too horny to bang on the anti-immigrant drum, and they failed to bang on the other drum that they also love banging on usually, at least historically, which is Islamophobia. All Muslims are like this. Anyway, getting back to the Vegas, Jessica popping off, Jessica Tarlov.
Have the right facts, and the right facts were that the guy in New Orleans was an American. He wasn't an illegal
Nobody's saying he wasn't.
That's not true. That's not true. There have been Republicans.
That's crazy that they're like, nah, no one said he wasn't an American. Yeah, no, the president said he wasn't an
Who have
American.
been on TV today talking about how this is an open border.
I'll call them myself.
You call them. That it's an open border
Not mutually
problem.
exclusive. That's not a mutually exclusive problem. You can have someone who's homegrown,
But you know what they're
radicalized,
trying to do?
and
They're
you can
trying
also
to
have
conflate
terrorists
it. They're
who
trying
know
to
that we
make
have
it out
crosses
to
the
be
southern border.
that it is a demonization
Both things can happen at the same time.
undocumented people. That's what it was supposed to be.
Yeah,
That's
it
why
is
you
a
talked about it going
demonization.
to.
And we
but
haven't
these
even,
aren't undocumented people. These are Americans.
75% of the arrests in New York City are illegals. Let's stop playing games.
Move the goalposts. Move them as far as you want. Sugar Bowl wide. Whatever.
Whatever. Coming up, major safety concerns across the U.S., allegedly.
Wait, dangerous what?
Coming up, major safety concerns across the U.S.
Oh. She says 75% of the arrests that were taking place in New York were illegals, which I don't think is correct. That's an insane statement to make. And it's also, arrests don't necessarily mean a real crime had taken place regardless, but that sounds like an insane stat. Investigators have arrived at the residence of impeached South Korean President Yoon Suk Yeol to carry out an arrest warrant. Another brave incel being placed behind bars for doing what's right, which is trying to do a failed coup. Also, there's some additional crazy stuff with this coup that I didn't really get into that much. Apparently, there's some reporting that he purchased North Korean military uniforms or something. And he was going to do a fake. He was going to do a fake coup thing to try to go to war with North Korea, to implicate some South Korean members of the parliament with a false flag attack. We'll look into that in a little bit though. I want to get back to this Las Vegas guy. Okay. This is the Las Vegas, the Las Vegas Tesla truck explosion. These are the family members, the immediate family members of Matthew Livesberger. Okay. Talking about him. Matt was a very skilled warrior, and he would be able to make, if it was him, and if he did this, he would have been able to make a more sophisticated explosive than using propane tanks and camping fuel. He was what you might call a super soldier. If you ever read about the things he was awarded and the experience he had, some of it doesn't make sense. When he had the skills and ability to make something more, let's say, efficient, his skills were enormous from what he had been taught in the military. With Livesberger's skills, his uncle suggested his nephew could have fashioned a bomb that would have obliterated half of that hotel if he seriously wanted to hurt others. Think of Oklahoma City, he said. McVeigh was just a normal soldier, not a tier 1 operator like Matt. Bro, I think you need to surveil the family. I'd be surveilling the family, okay? Leibelsberger was in the U.S. Army for 19 years, 18 of which were in the elite special forces. He was currently stationed in Germany and was on leave in Colorado Springs when he rented the Cybertruck and drove to Nevada, law enforcement sources said. The truck blew up just about a few hours after Shamsuddin Jabbar rammed a truck into New Year's Day revelers in New Orleans, killing at least 15 people. Jabbar, 42, was also an Army veteran who was posted to the same base as Leibelsberger and also served in Afghanistan around the same time that Leibelsberger did. Investigators were looking into a possible link between the two men who both rented their vehicles to the same car share service, Turo, but so far, they found no direct connection between the two. They're very much hitting that can't be my son. He was way more of a badass and he would have killed tons of people, not just himself. Yeah. At a press conference on Thursday afternoon, Las Vegas Sheriff Kevin McMail said the coroner's office found that Leibelsberger had sustained a gunshot wound to the head prior to the detonation of the vehicle. And while the investigation is still ongoing, he believed Leibelsberger's actions indicated a suicide with a bombing that occurred immediately thereafter, rather than a suicide mission. Leibelsberger's military ID and passport were found inside the Cybertruck, as well as a Deagle 50 caliber semi-automatic pistol and an SLR Rifle Works B30. Both weapons and Leibelsberger himself were burnt almost beyond recognition. According to McMahill, he said investigators also recovered a cache of fireworks along with an iPhone, a smartwatch, and several credit cards with Leibelsberger's name. Special Agent in charge Spencer Evans of the FBI's Las Vegas division said agents had tracked the vehicle from Denver through Tesla charging stations in Arizona and New Mexico before it arrived in Vegas at 7:29 a.m. on Wednesday. My friend's ex is in the special forces, and she says that they don't seek mental health treatment because it can deter their career goals in the military. Kenny Cooper, assistant special agent in charge of the Bureau of ATF, said it remains unclear how the explosives were detonated. He noted that everything used was consumer grade, such as the camping fuel and propane tanks. In addition to some explosive targets that can be purchased at any sporting goods store. Both of the firearms in the Cybertruck had been legally purchased 2 days earlier on December 30th. Oh my God. It is so freaking easy to just buy additional instruments of death and destruction. Leibelsberger divorced his first wife, who now lives in South Florida with her new husband several years ago. Leibelsberger shares a newborn with his new partner, and in September posted a picture on Facebook of himself cradling the infant in his arms, according to Dean. Over the past few months, an array of photos of Leibelsberger posted from Germany, including pictures of himself proposing to his partner and the ring he gave her, have disappeared, his uncle said. Uh-oh. Leibelsberger's father, who was unreachable on Thursday, was married several times and had children with a couple of different women. According to Dean Leibelsberger, who has been semi-estranged from his brother for years. At the same time, Dean said, Matt wasn't estranged from the family at all. Everyone thought the world of Matt. 50 cal isn't exactly an assault weapon. No, I was talking about didn't he have a SBR on him? Or an SLR, Rifle Works B30. I also don't understand. If he used a deagle to pop himself before the explosion, I feel like people would have heard it. But I guess the explosion is so loud that and everybody hyper focused on that. But make no mistake, Elon Musk is using this tragedy to hype up a product that most people do not want to purchase. Here he is reposting Sawyer Merritt. A bomb went off in the Cybertruck's bed and the tires didn't pop deflate. The exterior of the truck is intact and the bed door is still attached, and the 1.4 millimeter, 1.8 millimeter steel exterior, 2x thicker versus normal trucks, helped contain the blast. It's the toughest and most badass truck ever made. The Las Vegas sheriff just said that the Cybertruck actually held its frame and limited the damage of the explosion, directing the blast upwards. He tried to send a message by using a Tesla, but it ended up saving lives instead. New footage. The fact that this was a Cybertruck really limited. He's using the America account to post this and to repost the America account. That's his account. He bought that account specifically to get Trump elected. It's supposed to be his super PAC. What's really interesting about this entire story is that the Cybertruck automatically locks its doors when the victim is inside, lit on fire. That's what's more interesting to me in terms of the many different capabilities of the Cybertruck. I do not care about how much of the blast was contained because it was the Cybertruck and how strong its frame is. I am more so interested in the fact that the Cybertruck turns into, yes, a cyber hearse. The evil knuckleheads picked the wrong vehicle for a terrorist attack as opposed to the right vehicle for a terrorist attack. Cybertruck actually contained the explosion and directed the blast upwards. Not even glass doors of the lobby were broken. Nice. Tesla has a manual lever that you can open the door at any time, lol. It's impossible to get out of any Tesla once the battery dies. I am still not sold that this truck didn't have a battery explosion. It looks like the battery fires I see at work. The explosion being bottled up like that is likely what made the explosion worse, lol. Just curious, where is the proof that the truck locks itself? Elon Musk openly stated, in an effort to flex his cooperation with law enforcement, he stated that the truck had automatically locked during the incident and he had to unlock it. We have no understanding of what the motives of this suspect is. And also, we know that he shot himself in the head, according to law enforcement. So we don't even know if there was like what triggered it. We have no idea what actually was the trigger for the explosion. Assalamu alaikum. Anyway. Bro faked his own death for sure. Lad was in the street, was just some bum. That sounds pretty unlikely considering he'd have to go through extensive tattooing. Bless you. Don't tell me. No, you need to tell me to science. Bless me. But yeah, both Matt and also, what is this? I believe Matt Leibsberger may have served with the 3rd Special Forces Group Airborne for a time based on his commendation from the U.S. Ambassador to Tajikistan and the fact that the 3rd Command is Central Asia. They're stationed at Fort Bragg. Yeah, science me, not bless me. I do not want to be blessed. I want to be scienced. And yeah, official channel already posted the interview that I had. Which is crazy. Editors woke up today. All right, let's see what Wolf has to say.
Are revealing new details about the New Orleans truck ramming attack. CNN anchor Anderson Cooper is joining us live from New Orleans.
I was in 3rd group. Do we know what years? No, we do not know.
Street, and maybe you can hear some of it behind me because, as you said, it has reopened. It reopened earlier this afternoon, several hours ago. It was important for people in this city, for city officials, to get this place, which was the scene of such horror on New Year's Eve, 3 hours after the strike, after the beginning of the new year, to get it back up and running. Not so much just for business reasons, but as a symbol of.
There's special forces in here? Yes. There are also active duty military members in here as well. Chatters. This is a very large leftist community. There is a... Like, imagine walking into Madison Square Garden and being like, wow, there's a special forces guy in here? Yeah. The likelihood is high. That's the reason why, like, while the Fort Bragg thing is, like, weird, it also isn't that weird at all because, I mean, it's massive, right?
Officials and preachers laid flowers, and before it was open to the public, they allowed religious leaders to come to say prayers, and also Glenn David Andrews. And
the military is massive. It hires... The military is ginormous. It's the, like, what? Second largest after Walmart, the Defense Department is the second largest hiring body in the United States of America. Okay? It's the second largest employer in America after Walmart. So... not surprising that there's like hella fucking vets and shit in here.
Anderson, I know you also went to a hospital where some of the victims are being treated right now. Tell us about that.
That's right, we did. We went to a hospital, which is just a couple of minutes from here. It's a Trauma 1 hospital. They're able to deal with traumatic situations like we saw. So a lot of the people who were badly injured were brought there as quickly as possible. They still have more than a dozen people who are there with a whole range. Most of them are blunt force injuries they've received from being hit by the vehicle. Some of them also have gunshot wounds. I talked to Jeremy Asensky, who was one of the people who was hit directly by the vehicle. He was actually in a wheelchair. He was knocked out of his wheelchair. His legs were broken in multiple places. He's undergone surgery, but he is doing okay, and hopes to get out of the hospital in a few days, Wolf.
All right, Anderson Cooper on the scene for us, as he always is. Thank you very, very much. And Anderson, of course, will have much more later tonight from New Orleans on his excellent program, 8 p.m. Eastern. We'll be watching, Anderson. Thanks very much. And joining us now, someone who knows New Orleans very, very well, the current president of the National Urban League and the former two-term New Orleans mayor, Mark Morial. Mayor, thanks so much.
Hey, Wolf, thanks for
joining us.
Absolutely.
You heard Aaron's report, and you were moved, clearly, because you know the city, you know the people, and it's very disturbing.
I give the city leaders great credit for reopening Bourbon Street, for doing it in a dignified fashion, with prayer, which is part of the tradition of New Orleans, with a second-line parade, which...
I'm sorry. This is insane. if you're attracted to Wolf Blitzer, does that make you a furry? The answer is yes.
Just hours before the attack, they are asking anyone who saw him on the street to come forward. What are they hoping to learn? And these are some of the pictures. That's the picture of that cooler right there. You can see it on the screen.
So, you know, I think, Wolf, one of the interesting things is how extensive the planning, the preparation, the premeditation to this terrorist act was. And I think it's still, even though now the FBI has clarified that, quote, he was acting alone, did other people help him plan? Where did he get all of the materials and the devices from? What went into taking someone, a military veteran, a graduate of Georgia State, a person that worked for a Big Four accounting firm, and his anger, his rage, his hatred became so empowering that he kills 15 people on a night and on a day that is a day of festivities and a day of celebration. This is a heinous, despicable act. I'm hurt, I'm angered. And when I saw the photos of those young people who were out there partying, young professionals, young people in the early stages of their life, now snuffed out, I am just so hopeful that all Americans will understand that for us, this should be a moment like 9/11, when we should push back against politicians or leaders who want to exploit with rhetoric this awful event and instead say, let us unify to continue this fight for a safer America and safer communities.
As a former mayor of New Orleans, and you know the city well, you know the people well, what do you think the city could have done, potentially looking back, to prevent this terror attack?
Well, one thing I think could have been done is when they took the barricades down, they could have come up with a plan B. A dump truck could have been put there. A temporary barricade could have been put there. That may have saved some lives, but it would not have stopped him from maybe identifying another target or a different target. One thing I'm interested in is whether he cased this location out, whether he planned in advance the exact location that he would use this truck to ram into a crowd of people. So they could have done that, which is why I've said on a number of occasions what's important is for city leaders to evaluate the security plan around the quarter, evaluate the security plan around downtown New Orleans to determine very quickly what enhancements and fortifications are needed.
Mayor Mark Morial, thanks very
you.
much for coming in.
Thanks, Wolf.
Thanks for the important work you're doing with the National Urban League.
Thank you, Wolf.
As well. Appreciate
We'll
it very,
back.
very much. And just ahead, new information coming in on the victims of the New Orleans terror attack, including a student and former college football player.
11 people were injured in the small plane crash near Fulton Airport catches fire. Chash, you hear this quote from the former
We
mayor?
as black people, it's time. It's time for us to come together. It's time for us to rebuild a New Orleans, the one that should be a chocolate New Orleans. And I don't care what people are saying uptown or wherever they are. This city will be chocolate at the end of the day. This city will be a majority African American city. It's the way God wants it to be. You can't have.
Wait. Adrian Dittman posted on 4chan accidentally revealed he has admin privileges on Twitter. No way. Admin portal? Switch account? Nah. I mean, no shot. I don't believe in 4chan shit. Why the fuck would Elon... Like, look. Elon could be Adrian Dittman. That's one thing. But it's on 4chan, man. He's like randomly posting stuff on 4chan. I mean, it's bait. It says bans too. He has a link for bans. I can see Elon being a 4chaner. He is a 4chan poster. But would he post a screenshot? Graphic content is permitted. It just has to be politically relevant and in good taste. No one wants to see snuff content on their feed. Elon is very liberal about it. Some footage crosses the line. But he's been very decent about the last couple of happenings and allowing the uncensored footage to be hosted on X.com. Big difference in reporting news and happenings to fellow friends and disrupting the feed to discourage users from returning to the platform. There must be a balance. It's fake. The links don't line up. Yeah. Text doesn't line up. Artifacts on letters match exactly with ones from matching letters switch account. Letters with no exact match in switch account appear to be from a slightly different font. Like, look at the D and the L. Look at the way the D looks and sits. Called kerning. No, man, the D is fine. It's the text baseline and spaces between the... Elon Musk confirms to use burner account on X to role play. Oh, well, I mean, there was a different Twitter burner account. Yes. Now you know why Elon didn't want that latest deposition getting out there. Elon test, Elon Musk. Grimes left the king of SpaceX. Her kids must hate her. They probably want to spend all their time with Mr. Tesla. Wait, that's not a real, this isn't a real tweet, is it? From... No, but this account did tweet some weird shit. I remember. Not this one, but he tweeted, Elon Musk tweeted like some random stuff, no? Like he was using this account to basically tweet as though it was his child. What is this? Elon is a great father. Elon is a father who gets lots of sex. Please do not conflate conservative Republicans with the alternative right. Neo-Nazis are purely hateful incels. Elon is a father who gets lots of sex. That is... Every day that goes by, I just wish I didn't know about these things that I know about. Also, in other news, a standing ovation for Liz Cheney here in the East Room of the White House as President Biden presents her with a Presidential Citizens Medal.
Al Cheney, for putting the American people first.
As every day passes, democracy dies to thunderous applause. Also, just a small girl from a small town next to a man who was once a boy from a small town in Pennsylvania. Thank you for everything, President Biden. Biden shook the hands of every freaking grifter. Incredible. Also, David Pacman was invited. And I don't know. I mean, he was glazing. He was glazing the M and pretty aggressively. Bernie came out with a statement on H-1B visas, and Nazi Twit is glazing him. Why didn't you get invited? Why didn't I get invited to the White House? Think. Why didn't I get invited to the Joe Biden White? Hmm. Anyway. A refugee from Kuwait has been granted asylum in the UK but recently traveled to Iraq for a visit. Unfortunately, he was kidnapped and detained in Kuwait due to his political views. His name is Salman Al-Khaldi. Okay. Why are you telling me this? All right, there's one more story that I want to cover that I think is not getting a lot of attention in the sea of all of these, like, in the sea of all these other stories about, you know, exploding Teslas and the NOLA attack. The FBI found 150 homemade bombs at Virginia home during search in December, prosecutors say. In Norfolk, Virginia, federal agents found one of the largest stockpiles of homemade explosives they've ever seized when they arrested a Virginia man on a firearms charge last month, according to a court filing by federal prosecutors. Investigators seized more than 150 pipe bombs and other homemade devices when they searched the home of Brad Spafford, northwest of Norfolk, in December, the prosecutor said in a motion filed Monday. Prosecutors wrote that this is believed to be the largest seizure by number of finished explosive devices in FBI history. Most of the bombs were found in a detached garage at the home of the Isle of Wight County, along with tools and bomb-making materials, including fuses and pieces of plastic pipe, according to court documents. The prosecutor also wrote, several additional apparent pipe bombs were found in a backpack in the home's bedroom, completely unsecured. In the home he shares with his wife and two young children. Spafford, 36, was charged with possession of a firearm in violation of the National Firearms Act. Law enforcement officers allege he owned an unregistered short barrel rifle. Prosecutors have said he faces numerous additional potential charges related to the explosives. Defense attorneys argued in a motion Tuesday that authorities haven't produced evidence that he was planning violence. Also noting that he has no criminal record. Further, they questioned whether the explosive devices were usable because professionally trained explosive technicians had to rig the devices to explode them. There's not a shred of evidence on the record that Mr. Spafford ever threatened anyone, and the contention that someone might be in danger because of their political views and comments is nonsensical, the defense lawyers wrote. Messages were left Wednesday seeking further comment from the defense lawyers who signed the motion. The investigation began in 2023 when an informant told authorities that Spafford was stockpiling weapons and ammunition according to court documents. The informant, a friend, told authorities Spafford had disfigured his hand in 2021 while working on homemade explosives. The informant, a friend, probably a federal agent. Prosecutor said he has only 2 fingers on his right hand. The informant told authorities that Spafford was using pictures of the president, an apparent reference to President Joe Biden, for target practice, and that he believed political assassinations should be brought back. Numerous law enforcement officers and bomb technicians searched the property on December 17th. The agents located hearsay. Guys, it's illegal to have 150 finished pipe bombs in your house. Like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean so hearsay? It doesn't matter if he was going to blow up President Brandon or not. Like, this ain't communist China, brother. If I want to make pipe bombs in the privacy of my own home, I should be able to do so. What the hell's going on? I'm sick of the goddamn nanny state. Yeah, God forbid men have hobbies. The informant told authorities is hearsay. I know his intent to kill the president while alleged play no role in the fact that he had 150 finished pipe bombs, chatter. That's my point. Like, that is already illegal on its own, chatter. Not whether or not he wanted to kill the president or not. Bro was out there crafting like he wanted to make sure he could hit the higher point on his skill tree. Yeah, he wanted to develop explosive ordnance expertise. He's like, I'm sorry, I got this Rust style craft bench, and honestly, I wanted to get to the 3rd tech tree. You know, once I started making it, I couldn't stop. You know, there's a glitch right now in the server where for every 50 pipe bombs, you get extra credit. You are defending the FBI right now? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude had 150 pipe bombs in his house. I don't care about his political affiliations in this situation. Are you serious? Like, this is the one thing that the FBI is supposed to do, is just like apprehend guys like this so they don't turn around and say, oh, we had him on our radar. Like, usually they turn around with guys like this and say, oh, he was on our radar. We didn't realize he was going to use 150 pipe bombs. It's like the Department of Homeland Security, okay, is an institution. It's relatively new and it shouldn't exist. But before the Department of Homeland Security, you had INS. Also, I have issues with that as well. But before the Department of Homeland Security, sex trafficking still happened, okay? And the FBI was in charge of it. Now, the Department of Homeland Security under ICE takes care of sex trafficking incidents, okay? It investigates and prosecutes sex traffickers. Do you think that I'm against that function of the federal government? No, I am not. Just because I am against ICE on principle does not mean that I don't think that there needs to be a federal government agency that is in charge of investigating and prosecuting and putting behind bars people who engage in sex trafficking, for example. Or in this case, if someone is building 150 pipe bombs in their home, it's good that the federal government goes, hey, that's illegal. We're arresting you. Wow. Controversial opinion, I know. I had to take the glasses off for this one because I didn't want to read chat any longer. You know what I mean? This one cooked me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. This one took a lot out of me. I must be just like Jank, going right wing on my right wing arc. Okay. Anyway, numerous law enforcement officers and bomb technicians searched the property on December 17th illegally, in direct violation of his Fourth Amendment and Second Amendment rights, by the way. I call that unlawful search and seizure, brother. In direct violation of the First Amendment, Second Amendment rights. My Second Amendment is there to protect the First. That's why I need the goddamn pop bombs. Anyway, agents located the rifle and explosive devices, some of which had been hand labeled as lethal, and some of which were loaded into a wearable vest. I wonder what he was going to do with the 150 pipe bombs, some of which were loaded onto a wearable vest. Technicians detonated most of the devices on site because they were deemed unsafe to transport, though several were kept for analysis. At a hearing Tuesday, federal magistrate Judge Lawrence Leonard determined that Spafford could be released into house arrest at his mother's home, but agreed to keep him detained while government files further arguments. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry. What the What? What? In response, prosecutors reiterated why they believe Spafford is dangerous, writing that while he is not known to have engaged in any apparent violence, he has certainly expressed interest in the same through his manufacture of pipe bombs marked lethal, his possession of riot gear, and a vest loaded with pipe bombs, his support for political assassinations, and his use of the pictures of the president for target practice. Dude, there are certain first-time offenses that you are, allegedly engaging in that require you to not be able to go out in public. Okay? This, I believe, fits that bill. As opposed to, not that far away, in Florida, a judge put a $100,000 bail on a woman having a phone call, a claim denials phone call. Like, you could let Luigi out right now, tomorrow. I wouldn't feel unsafe. This guy roaming the streets, everybody should feel unsafe. What the hell? You are to the right of the FBI on this issue? Yeah, I am. Because I secretly think the FBI is like, no, that's our guy. Dude, you're letting him out? I mean, you're not letting him out? Dude, come on. Come on, Judge. That's our best. That's the next guy. That's the next Jabbar right there. What are you doing? We haven't even activated him yet. He was a Republican, so he should be able to go home, lol. Yeah. Excuse me. He has a wife and children. There's a lot of dangerous bomb-making materials in his... There's a lot of dangerous bomb-making materials in his house, out in the open. If he's not there, his kids could be unsafe. Oh my God, he's out. He's out on bond.
In our own backyard, we're hearing new details on an FBI raid on a home in Isle of Wight County, and where the feds say the largest seizure of finished explosive devices in their history. 36-year-old Brad Spafford faces a weapons charge for now. Then on your side's Nick Broadway has new reporting from court documents and reaction from the community.
Oh, I didn't see what he looked like.
As new.
Yeah, no, he's clear. He's in the clear. No, this is a honest to God cornbread countryman, dude. I mean, come on. Yeah, he one of them good old boys. Let him out, Judge.
New reporting from court documents and reaction from the community.
The people I spoke with who live nearby say they don't know much about Brad Spafford and haven't even met him. They told me he and his family moved to this house behind me just a few months ago. Those who spoke with me did not want to appear on camera. They tell me Spafford and his family kept to themselves after moving to the 20-acre farm last fall. A friend of the suspect acted as an informant for the FBI for more than a year. They told agents Spafford was stockpiling weapons, at one point blowing 3 fingers off his hand while making homemade explosives. The informant said Spafford used pictures of President Biden for target practice, alleging he hoped a shooter doesn't miss Kamala. They also told the FBI that Spafford and his friends are preparing to do something Spafford cannot do alone. In mid-December, the FBI swarmed in with a helicopter.
I mean, don't investigate the friends either, I think. I wouldn't. I think they're all fine. They're just good old boys, you know, hanging out, having fun. What's wrong with you? You're weird for thinking it. Yeah, you should wait until they actually do something, and then you can have an incredibly violent siege campaign on whatever compound that they live in with their families, and then gas the entire family and kill all the children and the dogs alongside the people in a shootout. And then you can pat yourself on the back. Like, yeah, we did it. Only after the bombs have exploded, of course. And you can tell the media, hey, he was on our radar, by the way, but we let him go.
Parked in the field across the road, and several agents.
Bro, I know FBI informants are sus. I know. They are notoriously corrupt. I know. The dude still had 150 pipe bombs in his house. Hello? Like, I don't care about he wanted to kill Biden stuff, okay? That's it. For me, listen, I have a fairly high bar to clear in terms of what I think constitutes a grave threat to the public. Okay? And for me, what I personally believe constitutes a grave threat to the public is when you make your 149th pipe bomb and you go, gotta get one more just to round it out. Okay? That's it. You do that, and I'm like, maybe you should be in jail. Oh my God. If the dude was even one shade browner than he is, he would currently be shipped off to the Colorado ADX Florence facility. Okay? To sit in an isolated cell, never to see daylight ever again for the rest of his life. But when you're a white guy and a Trump supporter, they just let you walk after making 150 pipe bombs. That is crazy. Maybe I just like collecting pipe bombs. Have you thought about that? Maybe I have a bad gopher problem on my golf course that I'm the groundskeeper of. I know you said this jokingly, but there's a real possibility that this makes its way up to the SCOTUS. No, this is one of those things where they will let it go. I don't think they're going to use... I mean, they can try and defend it, but I don't think a lower court will take it up. Like, this is not going to... They're not winning the appeals on this. That's crazy. Like, there's a couple things that even the federal government doesn't mess with, and that's, I think, pipe bombs is one of them.
Of course, Anderson is there tonight, and I know it's a city, Anderson, where you have spent so much time reporting, and I know it means a lot that you're there. So thanks very much to Anderson. And let's go also to the new details on the Cybertruck explosion in Las Vegas.
Okay, there's also additional information coming out of South Korea, second best Korea. Authorities attempting to detain Yoon are blocked by military unit inside the presidential residence compound. According to Yonhap. Oh my lord, what is happening in the world? Let's look at the Cybertruck thing and then we'll get to the South Korea
and
stuff.
how we're trying to identify him, and I'm feeling comfortable to give you.
Stop saying second best Korea, please. Why not? There's one Korea in my mind, okay? A unified one.
Just before the explosion, they found 2 guns, a military ID, a smartphone, and a smartwatch inside the Cybertruck. They've also identified 2 tattoos they say Livelsberger had.
One of which was on the stomach and one of which is on the arm, that we can see bits and pieces of it as in comparison to what it is that we now know he had on his body.
Livelsberger was an active duty member in the Army.
All I'm saying is there's one of 2 Koreas out there that is not experiencing this kind of government collapse.
Your enlistment, according to 4 U.S. officials. He was on approved leave when police say he rented the Tesla Cybertruck in Colorado, arriving in Las Vegas New Year's Day. He drove up and down Las Vegas Boulevard before passing the Trump Hotel. Livelsberger then circled back and parked the Cybertruck in the entrance driveway just moments before the fiery blast, according to law enforcement officials. Video of the aftermath shows the bed of the Cybertruck loaded with fireworks, gas tanks, and camping fuel.
The level of sophistication is not what we would expect from an individual with this type of military experience.
Police credit the Tesla vehicle's body construction, forcing the blast upward and limiting the damage to the hotel driveway, even leaving the glass doors intact. Law enforcement officials say they have not connected the explosion at the Trump Hotel to the deadly terror attack in New Orleans in the early morning hours on New Year's Day, but acknowledge the similarities.
Yeah, I like that everybody's dunking on that guy, being like, this guy's a real dumbass. He had no sophistication with his terror attack. His family's going to get real pissed. Livelsberger family members are going to be like, Lylisberger family members about to come out and be like, listen, we're going to do the job for him.
Similarities, very strange similarities to have. And so we're not prepared to rule in or rule out anything at this point.
Aaron, this was a frightening moment for the 7 people who were injured in the immediate vicinity when this happened, as well as the hotel guests who were staying inside. I talked to a couple of guests who were staying between the 40th and 50th floors behind us in the hotel. He said they felt the windows shake and they saw smoke billowing in the stairwell coming out of the elevator doors. Now, one thing investigators are working on now is trying to retrieve any possible footage from inside the Cybertruck before the explosion.
Dude, come on. Come on, dude. DPRK executed 12 young men for playing League of Legends. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Gotta do it to him. Yeah, a bit harsh, but understandable, you know? I'm not an advocate for capital punishment. But you got to make sure you stop this scourge dead in its tracks. Why are playing propaganda WTF? What? Has to try to get Plat in Rivals because he isn't good enough to hit Plat in League. I will never be bad enough as a person to play League of Legends. How dare you? Are you proud of us, Hasan? Y'all are crazy. You have a Hostwit faction? Did you see DPRK TV? A guy in Canada was able to pick it up via satellite? I did. A more accurate headline. DPRK saves 12 young from the pain of playing more League of Legends. Yeah. I don't understand devaluing the life represented in such executions. Even if the game is bad or a waste of time, why kill them? Why not find more productive work for them to do? This is so funny. A person took this seriously from pamphlets and responded with like, well, you know, it's okay that you're criminalized playing League of Legends, but you might as well put him into the salt mines. Oh God. The average American's processing capabilities of like foreign adversaries is like tuned to the level of a fucking child. Okay? Like even if it's very clearly a meme account doing a clear meme, they still have that dog in their brain that says like, yeah, I believe it. The DPRK would do such a thing. And then we wonder why Yeonmi Park, a person who very clearly was lying about insane things that she experienced in North Korea, and then tying it back to you know, Columbia University being similar because of woke. Like that person, so many Americans believe that. Would they not legitimately do that as possible? No, they would not legitimately do that. What are you saying, dude? I don't know. But I don't, like, my first inclination when I hear about this sort of thing, not me, Park. That wasn't me. I literally never said that. She said the FBI was going to do security for a public speaking event, and then they then canceled because the FBI's director of diversity called her, telling her she had to cancel. Have you ever been in North Korea? How do you know? You know what? You're right. I don't know. Yami Park was lying about what she let leave through in North Korea? Yes. Or do you actually think in North Korea people pull trains? Like the trains don't run, so people have to pull them. And that and that they actually have to eat human feces, and then they would eat rats, and then sometimes the rats would eat them, and then the rat would be beefier, and then they would eat the rats again, and they would trade rats for rocks because there's no currency. Like, listen, I'm not one of these dudes that's like, they're eating burger every day in Democratic People's Republic of Korea. They eat burger all the time. They eat burger for breakfast, which I also think is funny because it's such a common like left book position created by Americans because let me tell you why that is inherently an American statement. Because they think eating burger is the peak of civilization. So even if you're like a rugged Maoist Leninist or Maoist third worldist, okay, you still think like, oh no, you don't understand. They're doing fantastic. What do I have? Evidence to show that they're doing fantastic? They eat burger all day, every day. No, there is a pizza place. That is not a lie, by the way. They do have a pizza in DPRK. That's correct. That isn't a lie. There's a pizza restaurant in Pyongyang. I mean, I know of. I'm sure there's more than one. I just know that there's one famous pizza place. There's also a Brazilian steakhouse in Pyongyang that the Brazilian consul runs. Oh, that's sick. Anyway, why do you support China if they crack down unions and are state capitalist? They literally have what? Supporting a country that is sending soldiers to fight Ukraine but claims to not be pro-Russia. Why do you support China if they crack down on unions or state capitalists? They literally have billionaires. Okay. I think there is a difference between me saying, I don't think people are eating rat poop and then trading rat for rock in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. And I love the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. And I think it's a good country. And I think it's the best country. There's got to be a difference there, right? Like there's a lot going on in between there. I would probably be somewhere in between those two boundaries. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, you then immediately moved on to China, which there's never been a moment where I've been like, I love that China cracks down on unions, or I love that China has billionaires. As a matter of fact, I always say I love that China at least punishes its billionaires, whether it's because they step out of line with whatever the party goals are or not, it doesn't matter. I also routinely talk about the censorship and how silly it is, especially as China is now well on its way to become a global hegemon. If you want to get mad at the living conditions of DPRK, you should get mad at the United States of America for creating such living conditions in the DPRK. Even the very fact that they still have an almost monarchy-style structure in their governance is partially the fault of the United States of America. There were, numerous times where America did not have to involve itself with the affairs of Korea, but instead they chose to do so because they wanted to make sure they had a authoritarian military dictatorship planted firmly within the American sphere of influence that they wanted to use as a bulwark against the growing growing Chinese communist movement in the region and the USSR during the Cold War. I can't think of any other country that has been so forcibly partitioned by a Western superpower like this in the post-colonial era. Anyway, I hope that this clarifies for you what my position is. Defending the DPRK is a wild position to take and definitely not being normal or horrible. Why are you defending DPRK? They're a cruel, fascist, failed state. Once again, I will reiterate my position because it's so difficult for people to comprehend. American brains, unfortunately, are limited to simple thoughts. I am not defending the DPRK. I am not defending the Kim family. I am simply stating that the greatest harm done to the people of the DPRK, was done to them not by their corrupt authoritarian state, but by the United States of America. And I even further posit that if the United States of America had not done such unimaginable harm that continues to this day through the unlimited sanctions regime that we've implemented, they would probably have an easier time moving towards some semblance of whatever you would consider to be a liberal democracy. Okay? Stop being so easygoing when talking about North Korea and PRC. No, I get that part, brother, but it came off that way. No, it didn't come off that way. You are just primed into thinking that it is that way. And any sort of, hey, man, you're actually wrong, that's not how things are, immediately creates this Western chauvinism. It immediately creates this Western chauvinist inference that, no, you're actually not meeting the standards. Like your analysis and your criticism is not reaching the standards that I expected to. You should be sitting there and saying they have the same haircuts and they eat dog poop every day. One must ask the question why you immediately rush to go, ooh, any sort of like any sort of pushback against the well-established Western position, oftentimes exaggerated insanities that go on there, and not just like the regular old awful poverty that they experience over there. Any sort of pushback against that is instantly seen as a defense of the DPRK. If you take this position at Thanksgiving dinner, you're going to turn people off and make them think you're crazy. I don't care. Okay? Wait, really? You think if I say, hey, there's this one random country out there, okay, that we have just starved out for decades at this point. Maybe we should allow them to enter the global marketplace so they can liberalize. You think that like people are going to go, that's unacceptable. No, we should kill all of them. Maybe. Okay. Maybe your parents might, but I don't care. Lamau, what would DPRK offer the global marketplace? I don't know. What the fuck does England offer to the global marketplace? Dummy. Sheep? It's so funny. You can't even say like, hey, it's crazy that we have just this unimaginably cruel sanctions regime on countries like the DPRK, on countries like Cuba, or even countries like Iran. And and people turn around and go, wow, that's insane. No, we should stamp on their neck harder. Yeah, here. Wait, what the heck? Playback speed is Italia Pizza Restaurant in Pyongyang. It's really interesting because like whenever you see a country that is otherwise presented as a monolithic force of evil on this planet, okay? Whenever you see a country that is presented as otherwise a monolithic force of evil on this planet, and you work to actively humanize them, people have this attitude where they're like, dude, you're defending them. Dude, you're defending them. No, man, I'm just saying that they're like normal human beings, you know? Like, that's it. And if you consider that to be this like unjustifiable defense of, I don't know, North Korean governance or whatever, then that's kind of your fault. It's on you.
Spaghetti sogogi?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sogogi.
I was at a Christmas party last year and a K-pop stan said she hated North Korea so much she thinks we should just nuke them. Does she not realize that there's probably like family members of the wonderful state of South Korea that she loves that still live in North Korea? That's crazy. And I was like, whoa, hold up. What if we just let them into the global community like you said? And she was like, yeah, actually, that makes more sense. Americans just don't think deeply about their genocidal tendencies. It's important to challenge them. Exactly.
Yang Hamidah minta maaf. Igo mo? Udon?
Yeah. 감사합니다.
This is what they're making at the Italian restaurant.
Igo tarango? Tarango bisa? Oh, nih. Hanato mau minta. Usan Hanato. Capri.
Wouldn't it be consistent then to advocate for the Kim family to surrender and relinquish the state to the West? Wouldn't that immediately improve their living conditions by lifting the embargo? Yeah, if I didn't know anything about the history of the DPRK, the Korean War, and Western intervention in the country, and I was just like kind of stupid and said stuff like that, yeah, I mean, that would go hard if I was a dumb guy. Like, what do you mean surrender to the West? This is the classic, like, can't you tell Hamas to release the hostages take? Like, can't we tell? We can't even tell Israel, a nation state that straight up can only do all of this violence, this genocide, because we're giving it weapons. We can't even tell them to stop. The hell do you mean? Yeah, what you're saying goes hard if you're stupid. Again, this does not justify the West, but it is not possible to lift that embargo by any means. So wouldn't leftists want to minimize suffering immediately? Yeah, I'm a leftist. And as a leftist, I believe that every country should buckle over to Western empire, because otherwise we'll just keep killing them, either slowly with crippling sanctions or directly by bombing basically every city where people live. And then doing the crippling sanctions regime. That's amazing. This video is just proof of Western dominance. Even in North Korea, their desire for pizza deliveries just breaks through. True. Yeah, they wanna have their own little Uber servants. What are they putting on that pizza? Kim Jong-un famously a red velvet K-pop girl group stand and let them perform in North Korea. Wait, what? What year is this from? Oh my God. 2018? That's my view of the world with no further evidence needed. I think you're misunderstanding how important fear is in this conversation. Fear of the other, fear of the unknown. That's enough. Why, if you're living in the heart of empire, you don't care. Why would you ever think about what's going on in other countries? Why would you support a Korea that is owned by corporations, run by a handful of ultra wealthy families, and forces its own workforce to slave away for minimum wages? When did I say that? I don't know what the current attitudes in South Korea are, but considering the recent history of Korea in general, I think that if given the opportunity for unification, I feel like a unified Korea might move more towards social democratic principles rather than turn DPRK and what remains of North Korea into yet another hellish dystopian hyper-capitalist society. Especially because in spite of all of the murder, in spite of all of the death and the destruction and the murder that brutal authoritarian leadership committed, the many crimes that South Korean leadership committed that the American government totally oversaw and offered funding and support for and defense for in times of need, South Koreans still have a pretty robust culture of discontent. We even saw that with the immediate mobilization that took place after the president. Now, of course, that would never happen with as long as American troops are still in South Korea. That'll never happen. But I'll just say it like this: it's not an accident that South Korea experiences so much public discontent. It's also not an accident that they are endlessly divided on gender lines. And it's also not an accident that there's so much of South Korean media talks about, on the one hand, talks about the glories of capitalism and how wonderful it is to be wealthy, aspirational goals presented. Okay. While simultaneously, the other half of South Korean media work almost always talks about the parasitic nature of capital. Young Koreans in their 20s and 30s know how much China has infiltrated Korea, the National Assembly, the media, elections, etc. They are out at night in the cold to stop the arrest of President Yoon, to stand with him against anti-state forces influenced by the Chinese Communist Party. South Korean citizens gather in front of the presidential residence to prevent the arrest of President Yoon Suk-yeol immediately after an arrest warrant was issued for his arrest. Wait, are these actually the incel armies trying to defend the incel president, or are these people protesting the president?
자, 또 높게 흔들으세요. 높게 해외 많은 시민들, 국민들이 또 우리 교민들이 볼 수 있게 높게 흔들어 주세요.
They don't look young. Yeah. Worth noting that it is mainly men between 1929 that like former President Yoon. So yes, this is the incel army. You'll notice how other protests were just listening to girl group music because women were driving force behind the impeachment protest compared to this. Why are you calling the president incel? Because he is an incel.
현장 반발과 현장과의 마찰이 없이 집행하는 부분에 대한 고민이 좀 있어 왔을 거고요.
So the National Police has an arrest warrant that they are trying to arrest them, but it seems like he has bunkered up. XBC is protesting the North Korean spies. You should debate him. What the hell is that? The North Korean spies? Yes, chatters, he has a wife, I know, and he loves his wife. But also, he's still drummed up support from the incel forces. XBC are streaming from the pro-Yoon protest trying to block his arrest. They went full Korean MAGA saying that the commies are taking over. That's amazing. Oh, God, I love how stupid our politics are. And how they end up corrupting the minds of politics enjoyers globally. That's amazing. My mom's in the Korean alt-right pipeline thinking that North Korea and China was behind the airplane crash and other conspiracies, and thinks that Yoon Suk-yeol was 100% in the right, getting rid of all the corruption. Is there anything I can do? That is amazing, dude. Signs of resistance from the presidential security as the arrest team encounters a wall of vans blocking their path. CIO officials got off from their cars and entered the presidential residence on foot. Approximately 20 presidential security officers are in Yoon's residence and are resisting Yoon's arrest. CIO officials are having a standoff. A tense moment now. Yeah. Not a peep. All of this discontent happening in South Korea, and not a peep from the United States of America. If you want to understand where the State Department's interests lie, understand that, you know, I don't think they care as much, regardless of who ends up manning the helm, you know, grabbing the reins of Korean power. But having said that, they do not have stop the steal. Oh my God, they have stop the steal signs. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. They're going to be like, build the wall. Oh my God. Oh my God. Build the wall. Beautiful image. They are literally wearing MAGA hats. They very much care. Korean Democrats will kill a military alliance with Japan.
South Korean president who tried to institute martial law and was removed and suspended from office. You can see the crowd here, including MAGA hat, American flags. We can take it through the crowd here. These are, of course, hardcore conservative supporters who are trying to block the arrest. There is now an arrest warrant for the president who has been impeached. These people very passionate, protesting all day, in fact, laying down in front of his residence. At one point, they want this police action to stop. They say it is wrong, and President Yoon is encouraging his supporters to do so. Very animated crowd.
Amazing. That is amazing, dude. I feel like I gotta go. I gotta go to South Korea, man. It's popping over there. They're saying stop the steal in English too.
Stop the steal! Stop the steal! Stop the steal! Stop the steal! Stop the steal!
We will never atone for the crimes that we have committed. Okay. America's interventions around the globe are so vast and so severe and so awful and also endlessly persistent. Like, colonization doesn't even begin to explain this. Yeah, this is like beyond imperialism. The amount of brain rot that we have exported to the globe is crazy. Connor is getting not Elon, Adrian Dittman on. Not Elon Musk. Hold on. Connor said DMs though. How do we know he actually responded to DMs? I believe it. How about 3 or 4 PSD tomorrow? It doesn't have to be exact. Just love planning ahead for Fortnite Friday. Hit me back on DM soon. The protesters support Yoon are also frowned upon by a lot of Koreans, supposedly because Korea is still under national mourning due to the plane crash. Unless specifically timed with a low chance of alteration by external forces, anticipating the exact timing of events is unrealistic. Speaking of South Korea, did you see the season 2 of Squid Game? Yeah, I started watching it. Any other updates, not from like an insane hog account, about what's happening in South Korea? Play Red Velvet again, please. No. Okay. Play Marvel Rivals and get boosted by Noko. All right, let's see.
Extraordinary images, extraordinary. Steve, this would be, you know, extraordinary images, extraordinary in terms of this development. What are we expecting?
Well, it seems as though that this crisis that has really erupted in South Korea now for a month. In fact, it was a month ago today that Yoon Suk-yeol, the president, issued that ill-fated declaration of martial law, which triggered this crisis in South Korea. But again, he's refused 3 different times to meet with investigators, of course, after the arrest warrant was issued by the Seoul Western District Court on Tuesday.
Can someone send me that Stop the Steal photo again? Of the South Korean incel? Please?
And now it has come to a head outside his residence in central Seoul, where about 3,000 police officers have joined with investigators from the Corruption Investigation Office for high-ranking officials.
No, not this one. There was a better one.
To be acting on that arrest warrant. Keep in mind, they have just 7 days until that from the issuance of the warrant.
Update. South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol's lawyer said Friday that investigators trying to detain the impeached leader were not acting lawfully, vowing to take further legal action against the move. Investigators have court-ordered warrant to detain Yoon. Third Korea possible? Who knows? Not the clip. There was a photo of the dude with the glasses holding up a MAGA sign. God damn it. This was the one. Thank you. Amazing.
Until it expires. So that would be at the end of Monday. So today and through this weekend, things could come to a boil and to a head, obviously. We have not gotten any reports yet whether the team of investigators have teamed up with the police to try and essentially break their way through hundreds of Yoon supporters who have rallied outside of the presidential residence as Yoon is said to be inside and staying there and refusing to cooperate. In fact, his legal team yesterday issued or made a petition in court as well to essentially say that any move to get the police and the anti-corruption investigators together would be an illegal move. In fact, this arrest warrant and the proceedings so far, the Yoon team has called illegal and invalid. So there's a standoff essentially right now, and we're going to have to see how this obviously plays out. It might not happen today. It could potentially happen over the weekend, but something will happen by Monday, obviously, when the arrest warrant potentially expires. And again, this investigation, the anti-corruption investigation team, if they do in fact arrest him, they would have then 48 hours to decide whether to formally arrest the president or release him. So lots yet to be determined.
And Steve, in fact, in just the last couple of minutes, we're hearing more Yonhap reporting saying that investigators in Korea have now entered Yoon's residence. So there has been indication from him that he would stay and fight it out in court. Do we know what sort of...
What they're reporting in the news isn't exactly what people are saying here in Korea. What are people saying in Korea? That the president is actually brave and we must stop the steal? Is that what you're going to say?
time frame, what happens from here? And, you know, this is a country that's engulfed in sort of so many different types of crises at the moment. Do we expect any sort of stability anytime to come?
Well, we obviously have to hear the results from the Constitutional Court. So following that impeachment on December 14th, the ball was then handed on to the Constitutional Court and they've begun, we're hearing, deliberations on the move to potentially remove President Yoon. So the Constitutional Court would, either have to rule by, I don't know the exact date, but on whether to uphold.
The congressman had discretionary spending where they could basically spend what they want. The opposing party wanted to audit them. Okay. What part does the congressman who were being audited refuse to work with Yoon? So here's the question. What's the part where Yoon purchasing North Korean uniforms to try to do a false flag attack, but then actually doing a martial law without even doing the false flag attack, where that part of the process becomes an issue? I like that you were like, what they're reporting on the news isn't exactly what people are saying here in Korea. And then what you reported to me about what people are saying in Korea are just the Yoon heads. Yeah, I know. I don't have this opinion that other countries are monolithic in their understanding of politics. I'm certain that there are Yoon heads out there. Okay. Some Yoonies gooning for Yoon, whatever you want to call it, that are going nutty mode and trying to find ways in which they must defend their beautiful president.
Hold the impeachment and then go ahead for the proceedings to potentially remove the president. So there are still a number of...
The uniform story was debunked weeks ago. The more serious charge and investigation right now is that Yoon approved the military conducting drone incursions in the North Korea to provoke a North Korean attack and pave the way for martial law. I think it seems like his ultimate goal was to gear up for war with North Korea. And I'll take it one step further. Okay, I'll put my conspiracy hat on for a second. There's a reason why it's awfully weird, suspicious, maybe even a little too convenient that Joseph Robinette Brandon hasn't said anything about President Yoon's ridiculous actions so far, which leads me to believe, given the position of South Korea as the bulwark against socialism during the Cold War, bulwark against the USSR during the Cold War, and DPRK's allegiance and closeness to Russia. I would go so far as to say that this would detangle the DPRK, decouple the DPRK from Russia if they were too busy engaging with South Korea, which leads me to suspect that maybe the State Department is not upset. Maybe they're upset that that Yoon was a little too stupid and couldn't pull it off, but I don't think they were upset at the attempt. As a matter of fact, they might have even signed off on the attempt. That's all I'm saying. And if you think that that is a far-fetched conspiracy theory, you sound like Alex Jones. I sound like Alex Jones. This is what I mean. When it comes to foreign policy, so many people are just simply oblivious to like America's involvement and intervention in every country, especially a country like South Korea, a nation that like only exists because America divided the country, that has a permanent military base on the nation state. And you're like, oh, that's just like Alex Jones. Yeah, that's just like vampire lizard people. You're right. Yes. DPRK sending soldiers to Ukraine and aligning itself with Russia is obviously something that the American government doesn't appreciate. So would the American government use a vassal state like South Korea to forcibly remove that allegiance? Certainly. I think the real interesting party in this equation is China, because I don't think China itself is all too happy about Russia's ongoing efforts of occupying Ukraine. China is Mr. Don't fuck up the bag. China is Mr. Look at our fucking wonderful trains. China as a nation state is like, oh, dude, look at all the innovative technological product that we're putting out there. Look, we have 6th generation fighter jets. Look how sweet they are. So China doesn't like that Russia is, one, consistently waging war in Ukraine. They've made that very clear. And two, China probably doesn't appreciate that Russia and North Korea are more firm in their relationship with one another. That probably threatens Chinese control over North Korea. You've lost it if you believe DPRK is fighting in Ukraine. I don't know if the DPRK is fighting in Ukraine or how much it's exaggerated, but I do know that they have a security cooperation. I also know that I don't know what China only gains from a prolonged conflict in Ukraine by gall-wasping Russian assets. I don't think China gains by Russia's prolonged conflict in Ukraine.
Procedural steps to go. But right now, the Anti-Corruption Investigation Force is acting on that Seoul Western District Court arrest warrant that was issued Tuesday. So that will come to a head. I believe President Yoon is probably trying to hold out as long as possible for the warrant to expire on Monday and then move to the next step. So there's a procedure going on here. Whether, of course, the anti-corruption investigation officers and the police can, as you said, they've entered the house, whether they can formally arrest him and take him into custody and begin that process is something that is going to be playing out over the next few hours.
And in fact, Steve, this is sort of playing out over the next few minutes, it seems. Investigators in South Korea having entered Yoon's...
Do you think they appreciate the West is using some of their attention on Russia? Most Korea and China experts agree with Hasan. I am in these circles. What you say is 100%.
Residents have now attempted to arrest Yoon. They've begun exercising their arrest warrant. This is according to the latest in Yonhap, and obviously this is moving very quickly.
I think China gains from Russia's war by having the U.S. deplete its arms. I don't think China gains from Russia's war because Russia depletes U.S. munitions, especially because there are very different battles that would take place if China were to ever engage with America like that. I don't think that anyone would benefit from that, and I don't think China wants that either. I think that's a crazy thing to assume. You're making it seem as though America and China are gearing up for hot war rather than a cold one. If anything, at most it'll be a cold one.
We've also seen, of course, you know, a number of...
And yes, war is beneficial for countries like the United States of America that are sheltered from the worst aspects of said war, given its positioning, and also rely on a constant war economy for domestic manufacturing. If you are the number one exporter on the planet, if you're the manufacturing hub of the entire globe, and you rely on complicated trade agreements to ensure that you consistently get a steady flow of raw materials and also energy from numerous different partners on both sides of this said war, then yeah, it's not beneficial for you at all. Yeah, no one in China thinks the U.S. is distracted by Russia or Israel. This is Western rhetoric that assumes China can't wait to pounce. We simply think of... Yeah, if that was the case, also, China would have literally invaded Taiwan when October 7 happened, which is what people were saying China was going to do at the time. Like, if this is the kind of attitude that China had, why wouldn't they have invaded Taiwan in America's like most disorganized moment? If that was genuinely an interest that they had. I think they just don't want to. COVID kind of shut that down. No, they're not done yet. What? You think COVID is the reason why China hasn't invaded Taiwan? Are you out of your mind? Guys, please stop. What are you guys saying? The current cooperation they have with Taiwan is beneficial. Sure, they would obviously want international recognition for Chinese Taipei as a part of the, you know, the People's Republic. But America's never going to let that happen. And they're going to keep using Taiwan as a military base, while America simultaneously says, "Oh, we have an understanding that Taiwan is China, but also not."
Aspects of this crisis, and the fact that, you know, the opposition as well as the leadership that remains in place hasn't been in place for very long. They're now dealing with, of course, not just this constitutional crisis and the governance crisis, but also trying to manage the country through the aftermath and the mourning period after the Jeju Airlines disaster as well. We've also seen South Korea cutting their growth forecast after this martial law fiasco. How big are the challenges?
Not just the USA, West allies are on the same note. There's nothing. The West allies are nothing. It's an invention. Okay? It's an invention of continued American dominance. Oh man, Estonia's opinions. I really want to know what Estonia's opinions are on the matter. We have NATO. Our Western allies are directly a part of American intervention around the globe. Okay.
For, you know, whoever the next government and leader is going to be.
The storm in South Korea right now, given the constitutional and presidential crisis and that air crash and a period of mourning in South Korea, you know, it's just absolutely mind-boggling to think how and what the next steps of recovery of confidence will take as this constitutional crisis potentially can go for the next month or two as the Constitutional Court reviews the whole process. But, you know, any next administration, if we want to even jump ahead and speculate on that, would obviously first task would be to restore that confidence and restore order in the presidential office.
My 80 IQ OSINT prediction is that China will invade Taiwan in the late 2040s, 100th year of the founding of the CCP in 2049, Hong Kong total integration by 2047, and Macau total integration in 2049. Pretty sure anniversaries are huge in Confucianism, and they'd also want to be a superpower by 2050. I mean, maybe. I don't think so, but who knows? Won't China just do what they did with Hong Kong, wait for a point in time where the West doesn't care as much or can't fight back and just absorb it? Probably. I just don't think that China cares about numerology like that. Like, I don't think they base their foreign policy on numerology. Also, absorb it is funny when talking about Hong Kong because, like, you know, it was on a lender, it was on loan. China looks like they're going to invade Taiwan in 2025 the way she is talking. I would be very shocked. Macau is definitely the one thing separating China from being a real superpower. Yeah. Listen. We have our reservations in Las Vegas. Okay. Cyprus exists as well. All great superpowers around the world need a holdover space for unlimited, unrestricted gambling. You can't have it until it's like firmly within your bosom. Although I personally, Macau is protected by Ronin. This is why Trainwrecks TV is also a part of a global superpower coalition, given the crypto gambling casino stake.com. Yes, this is also why Jersey has Atlantic City, because New Jersey is a global hegemon. Why else would there be Iranian mothership drones off the coast of New Jersey? Have you never asked yourself this question? What would they possibly want from New Jersey? The small-minded peon thinks in days. The large-minded, brilliant man thinks in years. thinks in decades, thinks in centuries. If the 100 years of humiliation is over, and now we are now moving into the century of Chinese dominance, one must not forget that this will also be a century of New Jersey dominance. That's right, baby. That's right. New Jersey, Turkey, China. Your bias law? What is this?
Civilians have been killed in Gaza, from what you know.
Who gives a shit?
Okay, but don't you feel like, for example, children?
Children grow up to be Arabs.
את יודעת כמה חפים מפשע נהרגו בעזה?
טוב, מסקנה שנעצור.
ואת לא רוצה לענות על זה?
תודה.
אוקיי, אפשר לשאול למה?
כי אני לא חושבת שיש מישהו שהוא חף פשע שם. צר.
את יודעת כמה חפים מפשע...
It's so funny seeing these like otherwise lovely old ladies that look like they're probably kind to their immediate family members say such unrestricted Nazi style politics, like demonstrate such rapacious supremacist Nazi attitudes. It's crazy. Like, you wouldn't expect this person to be the second coming of Adolf Hitler from afar. You know what I mean? You'd be like, oh, that's a lovely old grandma. It's a lovely aunt. And the lovely aunt is like, yeah, we should execute every child. We should keep the adults around and just kill all the children instead, because then we'll teach the adults a lesson because the children will become adults anyway. Longer clip from the first woman here.
Civilians have been killed in Gaza, from what you know.
Who gives a shit?
Okay, but don't you feel like, for example, children?
Children grow up to be Arabs. I shouldn't say this. I know, I read the numbers last week. My memory died and went to heaven. I don't think children should suffer, but they're always casualties. And since they do a lot of pru-rvu, that is the natural result.
You know, those Arabs, they breed like rabbits, an infestation.
Do you understand why the world is so angry? Because they keep seeing so...
Overall, the world.
Okay. This person, even recognizing that the world is angry, puts her as like one of the more progressive members of Israeli society, okay? I was going to say, I'm suspecting that she will say it's because they're anti-Semitic, or like the talking tree here, okay? The dialogue tree goes into two directions here. Why do you think the world is angry then? Anti-Semitism is the, average hardliner position. Or they just simply don't understand the living conditions that we have here with Arabs.
Does not really understand what's going on here. They do not grasp the concept that Israel was attacked. And Palestinians, there is no such thing as Palestinians. They're Arabs who have many countries to flee to and nobody wants them to. But if we do call them Palestinians, their parents use them as human shields to gain sympathy. The natural instinct of a Jewish mother is to protect her child. Palestinian women do not have that.
How do you know this?
From years of living here.
Can you give an example of something you've seen?
As I said, my memory died and went to heaven, but I read newspapers every single day, and I've read many different stories where the woman took her child and put her in front, and then she thought this is going to gain sympathy with her readers around the world, and it does.
Is this real? I find it really hard to believe that people are this blatantly evil. Dude, this doesn't register as evil in her mind, okay? That's what's so... This is what people don't ever comprehend, okay? From where we're standing, we hear this lady say some of the most horrifying things with ease, and we are shocked. In her mind, she thinks this is the most normal thing you could say. Like, do you think supporters of the Nazi government in Nazi Germany were like, oh yeah, we love killing Jewish people because it's awesome because we're bad? No, they thought Jewish people were evil and scary monsters. There is always a cycle of propaganda that must justify the horrifying actions that the state takes. There's so much literature on this. There's so much research dedicated to how, oftentimes also conducted by Jewish scholars, Jewish academics as well, many of which also are not exactly supporters of Israel either. You literally don't know the half of it. Brother, Jewish grandparents are notorious the most loving and kindest people you will meet, and make bomb-ass food and will always keep you fed majority of the time. Like, I know this lady gives the best hugs and makes bomb fucking food, but this is also the exact representation of how all my older Jewish relatives think. Yeah. That's why I'm saying that, like, I'm sure that she is otherwise not a fucking psychopath, you know? Like, Ukrainians are Nazis? What? No one actually believes that, I don't think. That's like a really shitty justification at best. That I don't even know if Russians believe that. I'm sure there are some Russians who do. But yeah. She does not consider what she's saying to be evil. Okay? In the same way that, like, the average Nazi Germany supporter, the average Nazi supporter in Germany did not consider the government to be evil. At most, they considered it to be a necessary evil. That's just an H3 fan who saw the episode where their Ukrainian correspondent, what? It's got to be really funny if you come in here and you're like, but you think every Ukrainian is a Nazi. And I'm like, I don't think that. I've never thought that at all. I don't know where you're getting this information. I wonder if that causes people to go, let me reconsider my position. like, no, I don't believe that at all. Let's see what this lady has
החפים
to say.
מפשע נהרגו בעזה.
לא, זה גם לא מעניין אותי.
לא? למה?
לא מעניין אותי, אני...
How many
It seems like a lot of people who don't like you do that, where they will deliberately misrepresent your position, even if you tell them that's not what you're saying to their face. But it's so strange. It's such a strange thing to say. Anyway. New York Post did a stage tour of the NOLA attackers' homes, like a 1-1 comparison with your average Israeli propaganda video where they talk about the calendar like as a hit list. Yeah, I don't know exactly what Corey Schuster's own personal opinion on Israel is, but I have watched his videos before, and they are very interesting.
את יודעת כמה חפים מפשע נהרגו בעזה?
לא, זה גם לא מעניין אותי.
לא? למה?
לא מעניין אותי, אני הייתי עד 7 באוקטובר האמנתי ב...
Germany as a country still exists. The Nazi ideology was largely defeated in the country. Most Germans have ancestors that fought for the Nazis but completely disavow their actions. Why do people not think this is possible for Zionism in Israel is such a funny take to have as a 25-month subscriber, as the AfD is rising up in popularity in Germany right now. And also, it is so patently ahistorical. For the past 25 months that you've subscribed, were you just like not paying attention? Anytime I've talked about German politics immediately in the aftermath of World War II and what German governance looked like, the Nazis were instantly brought back to power. Germany is probably the worst example to point to in terms of like comparing it to Zionism.
שלום ובשיח ובדו-שיח. אחרי זה הבנתי שאין לי מי לדבר. כולם שם מחבלים. לצערי הרב.
אבל ילדים, כאילו.
לא, אני אומרת בכנות, לא מעניין אותי.
אתה יודע כמה חפים מפשע נהרגו בעזה?
כן.
כמה?
כמה מדווחים או כמה? 35,000?
מה אתה חושב?
35,000, 30,000?
אני דווקא מהאום, זה פחות. 16,000.
16,000.
אוקיי.
It is actually less when filmed. Wait, what?
אתה מבין למה העולם כועס על ישראל?
כן, בטח.
אז מה אפשר לעשות?
פשוט לא להתייחס, פשוט להיכנס ברדב"ם.
אוקיי.
כמו לשפוט בני זוג מהצד, איך הם רבים, איך הם זה. תהיה בתוכה בזוגיות, בלבל את השכל. שיש הרבה קטנה.
את יודעת כמה חפים מפשע נהרגו בעזה?
טוב, אז כנראה שנעצור.
ואת לא רוצה לענות על זה?
תודה.
אוקיי, אפשר לשאול למה?
כי אני לא חושבת שיש מישהו שהוא חף פשע שם. צר.
אבל ילדים אבל, נגיד.
הילדים מסכנים, אין ספק, אבל הם לא יגדלו להיות ילדים חפים מפשע, לצערי.
Oh, it's sad though. Sadly, all those kids are gonna do murder.
החינוך, לדעתי, הכל מתחיל בחינוך. ואם החינוך הוא בעיה...
Projection. The assumption that Palestinians need to be taught in school to hate Israel is projection. Projection that Israelis actually need to be taught to hate Palestinians through every orifice of Israeli society, Israeli culture, and Israeli education. It's pure projection. Palestinians learn to hate Israel not in school. Palestinians learn to hate Israel when Israel bombs the school, when Israel bombs your house, when Israel bombs and kills your immediate family members. And that's an understandable anger that people have. So that's why a lot of this kind of, they're being taught to hate Jews or whatever the fuck is very silly.
מה אפשר לעשות עם זה? כאילו, מה אפשר נגד זה?
לדעתי, להכניס שם ארגון שישנה את התוכן של החינוך, וברגע שיחליפו את התוכן של החינוך, ושלא יהיה מצב שבו החינוך יהיה רק כדי להרוג יהודים או שנאה, אז יהיה שינוי. כל עוד המצב הוא כמו שהוא היום, לצערי המצב לא ישתנה.
אתה יודע כמה חפים מפשע נהרגו בעזה?
15,000, 20,000?
זה משהו כמו 40,000 לפי...
40,000,
אוקיי. ואתה מבין למה העולם כועסים על ישראל?
כן, אני מבין.
למה?
כי הם חושבים שיש פה ג'נוסייד.
אוקיי, ומה אתה חושב?
אני חושב שמי שלא היה פה, מי שלא ביקר פה, אין לו זכות לדבר, קודם כל. מי שלא חווה מה ש...
You gotta come taste the genocide in order to have an opinion on it, you know?
אני לא חושב שיש אף מדינה בעולם שזורקים עליה טילים, שמבצעים פיגועים בתוך הארץ, שככה על ימין ועל שמאל. בכללי אין צד צודק ואין לא. בכללי ישראל יותר השפויים, כי אנחנו לא מחפשים את המוות. אנחנו רוצים לחיות בשלום. אנחנו עשינו שלום עם סוריה, עם מצרים, עם ירדן.
לא עשינו עם סוריה, אבל בסדר, עוד לא.
He said we didn't make peace with Syria.
כמו שהמשפט אומר, ברגע שנניח את נשקנו, לא תהיה ישראל, ברגע שהם יניחו את נשקם, יהיה שלום.
How many civilians have been killed in Gaza, from what you know?
Who gives a shit?
Okay, but don't you feel like, for example...
I wonder if that applies for us Americans who are funding this thing we can't talk about. I mean, dude, the reality is, America post 9/11, you know, if you ask them, should we kill every Muslim on the planet? There's a button to press to kill every Muslim on the planet. You'd be shocked at the results. Every country has some, I wouldn't say universal moral principles, but most people operate in a similar framework. You know, that's it.
Children?
Children grow up to be Arabs. I shouldn't say this. I know, I read the numbers last week. My memory died and went to heaven. I don't think children should suffer, but they're always casualties. And since they do a lot of pruervu, that is the natural result.
Do you understand why the world is so angry? Because they keep seeing so...
Overall, the world does not really understand what's going on here. They do not grasp the concept that Israel was attacked. And Palestinians, there is no such thing as Palestinians. They're Arabs.
No such thing.
Who have many countries to flee to and nobody wants them to. But if we do call them Palestinians, their parents use them as human shields to gain sympathy. The natural instinct of a Jewish mother is to protect her child. Palestinian women do not have that.
How do you know this?
From years of living here.
Can you give an example of something you've seen?
As I said, my memory died and went to heaven, but I read newspapers every single day, and I've read many different stories where the woman took her child and put her in front, and then she thought this is going to gain sympathy with her readers around the world. And it does. It is successful for them.
Do you know how many civilians have been killed in Gaza?
I know the rumor has been talking about 50,000, but I'm also informed that the formal number is a little lower than that.
The formal number is around 42 now. That's 42? The last I heard, yeah. Do you understand why the world is angry?
At us?
Yes.
Yeah, but I think they're wrong, and I can actually explain.
Explain.
If you have a minute? I think that basically the terror regime in Gaza, in all the countries around us, so they also govern the people, and they also they deny them from aid, first of all, and they also kept hostages in Gaza by the Hamas, because basically the Hamas won't let them leave because they are living targets.
Okay.
So I think I do want to
meaning if they
side, but not from us, from the Hamas.
So meaning if they were allowed to leave to go to Egypt, let's say, because Israel is not going to take them in, obviously. So if they were allowed to go to Egypt, Egypt would let them.
Obviously. Yeah, put these Arabs somewhere else. Another Arab country, you know? It's just the same.
Far fewer people would be killed. That's what you mean?
Yeah, Egypt and Jordan, they should definitely go there. And by the way, Egypt already had the chance to take on Gaza, but eventually they decided not, and this is how it became our problem. But then again, I don't think that we should solve it anymore, because you're not supposed to solve your enemy's problems. So it's up to them, and the Arabs should be more willing to accept them.
Okay, but don't you think Israel has a moral responsibility?
It's a difficult question, because I really think that war has. I think that the Western world probably is not aware of like what war means, actually. And I think that again, the taking care of your own enemies is a little bit. It's conflicting, you know.
It's not our fault that we are stronger than them.
Yeah, it's also not our fault that we defend ourselves, and we have every right to defend ourselves. So that's
go
what
to
I think. Yeah.
Anyone else have anything to say?
Yeah, free Palestine from Hamas, and don't hate us Jews. We're really nice people, and we love life.
We want peace. We just want peace, love, and rock and roll.
Yeah, man.
Okay. Wait, and you're willing to have peace with Palestinians?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, anytime.
Anytime.
Send with anybody, anyone. If they want peace, we want it.
Yes.
Do you know how many civilians have been killed in Gaza?
You know, okay, one moment. No, I don't know exactly, but I don't want to ask that kind of question.
No? Okay. Can I ask why?
No, don't take the pictures.
רגע, אני לא רוצה אוקיי, אז מה רצית להגיד?
מה שרציתי להגיד שיכול להיות שאנשים מתעניינים כמה פלסטינאים נהרגים או דברים כאלה, אבל לא כל האנשים שואלים כמה ישראלים נהרגו, או זה לא רק עניין של להיהרג ממש, אין כמעט ישראלי שלא נפגע. לא מהמלחמה הזו, לא רק מהמלחמה הזו, אלא למעשה במהלך כל השנים האלה. והפגיעות הן נפשיות גם, הפגיעות הן לא רק של ישראלים ספציפית, אלא גם בכל העולם. כי הם סובלים פשוט גם מאנטישמיות.
היהודים בכל העולם.
כן, על לא עוול בכפם, וגם יש להם דיסאינפורמציה מאוד גדולה בכל מה שקשור לפלסטינאים. מה שקורה, שמה שעושים, שאף אחד לא מתעניין בחו"ל.
I like that she did in real time the translate Hebrew tweet meme. Like, she was like, I don't want to talk. And then was like, never mind. Let me spit some shit. Let me spit some truth at you right now, real quick.
כמה ילדים לא ישנו בלילה, כמה ילדים עשו פיפי בגלל שהם שומעים את החדשות, ואני לא מדברת רק על המלחמה, תאר לעצמך קודם כל מה הילדים מרגישים וחושבים אחרי 7 לאוקטובר. ומה הילדים חושבים ומה קורה לילדים שהם שומרים על כל הרציחות האלה ועל כל הטרוריזם הזה שקורה. אז ככה שאי אפשר להשוות את זה, וכל מה שקשור לכמה פלסטינאים נהרגו, תשאל את חמאס שהם יתעניינו כמה אנשים וכמה ילדים נהרגים, כי זה בגללם, ושלא יתחבאו מתחת האדמה ושלא יתחבאו
It's like so funny that even if you were to put it on the same moral playing field, which I don't think like a colonial occupant and those who seek emancipation from said colonial occupation are on the same moral playing field at all. But even if you were to place it on the same moral playing field, it's like Israel's still the bad guy in that situation. That's why so much of Hasbara and so much of the defense of Israel's actions that revolve around, dehumanizing Palestinians is oftentimes attributing to Palestinians the crimes of Israel. Like, it always sounds insane when you hear someone who defends it always sounds so insane if you're knowledgeable of the situation where every accusation is a confession of Israel's crimes. Which is ironic because then it turns around and basically justifies Hamas. Because if you're justifying violent action, unlimited violence against an organization, a unit, or a military force, a militant force that has done these atrocities, then you're literally justifying October 7. You're justifying more than October 7, which is what Israel is doing to Gaza already.
מאחורי האזרחים פלסטינאים, אוקיי? וחוץ מזה גם מה שקורה עם פלסטינאים, הם בעצמם גם לא צריכים להרשות את זה. זה בעצם מה שהם עושים, אם הם נותנים, למרות שאני מבינה שגם הם מפחדים, אבל כל מה שקורה זה אי אפשר להתייחס לזה שישראלים כביכול פוגעים בפלסטינאים. זה לא בא משם, זה מתחיל מזה, זה מתחיל מכל הפעולות של טרוריזם, של טרור, ומשם זה בא, ככה שאי אפשר לחלק את זה לשניים. כל עם ישראל נפגע, זה לא רק משפחות של חטופים, לא רק משפחות שנרצחים, וכל המשפחות שחיילים שלהם נהרגו. פשוט מאוד חשוב לדעת שהצבא הישראלי הוא לא הולך והורג פלסטינאים רק בגלל שבא להם בשביל לרצוח, לא הולכים לשם בשביל לרצוח. הם מודיעים מראש, הם גם זורקים להם מהמטוסים פתקים שמזהירים אותם, אם יש מקומות שהם הולכים להפציץ שהם יודעים שזה נשק. שום צבא בעולם לא עושה את זה. ואיזה צבא כן יכול להתמודד עם זה כמו שצבא שלנו מתמודד. האזרחים שנמצאים בלב
Yeah, it's so hard. The biggest difficulty is coping with all of the death of children. You know, oh man, it's such a tough job that the Israeli occupying force has, you know. They have to live with themselves after killing all of those children. Can we just reframe the conversation to the real victims here? Me. My feelings. The feelings of people who have done untold atrocities, countless atrocities.
מקום שנמצאים שם טרוריסטים והנשק, איך אפשר להתמודד עם זה בצורה אחרת? לכן נפגעים גם האנשים. הצבא שלנו הוא הכי מוסרי בעולם, ככה שפשוט חשוב שידעו, שום צבא בעולם לא עושה את זה. וגם איזה צבא בעולם, תגיד לי בבקשה, נותן סיוע הומניטרי במהלך המלחמה לאויב שבא לרצוח ולטבוח ולאנוס. שום צבא בעולם. החיילים שלנו הם הכי הומניים. פשוט חשוב שידעו את זה. הם לא באים לרצוח, הם רוצים רק להגן על מדינת ישראל ועל האזרחים שלהם.
Do you know how many civilians have been killed in Gaza?
I don't know the exact amount, but I think it's around 20 to 25K. I think something like.
According to Bibi and according to the UN, it's around 16,000. That was the latest thing.
Okay.
Do you understand why internationally the people are very disturbed by this?
Yeah, I do, because they don't really understand why it's happening. They just see it. They scroll on Twitter or whatever it is. They just see it. They see the facts, and they don't understand why it's happening. They don't really get the bigger picture of the story.
So what is that? What's
and the bigger picture of the story is, everything is happening because of a group, a little violent, called Hamas. Basically everything is happening because of that. They started everything. They have always wanted war. Israelis never want war. We don't want it.
Never. It just happens to be that way, it's crazy.
We even barely wanted to start this war after what happened. Do you know what I mean? And that's basically.
Does it bother you there are so many civilians getting killed?
Listen, my brother has been inside the Gaza Strip for around 4.5 months. So I know a little bit more than usual people around, even around Israel. But listen, most of the kids there that are getting killed, I never support little children dying. I never want it. But if you look at the bigger picture, which is shit, I don't want to look at it like that. Sorry about my.
You never. You never want children to die, but some children have bad vibes. They just happen to be Palestinian.
My French. Most of them will grow up not to hate Israel. I don't really care if you hate Israel, because most of the world hates Israel. But most of them will grow up not only supporting Hamas, which is a crime by itself, but joining them, which is the worst of the worst. Listen, what happened a couple of years ago with Gilad Shalit, we took one soldier that was held captive for around 1,000 prisoners, and most of those prisoners are the cause of what happened on the 10th of October. So we don't know what will happen, in years to come, if we'll keep doing it, right? But at the end of the day, I think that a kid running around shouldn't die, right?
Shooting what?
Shouldn't die.
Oh, shouldn't die.
He shouldn't die. That being said, I don't know what it'll grow up to. Most of them, like around 75-ish%, despise Israel with everything that they hate about the world. Like, they hate everything about Israel. They don't want anything to do with us. They want us all dead, gone, and fucking, they want my head on a spike. And I have never done anything bad ever to any person. Even though I did serve in the IDF for 3 years. I did do it, but...
Did you serve in the West Bank or Gaza?
No, I didn't. I served at the... I don't know if I want to say.
You don't have to say. It's okay.
I'll say it. I don't care. I served at the Iron Dome, and the Iron Dome is only about defense. It's not about attack, which is why I wanted to serve there. Even though it was kind of mentally tough, but it's all about defense. It's all about defending your own family. There's rockets flying above your family. All you want is that to stop it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if you look at it like that, that's what I want.
You were asked very quickly, all these civilian deaths are going to create more people who hate Israel, who want more to kill. Aren't you thinking about that? What's your response?
Listen, I think that as soon as more Hamas terrorists die, they'll bring much less war. Even if the exchange is 1 or 2 Hamas terrorists for at least 4 civilians, I don't want it to happen. I don't want civilians to die. Nobody does. That's what happens in war, There's no war without civilians dying. And the quickest way to end the war is to just terminate as many terrorists as we can. It doesn't matter. So Hamas needs to just get wiped off the map. It doesn't matter how it is. They are literally just devils walking around us. They're not even human beings, in my opinion. All they see in their head is just eliminating every single human being that doesn't support, you know, Islam, that's not Islamic, that's not Muslim. You know, there's different perspectives to that. You know, not everyone in the world is gonna be Muslim, no matter how you try. So that's just an act of terrorism, and that's it, I think.
Somebody coming in, are we gonna get killed? No, we're not. Okay, hi everybody. I'm glad you got to this point in the video, which means you got to the end. I really need your help.
Of course, the final point of most of these conversations arrive at, yeah, actually, it's good that we're doing all this. You have to feel that way. Otherwise, you would go crazy. You would try to overthrow your government. And all of this violence, all of these violent desires make it so that Israeli society can be dominated by some of the worst right-wing forces without the population ever understanding what's happening to them. Now, it might not be, it's nowhere near as consequential as just like wholesale destruction and death. But this is something that already happened in like 2018. And will continue to escalate and will continue to get worse for Israeli society, as many Israelis refuse to understand why the world feels the way that they do about Israel, and why the worst dipshit right-wing assholes continue to control the government and even take away some of the social liberties that they might enjoyed. You can't dismantle the right-wing reactionary forces as a liberal Zionist without looking at how those reactionary right-wing forces end up seizing power in your society. They seize that power by continuing to do unlimited violence. Anyway, on that note, I'm going to end it here because I have to do my podcast as always. So I apologize. I also have a call with my new live streaming bag company. The guys I'm using specifically so that I can give you banger IRL streams in Japan. Love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. All right, peace.
Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 9 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan and stream.